Chapter 603. Long Chen turned around and saw a young woman in her 20s staring at him in shock. She was indeed beautiful. Compared to some of the women Long Chen had seen before, she had the grace and gentleness of a mature woman. Long Chen remembered that this was what the wife of the 100 Battles Martial King had called him. Long Chen had to admit that his luck was really bad. He didn't want to go to the 100 Battles Martial King's house in case he gave himself away. He hadn't expected to run into the 100 Battles Martial King's wife after just a few steps. It was obvious that this woman had come to the city gates to ask about the fierce tiger Martial King. Mo Nyang. Long Chen could only keep up the pretense. Mo Nyang threw herself into Long Chen's arms as soon as he said those two words. Her fair and supple hands wrapped around Long Chen's neck. Her rosy cheeks were filled with a joyful smile, and tears began to stream down her cheeks. "Chen Lang, you're finally back. I thought. The plump young woman sobbed. She had a different kind of charm. In fact, her full breasts were tightly pressed against Long Chen's chest, rubbing along with her movements. Long Chen was a young man after all, and he couldn't withstand the young woman's breasts. He hurriedly pulled the young woman away from him and stabilized his emotions. He tried his best to speak in a calm tone. "All right, I'm back. I'm fine. I was just delayed by a small matter. Let's go home first." Long Chen had been worried that Mo Nyang would notice something amiss. However, Mo Nyang was too excited to notice anything amiss. Mo Nyang probably didn't. All right. Little Yu and Jean are waiting for you at home. The 100 Battles Martial King had a son and a daughter who were about 7 years old. There was only 1 year between them. The boy's name was Chen Guangzhan, and the girl's name was Chen Guangyu. Long Chen firmly remembered this information. With Mo Nyang pestering him, he had no choice but to go to the 100 Battles Martial King's house. Long Chen couldn't just abandon Mo Nyang on the street, so he started walking with her. Along the way, Mo Nyang kept asking him about what had happened. Long Chen told her the excuse he had prepared. Tears welled up in her eyes as she listened. Her heart ached for him. Long Chen was glad that he hadn't given himself away yet. However, looking at this woman, she should be a kind woman. Thinking that her husband was already gone and she still had to raise 2 children, Long Chen felt quite pitiful for her. Soon, they arrived at the 100 Battles Martial King's house. 2 adorable children were sitting at the door, staring at them. When they saw Long Chen and Mo Nyang, they ran up to Long Chen like rabbits. They hugged one of Long Chen's legs and cried, "Daddy, Daddy, you're finally back. We missed you so much." The 2 children were so adorable that Long Chen didn't know how to escape. Fortunately, Mo Nyang and the 2 children didn't recognize him. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. Long Chen decided to go in first. As long as he was in Martial Emperor City, he would have a chance to go to the 9 Serenities Pavilion. The 9 Serenities Pavilion was the entrance to the 9 Serenities Mourning Grounds. Mo Nyang glanced coquettishly at Long Chen and said, "These 2 children were so mischievous when you weren't around." No, Big Brother and I were very obedient." The little girl called Xiao Yu hurriedly protested. "Mommy is a bad person. She told on me." "Humph. I'm going to ignore you." The other child shouted back, baring his fangs and claws at Mo Nyang. He had to admit that the 2 children were really adorable. Long Chen quite liked children. How nice would it be if Lingxi was the one standing next to him, and the boy and girl at his feet were their children? This was the future that Long Chen yearned for the most. Unfortunately, for this future, Long Chen didn't know how many years he would have to fight. "Daddy, where's our present?" Suddenly, the 2 children looked at Long Chen. Long Chen was stunned. He didn't know about the present, nor did he know about the agreement between the 2 children and the 100 Battles Martial King. It would be troublesome if he was found out. Seeing that Long Chen didn't say anything, Mo Nyang hurriedly said, "Daddy's trip this time is very dangerous. He's injured, so he can't bring the present. Don't cause trouble." Her gentle words were like a light breeze, and the 2 children hurriedly nodded their heads, like chicks pecking at grains. Thus, Long Chen escaped a calamity. He followed Mo Nyang and her 2 children into the mansion. Everything in Wu Emperor City had to be handled by him, so Mo Nyang went to prepare dinner. It was getting late, so Long Chen sat in the courtyard and chatted with Mo Nyang's children. The children weren't very intelligent, so Long Chen didn't speak much. Thus, he didn't get caught. The sky gradually darkened. After dinner, Emo Nyang coaxed the two children to sleep. Long Chen didn't know what to do, so he stood in the courtyard for a while. After a while, Emo Nyang walked out under the clear moonlight. She held onto Long Chen's arm and said with a smile, "You must have waited a long time." She blushed as she said this. Waited a long time. Long Chen didn't know what she meant. Before he could react, Emo Nyang pulled Long Chen into their room and closed the door gently. Emo Nyang turned around and walked up to Long Chen. She said, "When you were missing, I asked my cousin to look for you. However, he had to guard the 9th Serenity Pavilion, so he could only send someone to look for you. A few days later, he told me that you were completely missing and that you might have met with misfortune. I almost went crazy. Luckily, you came back today." As she spoke, tears began to fall from her eyes. Cousin. Long Chen suddenly remembered that Emo Nyang had a cousin who was also a martial king of the Wushu Alliance. He was under the command of Xiao Lin, one of the 3 great martial emperors. Did this mean that if he could get close to this cousin, he would be able to get close to Xiao Lin and even gain his trust? Long Chen felt that it was highly possible. Right now, he felt as though the clouds had parted and the moon was shining brightly. Now, as long as he stayed here, his cousin would definitely come looking for him when he heard that he had returned. At that time, Long Chen could make a request for him to introduce him to him. It should be possible. The only thing he had to do was not to give himself away in front of Emo Nyang. With a target in mind, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. So far, Emo Nyang and the two children hadn't recognized Long Chen. Therefore, he was very confident in his disguise. "Chen Lang." Just as Long Chen was deep in thought, a sweet voice rang out. There was a hint of seduction in the voice. Before Long Chen could react, a pair of snow-white arms wrapped around Long Chen's neck. Emo Nyang's voluptuous body was pressed tightly against Long Chen's. Long Chen lowered his head and saw that Emo Nyang was breathing heavily. Her eyes were glazed over. Her luscious red lips were slightly parted and her face was flushed red. She was clearly aroused. Long Chen felt a headache coming on. Only then did he remember that the couple hadn't seen each other for a long time. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Tonight, they should have had a good fight. However, Long Chen didn't dare do that. He suddenly felt like he had shot himself in the foot. "Emo Nyang, I'll let it go for today. My body hasn't fully recovered yet," Long Chen said in a hoarse voice as he pulled the tempting octopus away from his body. "You haven't fully recovered yet." Emo Nyang was shocked. Her eyes regained clarity. She controlled her desire and looked at Long Chen. She said apologetically, "Not today. Maybe next time. I thought you couldn't hold it in anymore." Emo Nyang's face reddened from embarrassment. A woman who had taken the initiative was rejected. Long Chen could only laugh dryly. A quarter of an hour later, Long Chen was lying on the bed like a log. The voluptuous woman was hugging Long Chen's waist and resting her head on his arm. Long Chen was supposed to do this with Lingxi, but he had no choice but to do it with her today. "Emo Nyang, should I get up and cultivate?" Long Chen said in a somewhat vexed manner. The softness of the other party's body was currently plastered onto his body. The charm of a mature woman's body was something that Lingxi could not compare to. An alluring fragrance was constantly emitting from her body, teasing the most primitive wildness in Long Chen's body. "Aren't you injured? Rest well. Don't work so hard," Mo Nyang said unhappily. Long Chen could only wait for her to fall asleep before he could break free of her embrace. He had to admit that he was envious of the 100 Battles martial king. He had such a beautiful wife and an adorable child waiting for him at home. Suddenly, Emo Nyang's soft hand slipped into Long Chen's crotch and grabbed hold of his lifeline. Emo Nyang pressed herself against Long Chen's body and giggled. "You're still talking about being injured? Look at you, you're hard." After saying that, she hurriedly let go and looked at Long Chen in shock. She exclaimed, "That's not right. How did you become so big?" Long Chen's genes were extraordinary. He was the symbol of the dragon and the sun. Long Chen's body had been transformed by the ancestral dragon's essence blood, so his talent in this area was naturally extraordinary. It was no surprise that he was bigger than the Wushu sage. What Long Chen didn't expect was that after being so careful today, he would give himself away at this time. Emo Nyang's eyes gradually turned from surprise to fear. She shot up from the bed and stared at Long Chen in a daze. You're not Chen Lang, you're not. You smell different from him." Long Chen didn't know that men had a smell too. Only a woman who accompanied him day and night would be able to smell it. Unfortunately, he had been discovered. Before Nyang could scream, Long Chen leaped to his feet, grabbed her with one hand, and pinned her down. "You'd better not make a sound," he said. "Otherwise, not only you, but your children will die." Nyang was scared out of her wits. Chapter 604. Once Long Chen got angry, he could easily suppress this woman. Furthermore, Momo's mother cared about her children the most. She was worried that Long Chen would really hurt them, so she didn't dare to move. "Who are you? What are you trying to do? You can't hurt my children." Momo's mother was so scared that her face was pale. She immediately started sobbing. "Look at me," Long Chen suddenly said. Momo's mother looked at Long Chen's eyes. She suddenly felt that Long Chen's eyes were like two pitch-black whirlpools. She wanted to see what was in them. Suddenly, the whirlpools produced a suction force. Momo's mother was in a daze, and she felt herself being sucked in. "I am Chen Guangjuan. You are my woman," Momo's mother. Long Chen whispered in her ear. You are Chen Lang." Momo's mother's mouth opened slightly. Following that, Long Chen gave the woman a series of hints. He had just thought of using soul manipulation to control this woman. Now that Long Chen had control over her thoughts, Momo's mother would quickly forget what had happened. She would firmly believe that Long Chen was her husband. Soul manipulation was a mystique similar to hypnosis. However, it was many times stronger than hypnosis. As far as Long Chen was concerned, Nyang was just a defenseless woman. He could easily control her. He had used soul manipulation because he had no other choice but to use it after being discovered. However, it was the first time he had tested it, and it felt great. Soon, the mission was complete. Momo's mother listened to Long Chen and lay on the bed obediently. Long Chen cultivated beside her. Now, Momo's mother subconsciously saw Long Chen as her husband. No matter how many times Long Chen exposed himself, she wouldn't suspect anything. Only then did Long Chen feel a little more at ease. He had just practiced his fist technique for a while when he suddenly heard that someone had come to Chen Guangjuan's mansion. Long Chen's expression changed. He looked over with his spirit-devouring demon eyes and indeed saw two people waiting outside the gate of the mansion. One of them was knocking on the door. "It's so late. Who is it?" Long Chen called Nyang over. Nyang was currently under his control. With her present, if she didn't suspect Long Chen's identity, no one else would. When he approached the door, Long Chen found that the two people who came were both strong. One of them should be at the first level of the Earth martial arts realm. As for the other one, Long Chen could only describe him as unfathomable. A warrior at the martial arts sage realm was at the same level as Long Chen. If Long Chen didn't find him unfathomable, could he be a martial emperor? What a coincidence. As soon as Long Chen opened the door, he knew who they were the moment he saw their faces. One of them was Nyang's cousin, Feng. The other person had white hair, but he was tall and strong. His face was filled with a smile. He was one of the three martial monarchs, the oldest and most experienced, Xiao Lin. The person Long Chen was looking for was Xiao Lin. He didn't expect Xiao Lin to come to him personally. It was said that Xiao Lin's character was the best among the three great martial emperors. Of course, this was only for himself. If it was an enemy, Xiao Lin would be iron-blooded and would not show any mercy. "King of 100 Battles, I hope we didn't disturb your reunion," said Xiao Lin with a faint smile as soon as he saw Long Chen. Long Chen hurriedly said, "No, I'm Chen Guangjuan. Greetings, Martial Emperor." Momo's mother followed Long Chen's lead and bowed to Xiao Lin. She was only subconsciously influenced by Long Chen, not a puppet. Good. Aren't you going to invite me in?" said Xiao Lin with a smile. Long Chen quickly led Long Chen and Momo's mother's cousin, Feng, into the mansion. They took their seats in the main hall. Momo's mother prepared some tea and fruits, then stood obediently behind Long Chen. Xiao Lin and Feng didn't suspect that Chen Guangjuan was someone else in disguise. Momo's mother and Long Chen were so close. Naturally, they wouldn't suspect anything. "It's getting late. I'll get straight to the point," said Xiao Lin. "What instructions does the martial emperor have for us?" Long Chen didn't know why the two of them had come in the middle of the night. "We were just passing by. We heard that you were back, so we came to take a look," said Feng with a smile. Xiao Lin nodded and said, I'll get straight to the point. My subordinate, the Sword of Hades, was killed in the war people. He was originally overseeing the Nine Serenities Pavilion with Mo Feng, but he was invited by Yang Ningfeng to assist him in battle. You were under Yang Ningfeng's command. Now that Yang Ningfeng is gone, the Nine Serenities Pavilion is in need of a person. You can come under my command and oversee the Nine Serenities Pavilion. Mo Feng hurriedly said, King of 100 Battles, the Nine Serenities Pavilion is an easy job. You don't have to run around day and night, and your life might be in danger at any time. I'm only recommending this easy job to you because my cousin is raising 2 children by herself. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. Both Chen Guangjuan and Long Chen were pleasantly surprised. To Chen Guangjuan, there was no danger in being stationed in Martial Emperor City. Moreover, he could see Mo Nyang day and night. This was obviously a good thing. As for Long Chen, he couldn't wait to get close to the Nine Serenities Pavilion and gather information about the Nine Serenities Graveyard. Really? That's great. Thank you, Martial Emperor, for granting my wish. Before Long Chen could speak, Mo Nyang spoke with a face full of joy. She had been looking forward to her husband's return every day. If Long Chen could be transferred to Martial Emperor City, it would be great news. She urged Long Chen to agree as she spoke. This was a good thing. Long Chen naturally had to agree. After all, they had come looking for him, even though they were just passing by. Thank you for your kindness, Martial Emperor. I will do my best to complete this task. Long Chen stood up and said gratefully to the Martial Emperor. Xiao Lin chuckled and said, That's good. If that's the case, we won't disturb you any further. I'll let you rest for 3 days. Come to the Nine Serenities Pavilion after that. Xiao Lin left with Mo Feng after he finished his sentence. This was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. Long Chen had not even gone to the Nine Serenities Pavilion yet, and the Nine Serenities Pavilion had already delivered itself to his doorstep. So be it. Mo Nyang had already been taken care of, so Long Chen wasn't worried that anything would go wrong in 3 days. 3 days later, Long Chen appeared in the Nine Nether Pavilion. Xiao Lin was usually in closed-door training, and in the depths of the Nine Nether Pavilion was the entrance to the Nine Nether Morning Soul Land. The Nine Nether Morning Soul Land was infamous in the divine martial sacred dynasty. Even if one entered, one could not come out. In fact, even if there was no need for people to guard it, no one would dare to enter. The reason why Mo Feng and Long Chen were stationed here was to prevent people who did not have eyes from entering and causing trouble. The Nine Serenities Pavilion was Xiao Lin's residence. Xiao Lin did not normally attend to the affairs of the Nine Serenities Graveyard. When Long Chen arrived, he only saw Mo Feng. Without Xiao Lin present, Mo Feng directly called Long Chen brother-in-law. Long Chen felt a little strange to be called brother-in-law by a middle-aged man. Since you have never been to the Nine Serenities Pavilion, I will bring you in now. We only need to guard the entrance of the Nine Serenities Graveyard. Usually, there will be no problems. However, after a period of time, maybe a few years or a few days, His Majesty the Martial Emperor will personally escort some prisoners in. Shuttling through the courtyard of the Nine Serenities Pavilion, there were birdsong and fragrant flowers. It did not look like a prison at all. In the past, Huang Quan and I guarded this place together. If he had other things to do, I would stay here. If I had other things to do, he would stay here. One person was enough to guard this place. How about this? There are 24 hours in a day. We will each take half. If there is something urgent, such as my cousin's pregnancy, I will guard this place for a long time, Mo Feng said straightforwardly. The martial union had a strict system. All the tasks were arranged very carefully. Every martial king was actually managing a part of the affairs. It was not as simple as the martial union's martial strength. Soon, Long Chen arrived at the entrance of the Nine Serenities Graveyard. What appeared in front of him was a small wooden house in the midst of countless gorgeous courtyards. Within a radius of 100 meters around the wooden house, the ground was gray and not a single blade of grass grew. The wooden house had probably existed for a very long time. Its entire body was gray and it emitted a strange aura. Strands of gray fog spread out from the wooden house. This is the entrance to the Nine Serenities Graveyard? I have never seen it before, Long Chen said with some surprise. The Nine Serenities Graveyard. I heard that it is the most terrifying place in the world. No one can come out of it alive. Of course, the Nine Serenities Graveyard only has an entrance and no exit. Who can come out? Mo Feng said with some pride. No exit? Could it be that the people inside have not been found? Long Chen asked. That shouldn't be the case. I've heard that the interior of the Nine Serene Morning Soul Land is a barren land. The natural spiritual energy within it is shockingly scarce. Without sufficient natural spiritual energy, it would be very difficult for a martial artist to survive in there. Furthermore, the most frightening thing about the Nine Serene Morning Soul Land is that there is no direction in the Nine Serene Morning Soul Land. No spiritual energy. No direction. No wonder the people inside could not come out. However, Long Chen thought of another problem. That is strange. If no one comes out, who knows what the situation in the Nine Serenities graveyard is like? Mo Feng was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, I don't know either. It looked like this Mo Feng did not know much. Scarlet Soul's intelligence network was indeed powerful. Even Mo Feng, the person in charge of the Nine Serenities graveyard, did not know about it. The method to come out of the Nine Serenities graveyard was in Xiao Lin's hands. Big sis, wait for me for a while more. If there is a suitable opportunity, I will ask Xiao Lin to tell me what I need. Just hold on for a while longer. Thinking about how much suffering Long Yu would have to endure in there, Long Chen felt somewhat upset. After all, this woman had helped him a lot. Chapter 605. Xiao Lin lived in the Jiu Pavilion. Therefore, when Long Chen was guarding the place, he would occasionally come and talk to Long Chen. Of course, there were times when Long Chen was alone. Long Chen realized that every time he was alone with Xiao Lin, it was an opportunity for him to use the soul control technique. However, Long Chen was not in a hurry. He wanted to be absolutely familiar with Xiao Lin. He would only use the soul control technique when Xiao Lin was not on guard against him. Otherwise, even if his martial spirit was strong, he might fail in the end. If he failed, not only would it be dangerous, but all his previous efforts would be wasted. Coming to the Nine Serenities Morning Soul Grounds was a rather dangerous thing to begin with. However, in order to save Long Yu, Long Chen had thrown caution to the wind. He knew that there were still many people standing there waiting for his good news, so he definitely could not cower. First, 3 days had passed. Then, a total of 7 days had passed. During these 7 days, Long Chen had been stationed here for half of the time. During this period, Xiao Lin had come by a few times. Every time, he would chat with Long Chen. In reality, Xiao Lin was already very old. No matter how much he cultivated in this lifetime, he would not be able to break through in the end. Therefore, he basically did not cultivate anymore. As he grew older, he knew how to enjoy life. Therefore, he lived his days leisurely. Among the 3 great martial emperors, Long Chen had a good impression of her. Moreover, in the martial emperor city, there were not only evil people. Mo Nyang, for example, was a pitiful woman. After 7 days, Long Chen and Xiao Lin were completely familiar with each other. Normally, when he was guarding the place, Long Chen did not waste time. He was cultivating. He was pretending to be at the first level of the earth martial arts realm. Therefore, when Xiao Lin came, he was also practicing the second level of the punching skill. In fact, he was already familiar with the second level of the punching skill. However, with his ability, he could totally pretend that he was not familiar with it. Hence, Xiao Lin was so excited that he almost couldn't help but give pointers. Long Chen listened to Xiao Lin's pointers as he improved his fist technique. Time passed quickly. Long Chen knew that this conversation would last for a long time. It was a rare opportunity. Moreover, he had already gained Xiao Lin's trust. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would get another chance. In the process of talking with Xiao Lin, Long Chen used the soul-controlling technique of the soul-devouring demonic pupil as he spoke. At the beginning, his words were irrelevant chatter. This soul-controlling technique took a particularly long time. Xiao Lin's consciousness had condensed into a martial soul, which was quite sturdy. It was not as easy to overcome as Long Chen. Therefore, he could only use a long time to kill. Long Chen only knew that he had succeeded when Xiao Lin's eyes revealed a perplexed look during their conversation. Of course, it was only the initial success of controlling the soul. It was still a rather thrilling process before he could ask the questions he wanted. The soul-controlling technique was not unlimited. Long Chen's current cultivation was even lower than Xiao Lin's, so the probability of failure was quite high. Moreover, He had only almost hypnotized him. If Long Chen suddenly used genuine essence to kill him or made him feel some energy fluctuations, he would immediately wake up. At that time, the soul-controlling technique would fail. Only when it came to people who were weaker than him could Long Chen completely control their thoughts. He could even make them commit suicide. When did you reach the Earth martial arts realm? At the beginning, in order to avoid the fluctuation of Shaolin's thoughts, Long Chen could only choose the simpler questions. These questions should be quite normal in Shaolin's eyes at the moment. When I was 27. Shaolin's eyes were perplexed and he said subconsciously. Following that, Long Chen's questions got more and more into Shaolin's private matters. Long Chen had already planned these questions in private. He would gradually increase the intensity of the questions. This way, he wouldn't suddenly touch upon Shaolin's deepest secrets and startle him. At the end, Long Chen suddenly asked, according to the rumors, once you enter the ninth hell's morning place, you can't come out. However, I seem to have heard that you know a way to come out. I wonder if the martial emperor can tell me. I really want to know. Shaolin's eyes were perplexed as he said. Indeed. I know. Do you want to know? Please tell me, martial emperor. Long Chen said in a slightly pleading tone. This tone was easier for the other party to accept. In the ninth hell's morning place, you first have to find a small mountain that is 10 meters tall. Then, you have to dig down 100 meters from the highest point of the mountain. You have to find a compass. Follow the direction indicated by the compass, and in the end, you can... Mo Feng greets the martial emperor. At that moment, Mo Feng walked over. After seeing Shaolin, he hurriedly bowed. Long Chen's heart was in his throat. Shaolin's eyes, after hearing Mo Feng's loud shout, instantly became clear again. He looked at Long Chen with some confusion. Just as he was about to speak, Long Chen looked at him gratefully and said, Thank you, Martial Emperor, for your guidance. I feel that I have made progress towards the second level of the Earth martial arts realm. Guidance. Shaolin felt that his brain was a bit confused. It was as if he had just slept and just woken up. Of course, he wouldn't have thought that there would be something like soul control in the world that could ask the deepest secrets in his heart. So, he shook his head and said with a bitter smile, I'm old and my mind is a bit absent-minded. You guys talk. I'll go back and have a good rest. After saying that, Shaolin left. That was close. Long Chen's heart started beating rapidly. Luckily, at the last moment, he asked about the way to get out of the ninth hell's morning place. Otherwise, his meticulous preparation would have been in vain. Brother-in-law, why is Martial Emperor acting strange? Mo Feng asked in confusion. I don't know. He was teaching me punching just now. Long Chen said casually and continued to practice his punching skills. Mo Feng didn't ask any more questions. After chatting with Long Chen for a while, Long Chen left the ninth hell's pavilion and returned to his mansion. I just got the information, so I can't go to the ninth hell's morning place right now. I'll wait for a day or two and then find a chance to go there. After a day or two, Long Chen finally decided to take action. Before that, he controlled Mo Nyang's soul again to make her believe that Long Chen was her husband. That way, when Long Chen went to the ninth hell's morning place, there wouldn't be any trouble. On this day, it was Long Chen's turn to guard the entrance to the ninth Serenity Morning Soul Grounds. He could stand in front of the entrance without any worries and use his spirit-devouring demon eyes to survey his surroundings. After confirming that there was really no one around, he walked forward and gently pushed open the door to the wooden hut. Before Long Chen could react, a huge force pulled him into the wooden house. The door closed gently and Long Chen, who was playing the role of the 100 Battles Martial Emperor, disappeared from this world once again. Long Chen could only apologize to Mo Nyang. Her husband's death had nothing to do with Long Chen. Long Chen had only given her a chance to live. This woman had a cousin who was a martial emperor, so her life wouldn't be too miserable. There were definitely many people in this world who had it worse than her. A strong suction force directly sucked Long Chen into the ninth hell's morning place. A gray light flashed past and Long Chen found himself in the small cosmos world. He opened his eyes and lifted his head to take a look. He was instantly shocked. This was a vast and empty gray wilderness. Everywhere was gray and not a single blade of grass grew. The sky was filled with gray clouds that constantly rolled and filled the entire horizon. Traces of desolate cold wind swept through this endless wilderness. This is the legendary ninth hell's morning place. Long Chen surveyed his surroundings, and sure enough, he discovered two very important problems. First, when he looked around, he discovered that the scenery in every direction was the same. This 9 Serenities Morning Soul Land was like a gigantic maze. The second reason was that the heaven and earth spiritual chi here was extremely sparse. Even a place like Baiyang Town could not compare to it. After arriving here, Long Chen discovered that the circulation of his quintessential essence had become much slower. Moreover, it seemed like he could not replenish his quintessential essence. Long Chen had obtained about 1,000 monarch crystals from martial monarch Yang Ningfeng. In addition to his own 800 monarch crystals, Long Chen now had about 2,000 monarch crystals. The monarch crystals contained a huge amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even a martial emperor might not have as many monarch crystals as he did. Most of these monarch crystals came from the distant fire realm. Fortunately, Long Chen had these monarch crystals, so he did not have to worry about the consequences. However, he could imagine that those without monarch crystals would quickly weaken their bodies when they came to this place that was lacking in spiritual energy. Moreover, he heard that it was impossible to find the way to the 9th Hell's Morning Place. Most of them would probably die in despair after coming here. This was probably the reason why the martial emperors had turned this place into a prison. This place was too cruel. It was desolate. First, I have to find Big Sister. Then I have to find the compass. Long Chen confirmed his target, but he still bitterly smiled. This was a desolate land, a piece of nothingness. Just where should he find Long Yu, and where should he find the small mountain? If it was a small mountain, this was a flat wilderness, and it would be easier to find it, but if it was Long Yu, where would she be? The most important question was whether she was dead or not. Long Chen didn't dare waste any time. After determining a direction, he started to display his speed and dashed in that direction. A gray shadow was moving forward in the gray wilderness. Because he did not know if he still had to use the identity of the 100 Battles Martial King, Long Chen did not change his appearance back. Long Chen had been rushing for a long time, but he did not see anyone. It was as if he was the only one in this world. Suddenly, he found a few footprints in front of him. He ran over to take a look and found that they were his. His brows immediately furrowed. Chapter 606. It's so weird. I've been running in one direction, but I've returned to the original place. If I keep going like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to find the exit. It seems that I have to keep changing directions to get to another place. Long Chen was very smart. He knew that if he kept going in one direction, he would return to the original place. So he simply ran around randomly. Maybe he would find something else. After half a day, Long Chen didn't see his footprints again, which meant that he had left the original place. There are no fixed directions in the 9 Serenities Morning Soul Grounds. Every direction is constantly changing. It is very difficult to grasp. It is no wonder that a single compass is able to find the way out. It is very likely that the compass will change according to the direction. Although I am able to leave this place by running around randomly like this, I will not be able to find the exit. Long Chen kept moving forward. Newbie. Suddenly, he finally saw a figure in front of him. Long Chen immediately rushed over. The man saw his clothes from afar. He immediately let out a cry of surprise and rushed toward Long Chen. From the cry, Long Chen felt that the man seemed to have found his prey. He quickly stopped. He could be sure that the man was not Long Yu, but he was indeed an expert in the second level of the earth martial arts realm. Long Chen carefully looked at the man and suddenly felt a little shocked. The man's clothes were tattered and dirty. His long hair was messy and covered with dirt. His face was also full of mud and dust. It seemed that he had just come out of the mud. More importantly, his eyes were scattered. Only when he looked at Long Chen did he reveal the most primitive beast form. After staying in the 9th secluded Morning Soul Land for a long time, people will become like this. Long Chen guessed. With a swoosh, the man stood in front of Long Chen, panting and looking at Long Chen with fiery eyes. Newbie, hand over the Chenkuan bag and the Wang Jing, and I can let you live. Hurry, hurry, the man shouted at Long Chen. Wang Jing. The spiritual qi in this place was extremely poor. The Wang crystal was the key to everyone's survival. Without the Wang crystal, everyone's strength would gradually fade until there was nothing left. Then they would gradually age and die. Looking at this man's crazed face, Long Chen suddenly felt pity for him. How many years have you been locked up here? Long Chen asked. How many years? How do I know? Quick! Wang Jing. That person roared crazily. It was clear that he didn't want to fight with Long Chen. If he did, he would probably waste a lot of energy. Long Chen furrowed his brows and took out 2 king crystals from the great void mirror. He threw them to the man and said, "This is for you. Answer a few of my questions." That person didn't answer him. He took the Wang crystal with trembling hands, as if he had seen the most wonderful treasure in the world. He stared at the Wang crystal with an ecstatic expression on his face. Answer a few of my questions, Long Chen emphasized. That person acted as if he didn't hear it. He smiled hideously and kept the Wang crystal. Then, he looked at Long Chen with bloodshot eyes. Newbie, I want all the Wang crystals. I want to live forever. Give me all the Wang crystals, or you will die. With 2 Wang crystals as his support, he seemed to have become crazier. As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced towards Long Chen. Greedy. Like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Long Chen shook his head. That person was already so weak and he still dared to act like this. It could be seen that the temptation of the Wang crystals here was greater than anything else. When the other party attacked, Long Chen waved his hand and sent the other party flying with a powerful force. After rolling on the ground a few times, that person climbed up and roared. He pounced towards Long Chen again. Newbie, you have a lot of Wang crystals. You will be killed sooner or later. Your Wang crystals will be divided by us. Since you are going to die sooner or later, I might as well take advantage of you. Really? Long Chen rushed forward and subdued that person in a few moves. That person was at the same level as him and had a strong sense of resistance. Long Chen's soul-controlling method was not effective, so he didn't use it. Strong? What's the use of being strong? When I first came in I was also very strong. At the very least, I was much stronger than you. However, I'm not like this. Dang! That person roared. Even though he was being subdued by Long Chen, he still struggled with all his might. Looking at that crazy person, Long Chen felt sad. At the same time, he also felt the horror of the 9th secluded morning soul land. It could make a strong cultivator fall to this level. The 9th secluded morning soul land was really suitable to be a grave. Moreover, he didn't know if the way to get out would work. Let me ask you, some time ago, did you know that a female martial artist came here? She was at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm? Long Chen asked. Martial artist. A female martial artist at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm. Haha, if she was injured by a martial emperor, I'm afraid she would have been dismembered long ago. How could I have the luck to get a share? That person laughed. From his words, Long Chen felt the cruelty of this place. Obviously, he didn't know about Long Yu. The 9th secluded morning soul land was huge and there was no direction. It was easier said than done to find a person or something. However, Long Chen didn't feel disheartened. He felt that he couldn't waste any more time. So he said coldly, I don't want to kill you, so I'll give you 2 choices. First, I'll let you go and you'll get out of my sight. Second, you die and I'll be in peace. That person's eyes were still red. After hearing Long Chen's words, he roared, I have a 3rd choice. You die and I'll get all your royal crystals. Crack, crack. Long Chen directly broke his neck. You don't know what's good for you. I gave you your life, but you didn't want it. Long Chen was speechless. He threw the person's body away and looked around with a frown. He thought to himself, not only the physical pressure, but also the mental pressure in the 9th secluded morning soul land. If I stay here for too long, I'll lose my mind sooner or later. If I can't get out of here, I'd rather die. After throwing the person away, Yi Shiwen continued on his way. Long Chen continued to walk aimlessly. He found that as long as he walked in a straight line, he would inevitably return to the original place after a period of time. If he walked aimlessly, he might even end up in another place. Where is it? Time passed, hour by hour. Finally, days passed. Soon, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Long Chen met another 2 people. However, the situation was the same. In the end, the 2 lunatics were also killed by Long Chen. 3 days later, Long Chen finally saw a relatively large movement. 4 of the warriors were currently chasing a gray-clothed youth. The gray-clothed youth had his head lowered. From his clothes, He seemed to be in better condition than the other four. It was obvious that he had not been here for a long time. There were 5 people in total. Yi Shiwen believed that he could get some clues from them. Don't run. Brat. Hand over the royal crystals you dug out. Otherwise, we'll kill you. The spiritual qi on these people was extremely scarce. Long Chen couldn't see through their previous strength. However, no matter how strong they were, if they were here without the royal crystals, their fighting capacity would be the same as an ordinary person. Any reaching heaven state could kill them easily. The gray-robed youth was in a sorry state as he ran. Not long after, he fell to the ground. Under his messy hair, his clear eyes were filled with killing intent. He said coldly, "If you force me again, I'll absorb the power of this Wang crystal and kill you." Originally, the young man in gray thought that the 4 guys would be afraid. However, the young man in gray found that he had thought too much. One of the tall men laughed and said, "Then kill us. Anyway, we don't want to live anymore." Sometimes, the people here were afraid of death. Sometimes, they weren't. They wanted to get the royal crystals to prolong their lives. However, they were worried that they would slowly die of exhaustion. If they wanted to commit suicide, they didn't have the courage to do so. Therefore, it was a good thing that someone would kill them. The gray-clothed youth was about to be driven crazy by these people. He quickly crawled up from the ground and used all the strength in his body. At this moment, his eyes were filled with helplessness and pity. A king crystal appeared in his hand. Then, with the circulation of his skill, it was quickly absorbed by him. Seeing that the royal crystal was gone, those guys were ready to die. They looked at each other and each of them had a crazy look on their faces. Then they pounced on the young man in gray. The gray-robed young man's figure moved, and streaks of claw lights transformed into dragon shadows that swept past the bodies of the 4 people. In a short period of time, 4 corpses that couldn't be more dead fell at his feet. The young man in gray shook and almost fell. Soul Crusher Dragon Claw. This time, it was Long Chen's turn to be surprised. The young man in gray had used the Soul Crusher Dragon Claw. This meant that he was the other Long Chen. In other words, the young man in gray was Long Yu's younger brother, the genius at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm. He hadn't thought that after coming to the 9th Serenity Soul Land, he would be reduced to such a state. Wait. Long Chen took a few steps and arrived in front of the gray-clothed youth from far away. He blocked the youth's path. The gray-clothed youth's expression was originally very cold. However, when he saw Long Chen's appearance and clothes, he was somewhat stunned. He said, "A newcomer. Furthermore, you are a martial king of the martial union." Long Chen was still dressed like a martial king. Long Chen smiled and said, "I'm not from the Wushu Alliance. You should know Lan Ling, She made me look like this. I know you're Long Chen, Sister Long Yu's younger brother. Do you know me?" Long Chen's words made the young man in gray's dim eyes light up, especially after Long Chen mentioned someone. He stared at Long Chen and sized him up. After a while he said something. Chapter 607. The youth said, "I've seen everyone in the Dragon Clan. You address my sister as Big Sister, so you must be the newly joined Dragon Clan member with the same name as me, Long Chen. Before you were sent to this damned place, your name was like a thunderclap piercing the ears. But why are you here?" From his words, Long Chen was able to confirm his identity. That's right, this young man in gray was the other Long Chen. After 3 days, Long Chen finally found his first reward. This young man in gray had been imprisoned in the 9th Serene Morning Soul Land about a month ago. He had no idea what had happened during the Wushu Sage's reign after that. Therefore, Long Chen said, "I've disguised myself to come here to save you guys." "Save us?" The young man in gray burst out laughing and said, "You're dreaming too much. The 9th Serene Morning Soul Land doesn't have an exit. People come in all the time, but no one can leave. You're still thinking of saving us?" Long Chen smiled but did not comment. "No, you said save us? Who are you referring to?" The young man in gray asked with a frown. Long Chen knew that the young man in gray would not know where Long Yu was. If he did, the 2 of them would be together by now. "Big Sister Long Yu is here too. Around 10 days ago, she heard that you were imprisoned in the 9th Serene Morning Soul Land, so she came here alone. She fought with a martial monarch in the martial monarch city. After she lost, she was imprisoned here too," Long Chen said. "What? The gray-clothed youth's originally ice-cold expression instantly turned pale. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Long Chen and said, "You're saying that my sister has been imprisoned in the 9 Serene Soul Mourning Grounds in order to save me?" "It's true. I'm here to save her," Long Chen said seriously. The young man's eyes turned blank and even painful. He slowly squatted on the ground and held his head in his hands. He mumbled in fear. "Why would she risk her life to save me? I've never listened to her and made her angry more than once. I even left her. Why would she still save me? Shouldn't she hate me?" It seemed like there was some conflict between Long Yu and her brother. Long Chen chuckled and said, "Hate? How can there be hatred between siblings? Regardless of your relationship, as your sister, she still cares about you. You're the only one who takes conflicts too seriously." To be honest, the young man in gray was a rebellious young man. He had broken away from Long Yu because he disobeyed her. However, that did not diminish the relationship between them. Kinship was an emotion that nothing could defeat. Long Chen's words caused the young man in gray to remain silent for a long time. In the end, he shook his head helplessly and said, "This woman is too stupid. I've come to the 9th Serene Morning Soul Land, which means that I'm already dead. Yet, she still came to throw her life away for nothing. Does she want the Long family to have no more descendants?" Long Chen smiled. The words of the young man in gray meant that the gap between them had completely disappeared. Of course, it was a good thing. When Long Chen saved Long Chen, he would also be able to save the young man in gray. After the young man in gray finished speaking, his gaze landed on Long Chen and he said in a serious tone, "You're here to save my sister. Furthermore, you mentioned that you know the way out of the 9th Serene Morning Soul Land." There was a look of disbelief on his face. Long Chen nodded and said, "I do know the way. The most important thing now is to find your sister. When she was imprisoned here, the Wong crystals must have been taken away by the martial emperor. I've been looking for her for 3 days, but I haven't heard any news about her." Long Chen's words made the young man in gray nervous. He clenched his fists tightly and growled, "That bastard martial emperor actually dared to hurt my sister. If I get the chance, I'll tear him into pieces." He had temporarily forgotten about the reason why Long Chen was able to get out after hearing that Long Yu was injured. There were a lot of Wong crystals in Long Chen's Cosmos sack. Furthermore, he still had many Cosmos sacks. Hence, he took out more than 100 Wong crystals and placed them in a Cosmos sack. "You can keep these Wong crystals for now." The young man in gray estimated that there were at least 100 Wong crystals in Long Chen's Cosmos sack. He had not expected that Long Chen would give them to him. He asked in surprise, "Why do you have so many Wong crystals?" Long Chen smiled and said, "Of course I got them myself. With these king crystals, you can recover the strength of the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm in a short period of time. It's enough for you to hold on until you get out." The young man in gray showed gratitude to Long Chen for the first time. He said, "Brother, I, Long Chen, will never forget what you've done for me today." Long Chen smiled wryly and said, "Don't mention me, Long Chen. Our names are the same. It's awkward for me to hear it." It was just a joke, but it brought the relationship between the two of them closer. From this short conversation, the gray-clothed youth was quite fond of Long Chen's personality and character. The two of them quickly got to know each other. The young man in gray asked the most important question. "I thought there was no way to get out of the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land. I've been studying here for a month. There's no way to get out. No matter how far we go, we'll still end up walking in circles. How did you know the way to get out? What's the way?" Long Chen said, "I got the way from Shaolin. You don't have to worry about its authenticity. It should be true." The young man in gray didn't doubt it. He asked, "What's the way?" Long Chen said, "He said that there'll be a small mountain that's 10 meters tall in the wilderness. If we dig down 100 meters from the highest point of the small mountain, there'll be a compass there. If we follow the compass's directions, we'll be able to leave the 9th Hell Morning Grounds." Hill? Compass? Based on what you've said, it seems like only a special compass will work. However, a hill. Suddenly, the young man in gray widened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "A hill? I know that hill. If it's 10 meters high, I've seen it once. There really is a hill." Seeing the young man's excitement, Long Chen was excited as well. This meant that Xiao Lin's words couldn't be false. You know the location of that hill? Asked Long Chen. Soon after, the young man in gray's expression turned bitter as he said, "Who knows? It's harder to return to the place we've passed. However, since I've seen it before, it means that the hill really exists. You have enough monarch crystals, which means we have enough time to find that hill again." What he said made sense. As long as there was hope, it was fine to spend more time. But before that, we have to find sister first. Let's go now. We don't have much time. Not only is she injured, but she's also a woman. It's very dangerous here. In terms of the degree of concern for Long Yu, the gray-clothed youth was not inferior to Long Chen. He hurriedly nodded his head and began to search for Long Yu with Long Chen. Actually, rather than saying that they were searching, it would be better to say that they were wandering around and trying their luck. The gray-clothed youth was the same as Long Chen. He knew that he had to walk around randomly in order to find another place. If he walked straight, he would definitely take a detour. With enough time, the young man in gray's strength had recovered to Long Yu's level. He also knew that Long Chen had the strength of LV2 of the Earth Martial Arts realm. He said, "Your realm is already very good. With your speed of improvement, you'll be able to reach LV3 of the Earth Martial Arts realm in a very short time." Long Chen nodded. Actually, with his current strength, he was afraid that no one in the LV3 of the Earth Martial Arts realm, including the young man in gray, would be able to stop him. Especially since Long Chen had mastered Soul Crusher Dragon Claw and Wind God's Kick and could use them in battle. In actual combat, with the coordination of his hands and feet, he would definitely be able to exert more power. There were many people in the Ninth Serenity's Morning Land. Martial emperors would often lock some warriors here, some of whom had not even reached the Earth Martial Arts realm. Long Chen and the young man in gray searched along the way. Every time they met, they would capture them and interrogate them about Long Yu's whereabouts. However, no one knew. Long Chen and the young man in gray gradually lost their patience. Finally, after more than 10 days, the two felt that they had almost searched the entire Ninth Serenity's Morning Land, but they still did not see Long Yu. On the 12th day, Long Chen once again captured a warrior in LV1 of the Earth Martial Arts realm. This warrior originally wanted to rob Long Chen of his royal crystals. However, since he had lost most of his strength, he was completely no match for Long Chen. Long Chen followed the previous steps. After subduing this guy, he asked him again if he had seen Long Yu's whereabouts. To his surprise, the man hesitated for a moment and said, I think I have seen." Long Chen and the young man in gray were shocked. They hurriedly asked, "Where did you see it? Quickly tell us the details. If it's true, the 10 royal crystals are yours." 10 royal crystals were enough for him to dominate here. The man's eyes widened and he looked incredulous. It was not until Long Chen patted his face that he immediately reacted and said, I saw people from the Feng Yun Association chasing after her yesterday. She did not have any royal crystals with her, but the boss of the Feng Yun Association wanted her to be his wife. Feng Yun Association. Long Chen frowned. The young man in gray next to him looked cold and said gloomily, "The Feng Yun Association was originally a big force of the Wushu Sage Empire, similar to the Wind God cult. They started off as bandits and were brave and ruthless. They disobeyed the suppression of the Wushu Alliance. A total of 8 masters were all imprisoned in the Ninth Serenity's Morning Land by the Wushu Alliance. Among them, their president is in LV3 of the Earth Martial Arts realm. I also heard this month that the Feng Yun Association had a lot of royal crystals at the beginning and kept robbing royal crystals from others. Therefore, no one dares to provoke them in the Ninth Serenity's Morning Land. However, since they dared to attack my elder sister, they deserve to die." Long Chen nodded. Time was pressing. They had to act immediately. Chapter 608. In this Ninth Serenity Morning Soul Land, no matter how strong the Feng Yun Association was, it was like dog shit to the two Long Chens. From the mouth of a cultivator, he asked about Long Yu. He had seen Long Yu yesterday. Today, he might have gone somewhere, but it should be nearby. If Long Yu hadn't succeeded, with so many people chasing after one person, as long as they appeared in the sight of Long Chen, they would definitely be discovered. Long Chen and the gray young master split up. They maintained a distance of more than 100 meters, enough to see each other. Then they advanced layer by layer. When they heard that Long Yu was being chased, both of them were very nervous. The Feng Yun Association was a bandit force. They were not even afraid of the Wushu alliance. Which one of them was not a brave and ruthless character? Gray clouds covered the entire sky. Waves of desolate cold wind swept across this vast wilderness. This gray land seemed to have no end. When she ran here, Long Yu was already exhausted. Almost half a month had passed, and most of the time, she was being chased. Her spiritual essence was almost exhausted. Now, she could still move forward quickly. More importantly, she was fighting with her life on the line with her willpower. Right now, because she had fallen on the gray ground a few times, her clothes were already dirty. Traces of blood were still on her clothes. Not only was it her own blood, but there was also the blood of others. After running here, Long Yu felt dizzy, and with a moment of carelessness, she fell to the ground. Her body told her that she really wanted to lie here and rest, but when she thought of the pursuers behind her, she quickly woke up. No, I can't stop. Otherwise, I'll really die. Behind her, the people from the Fengyun Association were still chasing relentlessly. In the beginning, they had designs on Long Yu. When Long Yu killed their partner, their original greed and hatred increased. Long Yu knew that once they caught up to her, she would definitely end up in a miserable state. Long Yu had never thought that she would die in this place, in the hands of these people. At this moment, she clenched her teeth and quickly crawled up from the ground. Her originally rosy face was now extremely pale. The injuries she had suffered at the hands of a martial emperor, coupled with the exhaustion of quintessence from running around day and night, she was now on the verge of collapse. After getting up, she did not know how long she could walk. She gritted her teeth and continued moving forward. The angry roars and evil laughter of the people behind her were getting closer and closer. Hearing these beast-like voices, Long Yu discovered that she was actually a little afraid. She had always been competitive. Even when facing martial emperors, she was not afraid. However, the people of the Storm Association had stayed in the 9th Nether Morning Soul Land for too long. They had suffered the torture of the 9th Nether Morning Soul Land and were now no different from beasts. The energy in her body was rapidly being consumed. Seeing that she wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer, the more Long Yu used the remaining primeval essence, the more dizzy she felt. What do I have to do to escape? Long Yu thought in despair. In fact, she was not afraid of death. It was just that after so many days, she could not even find her brother. She was still worried. If the two of them died here, then the Long family would really have no descendants. Long Yu felt that she had let down her ancestors. She felt extremely guilty. The dizziness became heavier and heavier, and the scenery in front of her gradually became blurry. Once again, Long Yu's legs went soft, and she fell to the ground. This time, she was dizzy for a moment, and did not immediately get up like last time. Because of this, the people behind her immediately increased their speed and caught up to her. When Long Yu got up and coldly protected herself, those people had already caught up. They formed a circle and surrounded Long Yu. There were a total of 5 middle-aged men. Each of them was dressed in rags and had disheveled hair. They looked like beggars and were extremely dirty. However, their auras were much thicker than Long Yu's. Now, they had enough king crystals to replenish their energy. Everyone's eyes were ferocious and filled with hatred and lust. One of the thinner middle-aged men rushed forward, breathing heavily. He stared at Long Yu and revealed a strong desire. Long Yu, I have been drooling over you since 10 years ago. I thought that I would not have a chance since I was imprisoned in the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land. I did not expect that you would also come in. You once defeated me, and now you have killed people from my Wind and Cloud Association. Today I, Fengyun, will settle the old and new grudges with you. This man's clothes were slightly better than the others. He was the leader of the Wind and Cloud Association. He had enough king crystals to survive in the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land. Not many people had king crystals that he had not been stronger than. Long Yu knew that if it were not for those king crystals, they would not have lived for so long. The 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land was extremely barren. However, Long Yu noticed that many people were digging holes in the ground. Later on, she found out that if one was lucky, one could really dig up 1 or 2 unburied king crystals in the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land. It was these king crystals that were hidden underground, as well as the king crystals that new people brought in from time to time, that allowed the people here to live until today. Staring coldly at Fengyun, Long Yu's lips curled into a sneer. You should have died a long time ago, yet you've managed to survive in the 9 Hells Morning Grounds until now. Do you think you're very proud of yourself for being able to bully others here? Those who have come here are all pitiful people. You've crushed those pitiful people, but you're just an insignificant pitiful person. Long Yu's mockery hit Feng Zhiyun's sore spot. Indeed, no matter how powerful he was in the Ninth Serenity Morning Soul Land, he was just a joke to the people outside. This mockery made Feng Zhiyun even angrier. Fine, but I, Feng Zhiyun, like to bully pitiful people. So what? Since you have fallen into my hands today, don't expect me to let you go. It's been 10 years since I tasted a woman, especially a woman like you. You are the best. I never thought that I, Feng Zhiyun, would be able to play with such a woman in my lifetime. My life is worth it. After I'm done with you, I'll let my brothers have a good time. Moreover, I won't let you die so easily. I'll use you as a tool to satisfy my lust for as long as I can live. Boss, you're mighty. The other 4 people from the Feng Yun Association were surprised and excited when they heard Feng Zhiyun's words. It was impossible for them not to drool over such a beautiful woman. Good brothers were meant to be shared among brothers. Long Yu was not intimidated by him. She sneered and shook her head. No matter what, you will always be a loser in my heart. You're just a piece of trash. Long Yu wasn't afraid of them. If she wanted to commit suicide, no one could stop her. She just felt that it was a pity that she hadn't found her brother yet. Feng Zhiyun was infuriated by Long Yu's actions. He roared and didn't want to waste any more time talking to Long Yu. He shouted, "Go! We have already wasted 2 king crystals for this woman. We can't lose any more." Yes, boss. The 4 cultivators all had looks of envy on their faces as they pounced towards Long Yu's alluring body. After so many years, even their attacks had become disorderly. Long Yu's spiritual qi was not enough for her to do too many things, including the Dragon Soul transformation. However, even without the Dragon Soul transformation, she still had the foundation of LV3 of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Soul-crushing Dragon Claw. With only her physical strength and little spiritual qi left, Long Yu was ready to fight them with her life again. Killing 1 was 1. Killing 2 was 2. When Long Yu really fought with her life, she was much more terrifying than they had imagined. Soul-crushing Dragon Claw was a very fierce attack. Combined with Long Yu's crazy attacks, the warriors from the Feng Yun Association who hadn't fought for a long time were no match for Long Yu. They were beaten back by Long Yu. Dang! 5 dragons breaking the sky. Long Yu wanted to get close to Feng Zhiyun and kill him last. She didn't expect Feng Zhiyun to not do anything at all. He only surrounded Long Yu with a few subordinates. Even if they were subordinates, as long as they had enough king crystals, they could kill Long Yu, who was seriously injured and had used up all her spiritual qi. At the same time, he could absolutely guarantee his own safety. Feng Zhiyun was right. Long Yu had used up the last bit of her strength to counterattack. She used up the last bit of her strength to perform the 5 dragons breaking the sky. 4 of the 5 blood-red dragon claws attacked the 4 warriors from the Feng Yun Association. Long Yu's desperate attack was not something the 4 warriors at LV1 of the Earth Martial Arts realm could withstand. While Feng Zhiyun was screaming, thick bloody marks appeared on their necks. Then, blood spurted out from their necks. No. Feng Zhiyun used all his strength to block Long Yu's last claw attack. He had underestimated Long Chen's strength, which led to the death of his 4 subordinates. Of course, Long Yu used all her strength. After killing the last 4 people, she softly fell to the ground. She no longer had the strength to fight against Feng Zhiyun. The strength in her body quickly left her. She felt weak all over and her consciousness was quickly fading. The only thing that could be heard was Feng Zhiyun's angry roar. His 4 subordinates were still very useful to him. They had been together for more than 10 years, so they still had some brotherly feelings. However, at this moment they were all dead. Feng Zhiyun's eyes were red. After roaring a few times, he suddenly stopped. He sneered and said, Good. They're all dead. From now on, Long Yu belongs to me. You belong to me alone. After they die, I will have more king crystals to use. Not bad. Not bad. Chapter 609. Long Yu could only smile bitterly. What hope could she still have now? Suffer. It was impossible for her to be willing. At this last moment, she was already prepared to commit suicide. She didn't even want to leave her corpse intact, lest Feng Zhiyun, this pervert, did anything to her corpse. He had already become a beast. There was nothing he couldn't do. At this moment, Long Yu could already smell the stench from Feng Zhiyun's body. At the last moment, Long Yu recalled her life. The first half of her time was spent with her younger brother, and the second half was spent with the rest of the dragons. One by one, Long Yu's face flashed past. She recalled the details of every brother and sister she met, and finally remembered the youngest, Long Chen. Long Chen had indeed brought her too many surprises. Suddenly, she seemed to have heard Long Chen's voice. Long Yu thought that she was hallucinating. How could Long Chen appear in the Nine Serenities Morning Soul grounds? There was another worry in Long Yu's heart, and that was the war people. In the matter between her younger brother and the dragons, she chose to save her younger brother. She thought that the brothers of the war people would probably all die. Now, Long Yu also didn't know what was happening on the other side. Stop. This thunderbolt suddenly woke Long Yu up. She raised her head in a daze. In her blurry vision, there seemed to be two figures rushing towards her at an extremely fast speed. That kind of speed could only be displayed when she was at her peak. Who were these two? Long Yu didn't underestimate them. She just thought that it was her illusion. At this moment, Feng Zhiyun had already arrived in front of Long Yu. He hadn't touched a woman for more than 10 years, and he really couldn't hold it in anymore. Looking at Long Yu's fair face and slender body, his majestic crotch was already raised high. At this moment, he also heard the sound. His face turned gloomy and he quickly looked behind him. Two silhouettes instantly appeared in front of him. One of them was a gray-clothed youth who ran extremely fast. His silhouette flitted past Feng Zhiyun's neck. Who? Just as Feng Yun made this sound, he suddenly realized that his vision was blurred. Blood gushed out from his neck and dyed his clothes red. The cold pain told him that his neck seemed to have been pulled in half, and his head quickly drooped down. I'm dead. His consciousness was quickly dissipating. Feng Yun thought in disbelief. He felt his head falling uncontrollably. At the last glance, he saw Long Yu's surprised gaze. And then nothing. Little Chen. Tears of excitement quickly welled up in Long Yu's eyes. At first, she heard the voice of her seventh brother, Long Chen. She didn't expect that the one she saw now was her own younger brother. Long Chen stood aside. He knew that Long Yu called his younger brother Little Chen. When she addressed him, she would usually call him Long Chen, or just call him seventh brother. This way she could distinguish them. It was really difficult to have the same name. Long Yu was still lying on the ground, looking at the young man in gray in a trance. Her face was full of tears of excitement, and the young man in gray was also looking at Long Yu with tears in his eyes. Long Chen, who was standing aside, was ignored. He smiled bitterly and took out more than 10 king crystals from the Great Void Realm. He said, "Big sister, don't be too excited. Absorb the power of these king crystals first. You don't have any spiritual yuan in your body now. When you have spiritual yuan, it will be easier to heal your injuries with spiritual medicine." More than 10 king crystals were placed in Long Yu's hands. These king crystals were enough for Long Yu to recover about half of her strength. When she recovered half, it wouldn't be too late for Long Chen to give her other king crystals. Long Chen's voice made Long Yu a little dazed. She finally focused her attention on Long Chen. Because Long Chen still looked like 100 battles martial king, she couldn't tell for a moment. Seventh brother. Long Yu's pretty face was full of disbelief. Long Chen said, "Yes, it's me. Hurry up and refine the king crystals. There's no time to lose. As for the other things, when your body recovers, I will explain them to you one by one. I have more than 1,000 king crystals in my hands. Don't save them." Long Yu was like an obedient child. She nodded blankly. She could only guess that Long Chen's current outfit should be the work of Lon Linger. She also knew where Long Chen's king crystals came from, so she quickly obeyed and began to refine the king crystal. After she sat cross-legged and entered the state, the gray youth next to her revealed a relaxed expression. He looked at Long Chen gratefully and said, "I really thank you so much. If it wasn't for you this time, I'm afraid my sister and I would have been finished." "I really don't know how to thank you," Long Chen said. "Don't treat me like an outsider. She's your sister, and also my sworn sister. It's only right and proper for me to save her. Without her, I don't think I would have the achievements I have today. In other words, she's also my benefactor." After coming out of the ancient demon realm, Long Yu had helped Long Chen heal his injuries. In the end, he had even helped him break through to the earth martial arts realm. If not for Long Yu's guidance, Long Chen did not know what kind of fork in the road he would have walked into. The gray-clothed youth nodded and said with a smile, "It seems that the relationship between you so-called dragons is really good. I'm a little envious. If I can get out, I won't be separated from my sister in the future. I want to follow you guys." "You've thought it through." Long Chen was a little surprised. This guy used to be rebellious, but now he was able to turn over a new leaf and follow Long Yu. With an expert like him in the dragons, their strength would definitely increase by a lot. The gray-clothed youth smiled bitterly as he looked at Long Yu, who was refining and gradually recovering, and said, "I didn't think it through. When I found out that she actually came in to save me, I realized that no matter what, in her eyes, I was probably a child who couldn't grow up. The eldest brother is the father, and the eldest sister is the mother." Long Chen was relieved. He was afraid that Long Yu would also be relieved because of this. The strength of the Wushu alliance was getting weaker and weaker, but their strength was getting stronger and stronger. This was a good thing. After half a day, while the two Long Chen were chatting, Long Yu finally recovered. The martial essence in the Wang Jing had replenished her body, allowing her to have more than half of the genuine essence, which was enough to get her out of danger. Long Chen gave the other 100 Wang Jing to Long Yu. He had never been a stingy person, so he did not care about these 100 Wang Jing at all. Just now, when she was absorbing the martial essence of the Wang Jing, Long Yu had already heard the conversation between the two Long Chen. She had just recovered and received the Wang Jing that Long Chen had prepared for her. She looked at the gray-clothed youth with some excitement and said, "Little Chen, what you just said, is it all true?" The gray-clothed youth nodded with a smile and said, "It's absolutely true. Sister, I will follow you from now on. You must not abandon me." Tears of excitement flowed out of Long Yu's eyes once again, but they quickly turned into bitterness. She said, "We are already here, what's the use of following me? We won't be able to get out in this lifetime." "All right, seventh brother, why did you come back here? How's the matter with the war people?" There were too many things that Long Yu wanted to know. Long Chen did not answer Long Yu first. Instead he said, "Big sister, you have already recovered. We are looking for that 10-meter tall hill. As we search, I will slowly tell you other things." The other two nodded. The gray-clothed youth began to search for the hill in front of them, while Long Chen began to talk to Long Yu. First of all, because Long Yu was worried about the matter with the war people, Long Chen roughly told her about the war people. He briefly described those things, but both Long Yu and the gray-clothed youth were stunned. "You mean, you broke through to the second level of the Earth martial arts realm during the battle, and then killed the martial emperor Yang Ningfeng, won the victory, and drove away the Wushu alliance?" Long Yu's voice was a little trembling. She looked at Long Chen as if she was looking at a monster. "What? Killed Yang Ningfeng? Even I can't kill that old guy." The gray-clothed youth also looked at Long Chen in surprise. It was already a miracle that he broke through to the second level of the Earth martial arts realm during the battle. What was even more miraculous was that he actually killed the martial emperor. Looking at Long Chen's appearance, it did not seem like he was lying. The gray-clothed youth and Long Yu looked at each other. "About 20 days ago, we just left Dreamy Cloud Lake. At that time, you had just reached the Earth martial arts realm. Only 10 days have passed, and you have already reached the second level of the Earth martial arts realm. Seventh brother Yu." Long Chen's talent made Long Yu really speechless. She had never seen such an abnormal person. The gray-clothed youth had told Long Chen before that Long Chen should work hard and reach the third level of the Earth martial arts realm as soon as possible, becoming in existence at the same level as him and Zhao Danshan. He did not expect that Long Chen had already reached it, and even slightly surpassed it. The gray-clothed youth suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Long Chen could only keep nodding. Long Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry at the way they looked at a monster. Then he began to talk about what happened next, saying, "Zhao Danshan told me that you were imprisoned in the 9th secluded soul land, and he was going to marry my second brother's daughter, Lu Yi. I asked my second brother to go to the ancient demon territory, and then I came to the martial emperor city to find a chance to find a way to save you." Hearing that Long Chen had come to save her, Long Yu was moved at first, but then she felt sorry for him. She scolded Long Chen and said, "Why are you so stupid? You clearly know that you can't get out of the 9th secluded soul land, but you still came here. Now, all three of us are here. When we all die, the Long family will be completely extinct." Thinking of this, she was indeed angry. Long Chen and the gray-clothed youth looked at each other and then laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Long Yu asked curiously. Chapter 6:10. Sister, he knows how to get out. The hill we're looking for is the key to getting out. The young man in gray said with a smile. What? Long Yu was surprised. It's Scarlet Soul's information. He said that Martial Emperor Shaolin knows the method to get out of the 9 Serenities Morning Soul Land. I used a secret technique to pry this method out of his mouth. There's a compass that can help us get out of here 100 meters below a 10-meter tall hill. Long Chen said. I see. Long Yu nodded in surprise. She knew that if they could get out of here, all these miracles would be created by Long Chen. Let's not waste any more time. Let's look for the hill together. However, big sister, you should first recover from your injuries. Some of the elixirs I have here should be effective on your body, Long Chen said. In the remaining time, they only had one last target left. The hill. As long as they found the hill, they should be able to get out. Back then, it had taken more than 10 days to find Long Yu. Long Chen estimated that it would also take more than 10 days to find that small mountain. In fact, his estimation was not wrong. Even though the gray-clothed youth had seen the small mountain before, they still hadn't found anything after about 10 days. Strange, I saw it. The young man in gray was a little discouraged. Don't worry, let's keep looking. We'll find it eventually. Long Chen said. There was nothing in the 9th Serenity graveyard. It was boring and lonely. If they were alone, they would be driven crazy. 10 days passed. With the help of the Wong crystal and the elixirs, Long Yu had completely recovered. The 3 of them had the fighting capacity of LV3 of the Earth Martial Arts realm. With such fighting capacity, they could definitely defeat the entire Wushu Sage Empire. As long as they could get out of here, even martial emperors would not be able to do anything to them. A superforce like the ancient demon area only had 1 expert at LV3 of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Even the Wushu Alliance only had 2 experts at LV3 of the Earth Martial Arts realm. The 3 of them kept talking as they moved forward. This time, it was more important to find Xiao Shan. Therefore, Long Chen did not have much time to cultivate these days. In the Earth Martial Arts realm, as long as you stepped on the ground and communicated with the power of the earth, you would be cultivating. In the past few days, Long Chen had removed his 100 Battles Martial King costume and restored his original appearance. This 9 Gloom Morning Soul Grounds is simply way too simple. There's nothing here at all, Long Chen said in a somewhat depressed manner. Yeah, other than this gray cloud and this gray land, there's really nothing else. Long Yu also said somewhat helplessly. There's also a strange stone scorpion that I haven't seen before, but I heard that it's quite terrifying. This stone scorpion is not a demonic beast, but looks like a stone. It's very hard and sturdy, and it's difficult for an ordinary warrior in the Earth Martial Arts realm to kill it. It's also very powerful. If we get hit by its tail or pinched by its pincers, we'll probably die. What's more terrifying is that every time this kind of stone scorpion appears, there are thousands of them. Wherever they go, few people can survive. This sentence was said by the gray-clothed young man. He had stayed here for a long time, so he knew more about this place. Oh, there's actually such a thing. Long Chen and Long Yu were both a bit surprised. From what he said, it seemed that this stone scorpion really was very powerful. It was a mysterious thing, and they didn't even know if it was alive. Its combat strength couldn't be measured by ordinary demonic beasts. This stone scorpion is like the god of death in the 9 Gloom Morning Soul Grounds. Every time it appears, many people will die. No matter how strong an expert is, without enough king crystals, they will also die in a group of stone scorpions. Fortunately, we have enough king crystals, and you don't have to worry. I heard that this stone scorpion only appears once in a few years. Otherwise, there would have been no one in the 9 Gloom Morning Soul Grounds. Just as he said this, he suddenly froze. What, the earth is shaking? The gray-clothed young man's mouth was wide open. Long Chen and Long Yu frowned. Long Chen felt carefully, and indeed, the earth was shaking. They had a bad feeling in their hearts, so they quickly looked around. I didn't jinx it, did I? The gray-clothed young man said gloomily. Yes. Long Chen and Long Yu said at the same time, because they had already seen a large amount of dust rising in the distant sky. The gray dust had completely connected the earth and the gray clouds in the sky. Occasionally, Long Chen saw a lot of tails raised up high. From so far away, they could see the stone scorpion's tail. Long Chen estimated that the length of the scorpion's tail was at least 10 meters. 10 meters, And that was the most conservative estimate. Oh my god. It's really a stone scorpion. I jinx it. The gray-clothed young man's expression was very interesting. He had just mentioned the stone scorpion, and he did not expect it to really come. The earth rumbled, and the terrifying shaking became more and more intense. From this it could be seen how strong the stone scorpions were. They did not know what kind of stone the stone scorpion's body was made of, but it was definitely very hard. The three of them looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes, which was to escape. They didn't know what this stone scorpion was, but if they were surrounded by it, they would be finished. In this 9 Nether Morning Soul Land, it was better not to cause any trouble. Thus, they all started to run again. In order to save Wong crystals, they maintained a speed similar to that of the stone scorpions. This was also because they had enough Wong crystals. If it was someone else, they would definitely not be able to outrun the stone scorpions. The dust that filled the sky was like a meat grinder, heading in the direction of Long Chen and the rest. It was obvious that the stone scorpions were staring at Long Chen and the rest. No matter how Long Chen and the rest changed directions, the thousands of stone scorpions were still chasing after them. I understand now. The 9th Nether Morning Grounds is indeed a natural prison. The combined spiritual energy of the three of us is probably the strongest here, so this place will automatically produce these stone scorpions to get rid of us. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why they would chase after Long Chen and the rest. Fortunately, they had enough Wong crystals. Of course, this would delay their search for the small mountain. Along the way, Long Chen and the rest tried to find places with fewer people, but the stone scorpions were still chasing them relentlessly. The army of thousands of them was simply a nightmare for others. As long as they were human, they would be fleeing in panic. 3 days passed. They were all tired. At this time, the stone scorpions were much closer to them. When Long Chen turned around, he could roughly see their appearance. They were huge stone scorpions, their bodies made up of strange grayish-white stones. Every stone scorpion was relatively large, and their tails were raised high. It was not just 10 meters, but at least 20 meters. A pair of huge pincers were also raised high. Just like their tails, they were their most terrifying weapons. We can't continue like this. They have already killed many people along the way. However, they still have no intentions of stopping. Could it be that they will continue to chase us until we are all dead? Long Chen asked in a puzzled tone. I don't know either. We have already used up a lot of Wong crystals in the past 3 days. If this continues, I'm afraid we will die in the hands of these damned things before we can even find the small mountain, the gray-clothed young man said exasperatedly. Long Yu also smiled bitterly and shook her head. She had no choice. Another 2 days passed. 1 day and 5 days passed. The three of them were exhausted, but the stone scorpions still did not retreat. At this time, these stone scorpions were more than 100 meters behind Long Chen and the others. As long as one of Long Chen stopped, they would quickly rush over in a few breaths' time. Long Chen and the others were a little anxious. They did not have any clues about the small mountain, but they did not expect to meet these damn things first. They stopped. Long Chen suddenly heard Long Yu's surprised voice. He quickly turned his head and saw that the stone scorpions had actually stopped in their tracks. Smoke and dust began to fall from the sky. Tens of thousands of stone scorpions lined up neatly and stopped more than 100 meters behind Long Chen and the others. Long Chen could finally stop and take a good look at these stone scorpions. At this moment, Long Chen could clearly see that these stone scorpions' gray rocks did not seem to be special. It was just that there were circles of strange black runes on their backs. As they ran, these black runes flashed with a faint light. It was these runes that allowed these things to have such a big movement. They've all stopped. We're not chasing anymore. The gray-clothed young man swayed a few rounds in front of those stone scorpions. Those stone scorpions did not have eyes at all, as if they could not sense the gray-clothed young man's movements. They have not been able to kill us in 5 days. I guess they need energy to maintain themselves. Now that their energy has been exhausted, they should not have any strength left. Long Chen said calmly. That's good. We can finally get rid of these bird things. Let's go. The gray-clothed youth laughed. Wait, they're going to drill into the ground. This 9 Hells Soulless Land is so strange. Aren't you curious about where these stone scorpions came from and what's so special about them? Since we haven't found the small mountain yet, why don't we follow it and take a look? If there's any danger, we'll come back. Long Chen suggested. At this moment, these stone scorpions had already begun to dig on the gray ground. Although their bodies were huge, they seemed to be able to easily drill into the ground. Long Yu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, let's go in and take a look. If there's any danger, we'll come out immediately." Chapter 6:11. In Long Chen's heart, the spirit of adventure was quite sufficient. The gray-clothed youth was the same, and Long Yu was also a decisive person. Using the spirit-devouring demon eye, Long Chen could not see the soul from the stone scorpions, which meant that these stone scorpions did not have a soul. As for what it was, Long Chen did not know. Under the eyes of Long Chen and the others, tens of thousands of stone scorpions began to sink into the ground. The ground here seemed to be the home of the stone scorpions, and after they sank, the ground would automatically return to normal. As for Long Chen and the other two, if they wanted to follow them in, they could only dig their own holes. The three of them all had powerful dragon soul transformations, and the earth martial realm cultivated the earth. They could fuse with the earth and even communicate with it further, so they could roughly keep up with the speed of the stone scorpions underground. At this time, the three of them had all transformed into dragon soul transformations. At this time, Long Yu and the gray-clothed youth realized that Long Chen's dragon soul transformation was different from theirs. Long Chen's dragon soul transformation was much darker in color, and the rules of the dragon scales, as well as the bone spikes, all looked much better than the Long siblings. Although the ancient blood spirit dragon and the red dragon were both red, they were the difference between the strongest and the weakest. Of course, there was a huge difference between the two. "Are you a member of our Long family? Why does it seem like you're stronger than us when you transform into a dragon soul?" the gray-clothed youth said. Long Chen shook his head and laughed. "I don't know either. When I learned the dragon soul transformation, I was already like this. Big sister said that I might be from another branch of your family. Let's hurry up and follow the stone scorpions, don't alarm them." Long Chen did not want others to know about the dragon warrior, so he changed the topic. The three of them were silent as they dug underground. Their bodies, claws, and so on were much harder than the gray soil underground. It was easy to break through the soil. However, the deeper they went, the greater the pressure the soil gave them, and the harder it was for them to endure. The stone scorpions were still going deeper, and it was unknown when they would reach the end. Thus, Long Yu said, "Forget it, if we go any deeper, I'm afraid we won't be able to avoid danger. It's more important to get out." The gray-clothed youth nodded. At this moment, Long Chen exclaimed in a low voice, "They disappeared. There's something strange up ahead." Long Yu had originally decided to leave, but after hearing Long Chen's words, she could only follow Long Chen, who was walking in front, deeper in. Since Long Chen could defeat the martial king, Yang Ningfeng, his strength was most likely the strongest among the three of them, so Long Yu was at ease letting him lead the way. Long Chen headed in the direction where the stone scorpion had disappeared. When he was about to reach the place, Long Chen suddenly felt a cool feeling in front of him. He immediately stopped and thought to himself, "What is it?" His hand gently touched it and moved forward. Suddenly, he felt emptiness, as if his hand had already extended out of the soil. Therefore, Long Chen immediately guessed that there was probably a hollow space in this very, very deep underground. Just how big was this hollow place? Long Chen was bold. Without saying a word, he said, "There's something strange here. I'll go in first. I'll remind you guys if there's anything else." He was the one who had suggested coming here, so he took the lead and headed straight ahead. All of a sudden, his entire body felt empty. Long Chen quickly performed the flying supernatural power that he could use after opening the first aperture of the first heaven aperture of the reaching heaven state after he reached the 9th tier of the reaching heaven state. He stabilized his body in mid-air and looked down. Suddenly, he was a little stunned. This was a huge rock cave, and Long Chen didn't know how big it was. The only thing he saw was that there was a large amount of gravel below. These gravel were exactly the same color as the stone scorpions from before, but those stone scorpions had disappeared. This made Long Chen suspect that the gravel that covered his entire field of vision were those stone scorpions. This was their nest. After coming here, they scattered from the body of the stone scorpions and turned into stone again. Of course, this was just Long Chen's guess. This hollow underground space was densely packed with gravel below. As for above, Long Chen raised his head and looked up. A layer of pitch-black light film blocked a large amount of soil, creating such a huge space in the underground. The pitch-black light was like the ripples on the surface of a lake, flowing on the surface of the light film. It looked rather beautiful. Long Chen had just passed through the light film and arrived here. This light film seemed to only be useful for blocking soil, so he could easily pass through it. At this moment, the light film behind him rippled again, and the figures of Long Yu and the gray-clothed youth appeared. They didn't wait for Long Chen to go back and tell them, but directly came in. That was because they were also worried about Long Chen's safety. After seeing the scene inside, both of them revealed a shocked expression. This cave is really huge, but where are those stone scorpions just now? Long Yu's beautiful eyes flickered with a doubtful light. Long Chen pointed to the endless gravel below and said, "It seems that these are the only things here that are stones." "You mean?" Long Yu's eyes lit up. Halfway through her words, she was interrupted by the gray-clothed youth beside her. At this moment, the gray-clothed youth pointed to a place in surprise, letting Long Chen and the others look over, and said, "Look in the center, there seems to be a very big stone." Following his gaze, Long Chen looked over. Indeed, in the center of the countless gravel, there was a huge spherical stone. This stone was completely gray, and the material was probably the same as the stone on the body of the stone scorpion. This spherical stone was firmly pressed down on the countless gravel. Its surface was smooth, and it flickered with a faint light. Its diameter was about 20 meters. If there's anything strange about this place, it should be on this spherical boulder. Long Chen secretly guessed in his heart. He waved his hand and said, "It's rare for us to come here. Let's go take a look." As he spoke, he once again led the way towards the spherical stone. Along the way, it seemed that everything was calm. Just as they were about to approach the spherical boulder, Long Chen suddenly felt a sense of danger. He hurriedly stopped in his tracks and called for everyone to retreat, and after they retreated, a black light appeared under their feet. Circles of black runes lit up in the air, and a total of more than 10 runes appeared under Long Chen's feet. Then, the gravel was quickly attracted by the runes, and under the structure of the runes, it quickly turned into more than 10 stone scorpions, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, appearing in front of Long Chen. The black runes shone brightly behind them. "It's really these stone scorpions. They've all turned into gravel," the gray-clothed youth said in surprise. Previously, there had been tens of thousands of stone scorpions, which was naturally very terrifying. Now that there were only a dozen, they were not frightened. At this time, there were a lot of gravel on the ground, and more than 10 stone scorpions had only used a small portion of the gravel. Long Chen's mind spun as he said, "The stone scorpions from before chased us for 5 days. I reckon that they've exhausted their strength, so when we barged into their nest, they could only make a dozen or so to deal with us. Let's deal with these dozen or so first." If it was as he had guessed, then he had nothing to fear. More than 10 stone scorpions, Long Chen did not mind. With a whoosh, Long Chen appeared in front of a stone scorpion. The stone scorpion's huge pincers were like 2 meteorites smashing towards him with a loud rumble. Willow Catkin Wind. Long Chen lightly executed this movement technique, and the stone scorpion's attack directly blew him away. It couldn't even touch him. Long Chen was not blown far away, and he quickly turned back. With a whoosh, the tail hidden behind the stone scorpion launched a fierce attack at Long Chen. The speed of the stone scorpion's tail was quite fast, and its strength was much greater than its pincers. The scorpion's tail was its main attack method. The sound of the wind could be heard. Similarly, because of the Willow Catkin wind steps, Long Chen easily dodged its attack. He dodged to the side, causing the stone scorpion's attack to hit nothing but air. Huangfu clan's Willow Catkin wind steps. The Long siblings, who were about to fight with the stone scorpion, were a little shocked when they saw Long Chen's Willow Catkin wind steps. How did the Huangfu clan's Willow Catkin wind steps end up in Long Chen's hands, and how did Long Chen learn it? In such a short period of time, Long Chen not only broke through a level, but also learned 2 middle king-level combat skills. Among them, Long Yu was even more surprised. As for the gray-clothed youth, he deeply admired Long Chen. At first, he did have some sense of superiority. After all, he had reached the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm at this age, which was extremely rare. He was younger than Zhao Danchen by more than 2 years, but after meeting Long Chen, his self-confidence was mercilessly hit. What a freak! The gray-clothed youth was speechless. Long Chen relied on the Willow Catkin wind steps. The stone scorpion couldn't hurt him at all. Instead, it hit the gravel on the ground, causing sparks to fly and explode. More than 10 stone scorpions spread out. Because Long Chen made the first move, a total of 6 stone scorpions surrounded him. Countless attacks were densely packed towards him. To be honest, the attack power and speed of these stone scorpions were quite strong. Long Chen also didn't want to waste energy to fight them head-on. With just the willow catkin wind steps, he could play around with the 6 stone scorpions. Long Chen didn't need to make a move to win. For example, when he saw one of the stone scorpions attack him, he would instantly flash in front of another stone scorpion. When the attack arrived, he would then use the willow catkin wind steps. The stone scorpion's attack was just the wind that blew Long Chen away, but the real attack fell on the stone scorpion behind Long Chen. Chapter 6:12. Kaka. The attacks of their companions caused the stone scorpion's wound to cave in, and web-like cracks to appear. The runes on the stone scorpion's back also dimmed a little. These stone scorpions only had enormous strength, but they had no intelligence and didn't know pain. They attacked tirelessly and were toyed with by Long Chen patiently. Even when one of the stone scorpions was directly struck by its companion and turned into rubble that scattered on the ground, they still didn't stop. In comparison, the attacks of the Long siblings were much fiercer, and the sounds they made were much louder. However, the stone scorpions attacked more frequently. In the end, it was Long Chen who destroyed the stone scorpions faster. In a short 15 minutes, before Long Chen had even made a move, 5 of the stone scorpions had already been killed by their companions. The remaining one was also badly damaged, and the black runes on its back vaguely seemed to be on the verge of disappearing. Boom! Long Chen dodged again, and the tail of the last stone scorpion passed him and directly hit the huge spherical stone behind Long Chen. With a loud boom, the huge stone shook for a moment, but it still stood steadily in the distance without any movement. However, the surface of the huge spherical stone had a crack. He didn't know what kind of secret this huge spherical stone had, but Long Chen couldn't let this guy destroy it. So he made a move, descending from the sky, and slammed his leg down. Howling wind kick technique. Hurricane form. At this time, Long Chen was like a gust of wind, and the gust of wind was filled with afterimages of his legs. This gust of wind swept through the air and landed on the back of the last stone scorpion with a loud bang. Pa 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 pa. A terrifying sound rang out, and the stones on the stone scorpion's body exploded one by one under Long Chen's wind god's kick. By the time Long Chen finished using the hurricane form, the stone scorpion beneath his feet had already turned into rubble. This was the most thoroughly dead one. At this time, the Long siblings were still fighting the last stone scorpion. Each of them had to deal with 4 stone scorpions, so it was a bit easier. However, they were still a bit slower than Long Chen. Long Chen's willow catkin wind steps was simply the bane of stone scorpions. Wind god's kick. The previous willow catkin wind steps had left the Long siblings speechless. Now that Long Chen had revealed his wind god dash, the Long siblings were a bit absent-minded. They had almost been injured by their opponents. Flustered and exasperated, they had revealed their scattered soul dragon claws to end their opponents' lives. The cave immediately fell silent. 7th brother, your catkin wind steps and wind god's kick. Long Yu's expression was a bit unnatural. In her eyes, Long Chen was still a child, but in an instant, he had reached such a level, even surpassing her. This made her, who had always been strong, feel a bit awkward. The willow catkin wind steps was given to me by the Huangfu patriarch. As for this wind god's kick, I obtained it from Yang Ningfeng's corpse. These past few days, I've been cultivating whenever I have time, so I have some insights. Long Chen nodded. Knowing the origins of these battle skills, Long Yu was still very surprised. Long Chen had said that he had some insights, but Long Yu understood that regardless of whether it was the willow catkin wind steps or the wind god's kick, Long Chen was able to use them very well. Whether it's cultivation or battle skills, you're the best genius I've ever seen. Long Yu smiled bitterly. The gray-clothed youth's face also revealed an expression of admiration. He said, I, Long Chen, have never admired anyone in my life. In just a short month, you've cultivated 2 king-level battle skills, and in the end, you've succeeded. I have to say, I admire you. Long Chen laughed. The Long Chen you're talking about really makes me feel conflicted. Haha, having the same name was a tragedy. Especially when the 2 of them bumped into each other. The 2 of them laughed. Although they were laughing, the Long siblings had already begun to feel reverence towards Long Chen. After laughing, Long Chen's gaze turned to the huge spherical boulder. The power of those stone scorpions should have been exhausted. What is this spherical boulder? Long Chen and the other two approached and lightly knocked on the boulder. They discovered that this boulder was the same as the other boulders. The only difference was that it was big and round. It's also a stone, so there shouldn't be any secrets. The gray-clothed youth said. Long Chen studied it for a long time and felt that it was more or less the case. This was only the stone scorpion's lair, so there were no secrets. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard some movements from the spherical boulder. Long Chen immediately put his ear close to the boulder. Sure enough, there was a tapping sound, as if someone was knocking on it from inside. With a look from the spirit-devouring demon eyes, Long Chen discovered that in the center of the boulder, there was a space with a diameter of 1 meter. There was actually a person inside. Long Chen could see his weak soul. What's wrong? Seeing Long Chen's strange expression, Long Yu hurriedly asked. In the middle of this stone, there's a person inside. He doesn't seem to be dead yet. Long Chen said solemnly. How is this possible? There's someone inside. Even if there is, he has been trapped for a long time. He's actually not dead yet. The Long siblings' eyes widened. How is it, big sister? Do you want to open it and take a look? Long Chen asked. At this moment, the gray-clothed youth exclaimed excitedly. Sis, I know who it is. I know who it is. It must be him, it must be him. Seeing that her brother was so excited, Long Yu asked anxiously, who are you talking about? Sis, have you forgotten? When father was still alive, he told us that grandfather disappeared when he was very young. At that time, grandfather was an expert in the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm. He and the Martial Emperor at that time were known as the two great experts. Although father couldn't be sure, he guessed that grandfather's disappearance had a lot to do with the Martial Emperor at that time, who is also the master of the current Martial Emperor. The gray-clothed youth said excitedly. Long Yu's beautiful eyes also revealed an excited expression. She said, Little Chen, you mean to say that inside this stone, it's very likely that our missing grandfather, Long Shan, is inside? Yes. The gray-clothed youth smiled. Then let's break this stone. Let's do it slowly. Don't hurt the old man inside. Long Chen didn't think that there would be such a thing. He didn't need to worry. Judging from the soul, the person inside was already extremely weak and could die at any time. Even if this kind of person was rescued, he wouldn't be a threat to them. However, if it really was their grandfather, then their grandfather was too strong. He had been trapped in this huge stone for so many years and yet he still hadn't died. This huge spherical stone must have been formed later. As for why this huge stone had formed and trapped him, Long Chen didn't understand. The three of them did as they said. Although this huge stone was hard, the three of them had ways to break it. Long Yu and the gray-clothed youth each took out a medium king-level weapon that could cut through iron like mud. It was still effective against this huge stone. As for Long Chen, they were now in the state of dragon soul transformation. Long Chen's claws were no weaker than their weapons. Your claws are so hard. The gray-clothed youth happened to look and was stunned. He realized that apart from his realm, he was inferior to Long Chen in every aspect. Long Chen smiled awkwardly and then continued working. Time passed slowly. It's about time, Long Chen said. Pang, his claws directly reached into a hollow place, and then he used force to dig out a huge stone. Immediately, dust filled the air, and the hollow space of the huge spherical stone appeared in front of Long Chen and the others. Long Chen looked over, and sure enough, there was a person inside. After seeing this person, Long Chen couldn't bear to look anymore. This was an old man, as thin as a match, to the point that he was only skin and bones. He was about the same as Jiang Kuan when he used the Great Zombie technique. His snow-white hair was very long, and his white beard covered his entire face. His clothes were now tattered beyond recognition. Long Chen could only see through the dirty white hair that the old man's eyes were struggling to open. The eyes were murky and dim, and it was obvious that he was about to die. However, after seeing Long Chen and the others, a shocking light burst out from his eyes. Long Chen felt a sense of bloodline from him. The feeling he gave off was similar to Long Yu and the others. Long Chen was sure that this person should be Long Yu's grandfather, Long Shan. After confirming the identity of the person, Long Chen took out hundreds of monarch crystals from the Taishu realm without hesitation and handed them to the old man. He was on the verge of death, so he was extremely short of energy. The monarch crystals could help him fill the gap. Emperor Crystals. After seeing the Emperor Crystals, the old man's dim eyes finally lit up. A suction force suddenly burst out from his body, sucking all the Emperor Crystals into his body. The Emperor Crystals were divided into 9 portions and stuck on the outside of his 9 martial apertures. Long Chen was relieved. He still had the strength to absorb and refine the martial yuan in the Emperor Crystals, which meant that he could still recover. At that moment, a dazzling light burst out from the Emperor Crystals and enveloped the old man. Long Chen took a few steps away and waited for the old man to refine the Emperor Crystals. When he turned around, he saw that Long Yu and the young man in gray were already crying. Long Chen was even more certain of the old man's identity. Grandfather. Long Yu and the young man in gray had probably never seen Long Shan before. However, the feeling of being connected by flesh and blood left a deep impression on them. The old man who had suffered horribly was their grandfather. He had been trapped in the giant rock for at least 30 years, and only managed to survive. Just thinking about it made Long Chen terrified. Therefore, he knew that the Wushu Alliance's methods were indeed despicable and cruel. This time, if it wasn't for Long Chen's sudden idea to follow the stone scorpion to take a look, the old man would have died. He controlled his energy to an extremely low level and did not let himself die, because he still had a sliver of hope in his heart. Long Chen admired this kind of person. Without a strong will, it was impossible to do this. Chapter 6:13. Time passed by slowly. Long Chen could sense that with the old man's original realm and his current level of exhaustion, 100 king crystals would not be enough for him to recover. However, after so many years, it was still a question whether he could recover his strength. Long Chen had the blood refining technique, so he did not have to worry about increasing his qi. The king crystals were mainly used to buy some things, so they were not very useful for the time being. The Long siblings were looking at the old man anxiously. Before they could say anything, Long Chen took out another 200 king crystals. He had a total of 2,000 king crystals, but there were only about 1,500 left. Of course, most of them were obtained from Yang Ningfeng, so he did not feel the pinch. The rich martial essence within the 200 king crystals was absorbed by the old man once again. After about half a day, the light around the old man gradually decreased, and his body gradually appeared. Compared to before, his body was stronger now, and not as terrifying as before. Under his control, the excess white hair gradually fell off. At this moment, the old man opened his eyes, and 2 rays of divine light burst out. In his eyes, Long Chen could vaguely see a dragon pattern. With a whoosh, the old man stood in front of Long Chen and the others. His current appearance was much more normal. At this moment, he was looking at his own body in surprise. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and tears began to fill his eyes. After waiting for so many years, he had finally escaped. One could imagine how excited he was at this moment. It could not be described with words. After crying for a long time, Long Chen and the others did not disturb him. After a few minutes, the old man's tears had all flowed out, and he looked at Long Chen and the others. The dragon soul transformation of these 3 people made him feel very close. "Is your name Long Shan, our grandfather?" Long Yu was not completely sure of the other party's identity, so he asked tentatively. This sentence shocked the old man. He looked at Long Yu and the others in a daze, and said with a trembling voice, You are Yang Er's sons?" Long Yu and the gray-clothed youth hurriedly nodded. Their father was the Yang Er that the old man had mentioned. Okay. The old man's eyes were filled with excitement. He looked around and said, "I didn't expect this. I didn't expect that all of you would come to save me. I was trapped here by Chen Xiong. I thought that I was dead for sure. I didn't expect that I would still have a chance to live. Chen Xiong, where is he now?" When he said this name, Long San's eyes were filled with anger. Chen Xiong, the previous martial emperor. He seemed to have obtained the ancient tomb token and entered the ancient cemetery. He never came back. "He is definitely dead," the gray-clothed youth said. "Dead?" Long Shan was stunned and took a few steps back. Only then did he bitterly smile and say, "So he's already dead. I schemed and swore that if I had the chance, I would definitely take revenge. I never thought that this scum would already be dead." "That's right, it's been too long. Long Yu nodded and said, "Grandfather, I'm my father's eldest daughter. I'm called Long Yu, and this is my brother. He's called..." Long Chen. Seeing that his two grandsons seemed to have rather powerful strength, Long Shan felt very gratified in his heart. He asked, "Where's your father?" "Father also went. Right now, there are only the three of us left in the Long family." Long Yu said. "Younger also went?" Long Shan's face was filled with sorrow and he said, "Younger's cultivation is not good, and his talent is not good. After so many years, I already expected this." Desolate. What's the situation outside? Is the divine Wushu Sage dynasty still under the control of the Wushu alliance? Long Shan sighed and asked after a good while. The current martial emperor is called Zhao Wuji, 4th level of the Earth martial realm. In the divine Wushu Sage dynasty, no one is a match for him. So, right now, the divine Wushu Sage dynasty is still under the control of the Wushu alliance. Long Yu nodded and said, 4th level of the Earth martial realm. Wushu alliance, Chen Xiong. Even if you put me in the 9th Hell Morning Soul Land, I know how to get out. You can't kill me, so you used this method to trap me. But, did you ever think that I would still come out today? With me, can your Wushu alliance still continue to exist? Long Shan's face showed a gloomy smile. Grandfather, what's your current strength? The gray-clothed youngster couldn't help but ask. Long Chen could also see that this old man used to be a peerless strong cultivator. After so many years, who knew what he was like now? The old man shook his head and said, "My real strength is the 5th level of the Earth martial realm. But because of the extreme lack of genuine qi, and because of many injuries, the most I can do now is display the same fighting strength as you. If I have enough king crystals, maybe I can recover to the 4th level of the Earth martial realm. As for the 5th level, I need a very long time to recuperate." His real strength was the 5th level of the Earth martial realm. That was already terrifying enough. After all, the strongest martial emperor in the divine Wushu Sage dynasty, Zhao Wuji, had just reached the 4th level of the Earth martial realm. Long Shan's real strength was much higher than his. "How many king crystals do you need?" Long Chen said straightforwardly. After Long Chen finished speaking, that Long Shan finally noticed Long Chen. At first, Long Chen didn't say a word, causing Long Shan to slightly ignore him. When Long Chen spoke, he suddenly remembered that when Long Yu introduced him, he didn't mention Long Chen. Moreover, Long Chen also called him grandfather. But, what was going on with his dragon soul transformation? Seeing Long Shan's puzzled gaze, Long Yu hurriedly explained, "Grandfather, this youngster's name is also Long Chen. He has the same name as my younger brother. He has the blood of our Long family, so I guess he should be a branch of our family." Branch. Long Shan frowned deeply and said, "In our Long family, other than you and your sister, we basically only have one descendant. I don't have any branches for about 10 generations. How can there be a branch?" Long Shan's words stunned Long Yu and the gray-clothed youth. Long Shan carefully sized up Long Chen, shook his head and said, "His dragon soul transformation is different from ours, so he is not related to our Long family by blood. However, among his ancestors, there is also the legendary dragon warrior. Young man, don't you think so?" Fortunately, this Long Shan couldn't see through Long Chen's background. Thus, he nodded and said, "I'm not very clear about the matters of my ancestors. In my family, only I have awakened this power. I don't know what's going on either." Long Chen couldn't possibly tell them that he was a dragon warrior, so he casually made up a lie. Long Shan remembered that the person who gave him the king crystal had always been this Long Chen. At this time Long Yu said, "Grandfather, we have already become sworn brothers. No matter what his blood relationship with us is, he is still my younger brother. I have already passed on the soul-scattering dragon claw to him. This time, he came to the 9U Death Soul Land to save us." Long Yu was afraid that Long Shan would think that Long Chen was an outsider, so she hurriedly explained. Long Chen also smiled and said, "We have known each other for a long time. I have a lot of king crystals. How many do you need to restore your strength to the 4th level of the Earth martial realm?" If there was really a 4th level of the Earth martial realm, it would be a great help. If Long Chen had a good relationship with him, it would be very easy to do anything in the future, such as the ancient tomb token. There were so many experts in the divine Wushu Sage court who would fight for the ancient tomb token, so Long Chen wasn't very confident. After chatting for a while, Long Shan quickly accepted that Long Chen was also an outstanding junior of his. Thus, he didn't treat him as an outsider and said, If you want to restore your strength to the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm, you will need about 1,000 king crystals. It's really too much. Do you have that many king crystals? Taking out 1,000 king crystals to create an expert in the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm, Long Chen thought it was quite worth it. So he nodded and said, "Of course I have 1,000 king crystals." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Chen counted exactly 1,000 king crystals from the great virtual realm and handed them to Long Shan. "Good boy. You are a forthright person. After I, Long Shan, restore my strength, I will naturally not treat you badly. Even if we are not related by blood, I will protect you like a grandson." For the first time, Long Shan revealed a happy smile. Being someone else's grandson for no reason, Long Chen was a little depressed. However, thinking that the other party was close to 100 years old and was also very strong, he didn't care much about it. The king crystals came very quickly. He just needed to kill Yang Ningfeng, and it was not easy to have such an expert protect him. The Long siblings looked at Long Chen with gratitude. This time, Long Chen had come to the 9 Serenities Morning Soul Land, which had done them a great favor. Although Long Yu and Long Chen were sworn siblings, she still felt a little embarrassed. "Big sister, don't look at me like that. The soul-dispersing dragon claw you gave me is the price of these king crystals," said Long Chen with a smile. "I'm just thinking about how wise of a decision it was to save you from the ancient demon area. Hee, you should thank that girl called Lu Yi. Without her request, Wu Ya wouldn't have risked his life to save you," Long Yu said with a smile. Lu Yi. He didn't know whether Jiang Wuya could solve her problem. Zhao Danshan said it would take more than a month. Now it was almost a month. If Jiang Wuya couldn't solve it, Long Chen could only solve it by force with so many experts on his side. He just didn't know if there would be enough time. No one was in a hurry to go out. They were waiting for Long Shan to absorb the power of the 1,000 king crystals. After he succeeded, they would have a warrior at LV4 of the Earth Martial Arts realm. By then, they wouldn't have to be afraid of a martial emperor anymore. They would be able to do whatever they wanted in Martial Emperor City. 1,000 king crystals were arranged orderly around Long Shan. Each king crystal was glowing like the most beautiful jade in the world. These king crystals gathered together and formed a glowing halo, which slowly and steadily rotated around Long Shan. Chapter 6:14. Then what is the ancient devil's corpse? Long Chen asked. Ancient demon? That's just the name you gave the corpse. It's called a demon, but in reality, it's only the corpse of a strong cultivator in the past. After the strong cultivator died, the corpse was refined and used in battle. What can be used is only the strength of the strong cultivator when he was alive. If the ancient demon's corpse can reach the 4th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm or above, it means that in the Heaven Martial Arts realm, when he was alive, he was not a weak cultivator, said the kitten. There were quite a few strong cultivators in the Myriad Kingdom's territory. Most likely a long time ago there had been quite a few in the Heaven realm. It was quite normal for the ancient demon's territory to have such a corpse. Why didn't the ancient demon area use the ancient devil's corpse? It's very simple. Right now, they can't use the ancient devil's corpse. After absorbing enough life spirit chi, they should be able to use it. It seems that I have to pay more attention to the ancient devil's corpse. Long Chen remembered this matter in his heart. At this point, the surrounding environment had changed. The gray fog had dissipated a lot, and the gray clouds in the sky had now turned into a vast gray sky. This meant that they were already quite a distance away from their original position. If this continues, we will definitely be able to leave this damned place. With an expert like Long Shan, they would no longer have to be afraid of a martial emperor after leaving. Long Yu and the gray-clothed youth were looking forward to the situation after Long Shan left. As for Long Chen, he was thinking about another matter, and that was the matter of Lu Yi. Lu Yi and Long Chen were friends, and she was also Jiang Wuya's daughter. She was a good girl. To let her marry some Zhao Danshan, Long Chen could only say, "Zhao Danshan, go to hell." However, Long Chen didn't know how much time they had left. Therefore, he was also a bit anxious. Everything depended on how many days they could leave. Following the direction indicated by the compass, a total of 7 days had passed since they had obtained the compass. On this day, Long Chen and the others suddenly felt as if the surrounding temperature had risen significantly. Why is it that the more we follow the direction of the geomantic compass, the higher the temperature here becomes? Additionally, The ground is gradually changing from gray to a faint red color. If we keep going like this, will it turn red? The gray-clothed youngster said with a somewhat gloomy tone. Indeed, although Long Chen kept changing directions, it gave him the feeling that he was always going in the direction of a fire. Smelling the fire, Amo Xiaolang, who was in Long Chen's great virtual world, asked happily, "Big brother, could it be that we are approaching a place with a fire? Even from so far away, the temperature can still be affected. This means that fire is not simple." "I don't know. Let's hurry up and take a look," Long Chen said. The group continued forward. The further they went, the higher the temperature. Soon, Long Chen discovered that the entire sky had turned scarlet. Walking on the ground felt like they were stepping on a red-hot wok. Wisps of flames ignited in the air before quickly disappearing. The exit of the 9 serene morning soul land might be enveloped in a sea of fire. Long Chen walked at the very front. At this moment, the compass changed directions again and pointed south. "Go this way." Long Chen had just pointed in a direction when the compass suddenly exploded in his hand. "What's going on?" Long Shan and the others asked hurriedly. "Without this compass, we won't be able to leave." The gray-clothed youth revealed a dispirited expression. Because he had saved Long Shan, he no longer had to be threatened by martial emperors. He had been waiting to leave the 9 serene morning soul land. He had not expected the compass to shatter at this moment. "Don't worry." Long Chen was shocked at first. However, he thought about it and said, "We've already come this far. Furthermore, the compass pointed us in a direction just now. There's no way we can't get out. If we keep heading south, we should be able to succeed." "I approve of this." Long Yu was the first to nod. Although Long Chen was the youngest here, his performance had always been very steady. He was even more steady than the other Long Chen. Thus, everyone headed south. This place was already hot enough. The further south they went, the hotter Long Chen felt. From this, Long Chen knew that he was definitely on the right path. After walking in this direction for another half a day, Long Chen suddenly discovered that the entire world was enveloped in flames. Small flames flickered in the air continuously before being extinguished. It could be seen how high the temperature here was. Although the temperature was high, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had dropped to an almost non-existent level. Compared to the gray land from before, it was even thinner. Furthermore, Long Chen even felt a whirling wind. This 9 serene morning soul land is already very difficult to get out of. At the exit, there's still this flame blocking the way. With such tyrannical flames, we probably won't be able to find the exit. The gray-clothed youth looked at the fiery red in front of him and said with some dismay. The surrounding temperature was getting higher and higher. Long Yu's expression was also unsightly. Long Shan's thin face was also tensed up. Only Long Chen had a relaxed expression. They were all very curious about Long Chen's situation. Thus, Long Chen asked in disbelief, "Seventh brother, could it be that you have a way? Let's talk about it after we find the exit." "I'm not sure right now," said Long Chen. Finally, a sea of flames appeared in front of them. Long Chen raised his head and saw a majestic scene in front of him. At the place where the red sky and the earth intersected, there was a huge flaming wheel placed horizontally. This flaming wheel was spinning rapidly, and the countless flames on it scattered towards the surroundings. It was like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Balls of flames fell towards the surroundings and started burning fiery red sand. This huge flaming wheel was rather huge under the group's path. Long Chen wasn't sure if they could find their way south if they went around this flaming wheel. Moreover, Long Chen reckoned that this was the exit of the 9 serene morning soul land, and it was very likely that it was in the middle of this flaming wheel. "Grandpa, what should we do?" asked the gray-clothed youngster after seeing the situation. The aged Long Shan frowned deeply. He stared at the huge flaming wheel in the sky and said with a bitter smile, "With the temperature of this flaming wheel with my chi, I think I can barely go to the center of the flaming wheel. If there's an exit there, I can still go out. But I'm not sure about you guys. It's not that you can't go out." Long Shan was actually a strong cultivator in the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Although he could only use the chi of the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm, he still had some knowledge. If he said that Long Chen and the others couldn't go out with the support of chi, then they definitely couldn't go out. Everyone was very depressed. After thinking so hard, they still couldn't go out. In the future they would still die here. "Grandpa, quickly think of a way. I don't want to stay here." The gray-clothed youngster had the protection of his elders, so he could only place his hopes on Long Shan. Long Shan was also thinking of a way. The more he thought, the more he frowned. Long Chen, what about you? Do you have any ideas? At that moment, Long Yu remembered that Long Chen didn't seem to be worried at all. She looked at Long Chen for help. At that moment, Long Chen was talking to Kitten. The center of the flaming wheel is definitely the exit of the 9th hell-grieving soul land, said Kitten confidently. Why? Asked Long Chen. Didn't you notice? The natural energy here is even thinner. When you approach the center of the fire wheel, you will realize that the natural energy is so dense. The natural energy of the 9 Serenities Morning Soul Grounds is actually all being sucked out of the outside world by the fire wheel. That is why this place has become a hell devoid of natural energy. So that's how it is. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. Of course, you don't have to worry at all. This flame won't be able to stop you at all, because you have the monstrous black puppy as a brother. With him here, even the ancestral flame won't be a problem for you, let alone this insignificant beast flame. The kitten rubbed its big belly as it spoke in a calm manner. This is a type of beast flame. The eyes of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang lit up. Yes, it's also a flame born from the bones of a beast. It's been around for a long time, so I can't tell what kind of flame it is. However, looking at the size of the flaming wheel, you can tell how huge the beast was. In the great virtual realm, Xiaolang couldn't wait any longer. He said, Big brother, since the exit is in the center of the flaming wheel, let me devour this beast flame. I can feel that this beast flame is much more terrifying than the blue magic flame. Indeed, there was only a little bit of the blue magic flame, but there were so many beast flames. However, the quantity was tens of thousands of times that of the blue magic flame. To Xiaolang, the higher the grade of the flame, the more nourishment he would get. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was endless. As long as Xiaolang could continue to grow, he would definitely have a bright future. His potential might even be greater than Long Chen's. Of course, it would also depend on how many such flames there were in the world. Long Chen nodded. At this moment, Long Yu and the others looked at Long Chen for help. What should they do? 7th brother, do you have a way? Long Yu asked again, looking a little anxious. Long Chen had told her about Jiang Wuya and Lu Yi. She must be equally anxious. Don't worry. Leave everything to me. Wait for me here. I'll head over first, Long Chen said with a smile. There was still a distance between them and the flaming wheel. Long Chen dashed forward, as though he was going to rush into the flame. What the hell is this kid doing? Long Yu's eyes were filled with doubt. She didn't know about Xiaolang's talent. Chapter 6:15. After saying that, Long Chen took a step forward and headed towards the huge fire wheel on the horizon. No matter how many raging flames there were, it was difficult for these flames to cause any harm to Long Chen. When the huge fire wheel was right in front of Long Chen raised his head and said faintly, Xiaolang, come out. I'll leave the rest to you. Mo Xiaolang had been improving all the way by following Long Chen. This proved that his choice back then was correct. If he had stayed in Songyang country or come out alone, without Long Chen's fortuitous encounter and protection, it was very likely that he would have been killed by some guy who hunted demonic beasts. It should be known that Long Chen had killed many demonic beasts himself. In the dragon sacrificial continent, demonic beasts hunted humans and humans hunted demonic beasts. Basically, there were very few people like the war people who could tame demonic beasts to fight for them or become friends with demonic beasts. Those who were not of the same race must have different intentions. Humans and demonic beasts had always been mortal enemies. Long Yu and the other two stared at Long Chen in the distance, not knowing what Long Chen was going to do. At this moment, Long Chen opened his arms and a black shadow suddenly pounced out from his chest. It instantly expanded and turned into a huge and majestic black wolf, pouncing towards the fire wheel in front of Long Chen. Xiaolang. Long Yu narrowed her eyes. She remembered that this was a demonic beast that followed Long Chen. When they were in the spirit stream, Long Chen had let Xiaolang show his face, so Long Yu knew him. This is just a demonic beast. What can it do? The gray-clothed youngster said speechlessly. He thought that Long Chen could take out some earth-shattering treasure to break a path through the flames. I don't know either, but 7th brother has always been very reliable. When I first met him, he hadn't even reached the earth martial realm, but now he already has this kind of strength. Don't you guys think it's scary? Long Yu's pretty face was filled with a gratified smile. Feeling that in his sister's heart, his position was not even comparable to that of the other Long Chen, the gray-clothed youth was somewhat displeased. He muttered, "Is he that amazing? Just watch. Even Grandpa can't do anything about these flames. I don't believe he can." Just as he said this, Xiao Lang's body had already grown to a height of nearly 20 meters. Long Chen stood behind him, not much bigger than Xiao Lang's toes. This was already the largest size a first-grade king-level sun-devouring demonic wolf could reach. As his strength increased, he believed that his body would also slowly grow bigger. At the very least, among the beast kings, the bigger the demonic beast, the more powerful it was. It's about to begin. Long Chen had a smile on his face as he watched his brother's performance with satisfaction. Mo Xiaolang's strength was also his strength. Howl. At that moment, Mo Xiaolang raised his head and let out a desolate howl. This howl was filled with power and shook the surrounding flames away. From it, one could hear Xiao Lang's excitement. Then, Xiao Lang started running towards the huge fire wheel. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the huge body of the sun-devouring demonic wolf plunged into the rapidly spinning fire wheel. Of course, although Xiao Lang was big, he was still very small compared to the entire fire wheel. To the wheel of fire, it was an insignificant black dot, but it caused a huge tremor. The wheel of fire, which was originally spinning at a high speed, was now trembling. It was as if it was a person who had swallowed poison and was curled up on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flames on the fire wheel stopped shooting in all directions. The high-speed spinning fire wheel instantly slowed down until it almost stopped. The original fire wheel turned into a ball of fire and quickly shrank. In the center of this ball of fire, Long Chen saw a small black dot. Long Chen knew that this was Xiao Lang. An enormous and terrifying aura emanated from the little black dot's body. Long Yu and the rest also saw this strange situation. At the beginning, they did not have much hope, but now they were dumbstruck, especially the gray-clothed youth. At this moment his upper and lower lips were trembling and he stammered, This demon wolf, it is clearly only a first-grade king level. Why is it so strange? From the looks of it, the flames that covered the sky seemed to have been controlled by the sun-devouring demonic wolf. The gray-clothed youth had thought that Long Chen wouldn't be able to do anything, but now it seemed that he had underestimated Long Chen. This caused his face to turn red. This was caused by embarrassment. Do you know the name of this brat's demonic beast? Long Shan's face was also filled with shock. He observed for a while before asking Long Yu. Long Yu said, "It should be called the sun-devouring demonic wolf. It's a mutated demonic beast." This name was probably given by seventh brother himself. Sun-devouring demonic wolf. Sun-devouring demonic wolf. What a good sun-devouring demonic wolf. This demonic beast can actually devour beast fire. It's really an extraordinary demonic beast. I've never heard of such a demonic beast in my life. A grave expression appeared in Long Shan's eyes. Is this demonic beast that powerful? Long Shan could be called the strongest expert in the Wushu Sage era. His evaluation of the sun-devouring demonic wolf was so high that even the gray-clothed youth was speechless. Originally, he was a little unconvinced by Long Chen, but now it seemed that Long Chen was able to make such a terrifying demonic beast submit completely. There must be something extraordinary about him. I don't know either. It's just that the ability to devour beast fire is unique. Thanks to this brat, we'll definitely be able to get out of this 9 Nether Morning Soul Land. Long Shan smiled. Naturally, everyone wanted to get out of this damned place. There are many mystical things about this young man. He even has such a monstrous beast. He is a person with great luck. If you are on good terms with him and even help him, you will definitely not lose out. You will even benefit greatly. Long Shan sighed as he stroked his long beard and said thoughtfully, "Is that so?" Long Yu was a little absent-minded. When she saved Long Chen back then, she didn't know that he would have such a day. But now that she thought about it, if she hadn't saved him back then, not only her, but everyone in the dragons would probably not have a good ending. As they were talking, there was a huge change at the fire wheel. The huge ball of fire that was originally in the sky was now shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. As time passed, the ball of fire gradually became smaller and the surrounding temperature was also dropping. Even the fiery red color on the ground was gradually fading to gray. Success! A smile appeared on Long Chen's face. The beast fire was the reason why this place was fiery red. When the unknown beast fire was devoured by the sun-devouring demonic wolf, this place quickly recovered to the same state as the other places in the 9 Nether Morning Soul Land. A gray sky gradually appeared in front of Long Chen and the rest. The ball of fire in the sky had already shrunk until it disappeared. What appeared in the sky was a huge black demonic wolf. This demonic wolf's body was currently burning with fiery red flames. The huge fire wheel had now been completely replaced by the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Although they had already expected this scene, Long Shan and the rest were still shocked when they saw this scene. They looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. The performance of Long Chen and his demonic beast was simply too heaven-defying. At this moment, the blazing fire wolf in the sky had already rushed towards Long Chen until it turned into a beam of fiery red light and rushed into Long Chen's chest. Only then did everything return to normal. Long Chen knew that because of this unknown beast fire, Mo Xiaolong's strength would definitely increase by a lot. This kind of increase would definitely be much greater than what the blue devil flame had given to Xiao Lang. After devouring the beast fire, Xiao Lang would sleep for a while. When he woke up, his strength would increase once again. From the heaven rank to the king class, Xiao Lang would undergo a metamorphosis that would take a long time. However, this time, it probably wouldn't take that long. Previously, there had been the sound of burning flames everywhere. Now, everything was quiet. Long Shan and the rest quickly moved in the direction of Long Chen. Soon, they were standing beside Long Chen. Before they could praise Xiao Lang's heaven-defying abilities, their gazes were attracted by the situation in front of them. In the sky in front of them, a whirlpool-like ripple appeared. It was like the surface of a lake had been placed vertically. Circles of transparent ripples appeared. This should be the exit. Let's go out first. After saying that, Long Chen didn't stop and directly moved forward. His body quickly disappeared into the ripple. This young man is really courageous, Long Shan said approvingly. If he was small, would he dare to come here alone to save me? I'm afraid he would be the first person to enter the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land on his own. Long Yu smiled sweetly. Then, her delicate body flashed and disappeared into the ripple. The others also followed and disappeared into the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land. 7-layered Demon World, 6th layer, Ancient Demon Region's Imperial Palace. The Ancient Demon Region had 7 Imperial Palaces and 1 Imperial Palace. The 7 Imperial Palaces were located in the mountains of the Ancient Demon Region. The Imperial Palace was located in the 6th layer of the 7-layered Demon World. Only demon generals and above were qualified to enter the Imperial Palace. In the Imperial Palace, there were many supreme elders. The most important ones were the Demon King's family. The Imperial Palace in the 6th layer of the 7-layered Demon World was much more magnificent than the Imperial Palace. It was completely black and filled with a depressing and solemn atmosphere. The attendants in the Imperial Palace had been trained since they were young. They stayed in the Imperial Palace all their lives to serve the people in the Imperial Palace. At that moment, the attendants lowered their heads and walked carefully in the Imperial Palace. They didn't dare to make the slightest mistake. The Imperial Palace was the core of the Ancient Demon Region. The Ancient Demon Region was one of the great powers of God Wushu Sage's Imperial Palace. Chapter 616. Of course, in the past, the people in the Imperial Palace were super experts for Long Chen. But now, they were just ants in his eyes. The Imperial Palace, which used to be mysterious and vast, was just so in Long Chen's eyes. In front of the magnificent gate of the Imperial Palace, there were 108 black armored guards, whose cultivation was above the 8th level of the reaching heaven state. They would stay in the 6th level of the realm of devils for the rest of their lives. They only had 2 ways out. One was to be eliminated and killed when they were old, and the other was to break through to the 9th level of the reaching heaven state and become the highest elder. At this moment, the 108 black armored guards were standing together solemnly. In front of them stood the gloomy young expert, Jiang Wuya. At this time, Jiang Wuya was coldly looking at a red-eyed woman in front of him with his hands clasped behind his back. It was Queen Qingli. Prince Wushang, let me in. I want to see my daughter. Queen Qingli's eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that she was in a bad mood. She looked into Jiang Wushang's eyes and gradually lost her patience. I'll say it again. Jiang Wushang smiled coldly and said, My father has ordered that no one can see Lu Yi, No matter whether it's Zhang Wuya or you. Queen Qingli's voice was cold. She took a step forward and said, "Why can't I see my daughter? Zhang Wushang, don't force me. You want to marry her to Zhao Danshan of the Martial Emperor, but you can't deprive me of my right to see her." "I'm forcing you, King Qingli. As one of the 7 great devil kings of the ancient devil region, you don't even listen to the orders of the devil emperor. Do you want to rebel?" Zhang Wushang waved his hand, and his face was full of indifference. Yeah. Queen Qingli was so angry that her full chest rose and fell rapidly. She took a deep breath and made up her mind. Then she said, "I have to see Yi today. Don't blame me for killing whoever dares to stop me." As she spoke, she strode toward Zhang Wushang's side, intending to bypass Zhang Wushang and enter the imperial palace from behind. In the ancient devil territory, the only ones who could suppress a devil king were the 2 old devil saints and a devil emperor. As for Zhang Wushang, he was just a young junior in the earth martial arts realm. Courting death. Zhang Wushang was unhappy that the crazy woman dared to be tough. Before Prince Qingli took action, he directly took action. Since he was defeated by Long Chen in Yunmeng Lake, his temper had changed a lot. He became extremely irritable, which could be felt by those who were close to him. The news that Long Chen defeated Zhang Wushang had long been spread to the ancient devil territory. Zhang Wushang had always been a legend in the ancient devil territory, but this legend had been defeated so miserably. At first, people laughed at him and secretly sighed that Long Chen was so lucky. But when Long Chen defeated Martial Emperor Yang Ningfeng among the war people, they knew that Long Chen did not rely on luck, but on his extraordinary talent. At the gate of the imperial palace, Zhang Wushang and Queen Qingli fought. One was young but had a super powerful cultivation method, and the other had many years of experience. The 2 experts in the earth martial arts realm were fighting hard. The battle between the experts in the earth martial arts realm was a rare opportunity. The black armored guards had no ability to stop it, so they watched carefully and absorbed the essence of the experts in the earth martial arts realm from their battle. Of course, 1 or 2 black armored warriors went in to report. In this imperial palace, the only one who could pay attention to Zhang Wushang was Zhang Wuxia, the devil emperor. So this time, they must have gone to report to Zhang Wuxia. Seeing that her daughter was eager to fight, Queen Qingli became more and more angry. Zhang Wushang's indifferent expression made her fight more and more crazy. "Crazy woman, are you courting death?" Zhang Wushang was forced to retreat for a while. He hurriedly cursed and used his trump card, the ancient devil's fist scripture, to fight against King Qingli. At first, he just wanted to stop King Qingli, but now he was angry. About a quarter of an hour later, a black whirlwind rushed out of the imperial palace. With a bang, King Qingli let out a cry of pain and was sent flying by the black shadow. The black armored guards all made a noise. At this time, the fight had stopped. Zhang Wushang's face was pale and he was panting. The indifferent person standing next to him was Zhang Wuxia, the devil emperor. Zhang Wuxia directly sent King Qingli flying. At this time, King Qingli fell to the ground. After rolling a few times, she stood up awkwardly. Seeing that it was devil emperor, she was anxious and frightened. A trace of blood hung on the corner of her mouth. Devil emperor's attack just now had injured her. However, since Lu Yi arrived at the imperial palace more than 10 days ago, King Qingli had not seen her daughter. Seeing that devil emperor was going to marry her to Martial Emperor City, how could King Qingli be at ease? She knew her daughter well. Lu Yi's character was fragile. She couldn't bear being forced like this. Today, she might have cried so much that she had no tears. King Qingli was even worried that she might have some thoughts. After all, King Qingli knew who she was thinking about. "Qingli, how dare you attack me in front of my imperial palace? Do you want to die?" Devil Emperor's cold voice sounded in King Qingli's ears. The coldness from his heart made King Qingli's hair stand on end. "Your Majesty, Devil Emperor. I want to see my daughter Yi. I hope your Majesty can allow it." King Qingli was a little scared and said nervously. She knew that if Devil Emperor wanted to kill her, he could do it casually. The ancient demon region didn't lack King Qingli. "You want to see Yi?" Unexpectedly, Devil Emperor didn't deny it directly. Instead, he repeated it. "Yes." King Qingli nodded. She vaguely saw hope. She hadn't seen her daughter for more than 10 days. She didn't know how she was doing. King Qingli felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. The Demon King thought for a while, then nodded and said, You are Yi's mother. Yi is going to be married to the Martial Alliance. She is going to be married to the Martial Emperor Zhao Danchen, who is favored by the heavens. This is a great thing. Yi has brought glory to the ancient demon area. As her mother, of course you have the right to see her. Really? Thank you, Your Majesty. King Qingli was overjoyed. She knelt down and kowtowed. She didn't stand up until Devil Emperor waved his hand impatiently. She couldn't suppress her excitement. Come with me. Prince Qingli quickly followed him into the imperial palace. Prince Qingli was familiar with the imperial palace. Soon, Prince Qingli was taken to a big yard called Purple Bamboo Pavilion in the imperial palace. There were many purple bamboos in the yard. There was a yard deep in the bamboo forest. When they came to the yard, Devil Emperor turned around and said to the frightened but excited Prince Qingli, Yi is inside. I'll give you half an hour. You can go by yourself in half an hour. Prince Qingli looked at Prince Qingli and said, Yi is inside. Yes, I will leave in 1 hour. King Qingli nodded and said. She dared to be presumptuous in front of Jiang Wushang, but she didn't dare to disobey Devil Emperor. After all, Jiang Wushang couldn't kill her, but Devil Emperor could kill her easily. Who is Zhao Danchen? He is one of the 3 martial emperors and the only personal disciple of the strongest person in the Wushu Sage Empire. He has reached the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm at the age of 21. He will definitely become a martial emperor of the Wushu Alliance in the future. Besides, he has the innate golden body. It is a blessing for Yi to marry such an expert. I hope you all understand, said Devil Emperor lightly. Yes, Your Majesty. I know all about it. King Qingli knew clearly that Devil Emperor let her come here for a purpose. Lu Yi must want to die. The only one who could persuade her was King Qingli. Remember, if her condition doesn't change, you don't have to see her in the future. Devil Emperor said coldly. His cold voice was like a sharp awl piercing into Long Chen's flexibility. King Qingli felt a chill in her heart and nodded obediently. People in Jianghu couldn't control themselves, let alone in the ancient demon area, where the Devil Emperor was the ruler. How could King Qingli disobey his order? After versatile Demon Emperor left, Queen Qingli shed tears. She walked into the yard gently and opened the door with a squeak. A girl in white was lying on the bed in the pink quilt. Her eyes were scattered and silent, as if she had lost her life. The sound of the door opening did not wake her up from her daze. Seeing her daughter like this, King Qingli felt distressed. Hearing the familiar voice, Lu Yi's body trembled and she hurriedly climbed out of bed. After seeing that it was her mother, tears poured out of her eyes. After staying in the royal palace for so long, she had become much thinner than before. The 2 of them had tears in their eyes. They stared at each other for a long time before Lu Yi said, Mother, did the Demon King send you to persuade me? Don't worry, I'm fine. Everything that happened before was just a show for them. I won't commit suicide because of this. Seeing that her daughter could still think like this, King Qingli was very pleased. She kindly stroked Lu Yi's long hair and head and said, My good daughter, you have really grown up. You are right. I was worried that you would be very sad here. Seeing you like this, I am much more relieved. Lu Yi pursed her lips and nodded. She said, Yes, mother. I heard that. Jiang Wuya came to the ancient demon area to make trouble and was injured by Devil Emperor. How is he now? Hearing this name, a trace of confusion flashed through Princess Qingli's eyes. She shook her head helplessly and said, I don't know. It should be okay. You know what happened between us. He is indeed your father, but what? Lu Yi didn't have a father since she was a child, so she was very concerned about this matter. Chapter 6:17. It's not all his fault. I don't want to talk about the old grudges. The problem now is how to help you get through this. King Qingli changed the topic and looked at Lu Yi with concern. Mother, do you think he will come to save me on my way to the Martial Emperor city? Lu Yi suddenly asked. She was talking about Jiang Wuya. I think so. According to his character, he will never give up until he has accomplished something, just like how he followed that woman, King Qingli said. He will come to save me, but I heard that he is at the 2nd level of the Earth martial arts realm. This time, the Demon Emperor will bring me to the Martial Emperor city in person. Zhao Danchen will also come to marry me. They are all warriors at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm. Jiang Wuya will die if he comes, Lu Yi said worriedly. Although they had only talked a few words, he was her father after all. Lu Yi didn't want to see him die like this. I don't know. I can't control this matter with my ability. Not to mention the demon emperor, Zhao Danchen is too strong. He is so young, but he has already reached the 3rd level of the earth martial arts realm. Even Jiang Wushang is only qualified to carry his shoes. They are not at the same level. Lu Yi's face was full of gloom. She opened her red lips and thought of a person. She said, Mother, I heard that Long Chen defeated and killed Yang Ningfeng, one of the 3 martial emperors in the war people. He also killed him. Long Chen is definitely younger than Zhao Danchen, and his strength is similar. In terms of talent, Long Chen is much stronger than him. Thinking of this person, Lu Yi's heart rippled. At that time, they had been together for a while. She could never have imagined that the lonely, despicable young man would reach such a level after leaving the ancient demon area. Yes, Long Chen's progress has shocked the entire Wushu sage court. Now his reputation is almost the same as that of the 2 geniuses, Zhao Danchen. If he can come to save you, you will be safe, but what? Lu Yi asked nervously. Long Chen is not among the war people. He hasn't shown up for a long time. If he is still in the Wushu sage court, he will definitely come here. So, I guess he has left the Wushu sage court. Maybe there is another possibility. I heard that Long Yu was caught in the soul land of the 9th sex. If Jiang Wuya did not go to the martial emperor city, someone must have gone. That must be Long Chen. The soul land of the 9th sex. Lu Yi exclaimed. Her face was pale as she said, Mother, he can enter that place, but he can't come out. Could he have already? It's hard to say. Although he is strong, he is still far from being a martial emperor. Monarch Qingli sighed. Lu Yi took 2 steps back. Silly girl. You should worry about yourself. If you really can't do it, you can only accept your fate. I am useless, I can't help you. Monarch Qingli held her in her arms. Her eyes were filled with tears. Do I have to accept my fate? Lu Yi muttered to herself in a daze. The martial emperor city was still bustling today. The bustling crowd was walking on the street outside the martial emperor city. In the martial emperor inner city, it was much quieter. There were not many people on the wide street. In the center of the martial emperor inner city was the towering martial emperor palace. Legend had it that the strongest person in the divine Wushu sage dynasty, martial emperor Zhao Wuji, lived in the martial emperor palace. The arch palace was completely sealed off. Outsiders couldn't see what was inside the arch palace. To ordinary people, the arch palace was a towering tower in the clouds. The ruler of the Shenwu sacred dynasty was at the top of that tower. From time to time, people would look at the top of the tower with reverence. Everything was peaceful in the martial emperor inner city. At this moment, ripples appeared in the sky above the martial emperor's inner city. The ripples made the sky look like the surface of a lake. This magical scene caused everyone to raise their heads and look at the ripples in the sky. They began to discuss among themselves. This movement must be caused by the martial emperor, the crowd thought. In the divine Wushu sage dynasty, the martial emperor Zhao Wuji was almost like a god. Just as this thought appeared in everyone's mind, 4 figures suddenly appeared in the center of the ripples. The figures quickly solidified, revealing themselves to be 4 people. The 4 people were floating in the sky. It was obvious that they were experts who had opened the first heaven aperture of the heaven ascension state. Because they were too high up, the crowd could not see the appearances of Long Chen and the others clearly. Most of the people who could fly in the sky of the martial emperor city were the upper echelons of the martial emperor city. Therefore, everyone looked at Long Chen and the others with respect and awe. Only some of the more powerful existences in the martial emperor city noticed this unusual movement. It was broad daylight. Basically, the people in the martial emperor city who were not in their houses could see the 4 people in the sky. Long Chen and the others had come here after coming out of the 9th Serenity Morning Land. They had not expected the exit to be in the sky. If they had not reached the 9th heaven ascension state, they would have fallen to their deaths. After stabilizing his body, Long Chen smiled bitterly. As he looked down, he easily discovered that the massive martial emperor city was right below him. Not far from him was the most sacred building in the martial emperor city, the martial emperor palace. If the martial emperor was in the martial emperor palace, he would be very close to Long Chen. Long Chen was overwhelmed with shock. He had entered the Nine Serenities graveyard this time. Even if he had been able to save Long Yu, the result would not have been good, because the exit of the Nine Serenities graveyard was near the Martial Emperor Palace. But luckily, he had saved Long Shan. Long Shan had been Zhao Wuji's master's rival. Even though he had been imprisoned for many years and only had the fighting strength of the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm, he was still strong enough to fight shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Wuji. With his protection, there was nothing to worry about. Martial Emperor City. So be it. Feeling the world again, feeling the rich spiritual qi of heaven and earth, Long Chen felt like he had been reincarnated, let alone Long Shan. Long Shan had stayed in the 9th Serenity Morning Land for so many years. When he felt the outside world, tears welled up in his eyes. Boom! Long Shan lightly punched out, and a huge ripple immediately broke through the clouds, shaking into the distance. I didn't expect that I, Long Shan, would be able to come out alive one day. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. Long Sen looked at his fists in disbelief. His eyes were filled with tears of emotion. Looking at him, Long Chen recalled his appearance when he had been pulled out from the center of the huge rock. He also felt sad. He had been trapped like this for so many years. It was easy to imagine how tough the old man was and how strong the hatred in his heart was. It was a pity that the most important thing to him, Chen Xiong, was no longer in this world. Grandfather, I'll do whatever you want to do. Seeing Long Shan's blood-red eyes looking at Martial Emperor City, the gray-clothed youth thought for a moment and understood his intentions. Long Shan's rebirth represented the rise of the divine Wushu Sage dynasty. The number of experts in their bloodline had already surpassed that of the Martial Emperor's bloodline. Long Shan took a deep breath. The ferocious expression on his face disappeared and was replaced with calmness. He said slowly, "We are not in a hurry. Let the divine Wushu Sage dynasty control this world for a while longer." The divine Wushu Sage dynasty was protected by the ancestors of my Long family. Our Long family has fought for this country for countless years. Our ancestors lost this country in the end. We will take it back sooner or later. I believe that time is not far away. Long Chen also knew what they wanted to do. They wanted to destroy the Martial Emperor's bloodline and take control of the divine Wushu Sage dynasty. Under the control of the Martial Emperor, the people of the divine Wushu Sage dynasty basically had no freedom to speak of. Most people lived under oppression. Moreover, Long Chen was on Long Shan's side. Therefore, Long Chen supported them. With Long Yu's existence in the Long family, Long Chen believed in them. They wanted to destroy the Martial Emperor's bloodline. Of course, Long Chen would raise both hands in approval. Of course, now was not the time. Long Shan had just recovered and still needed a long time to recover. Moreover, the Martial Emperor's bloodline had been operating in the divine Wushu Sage dynasty for many years. Many things had long been deeply rooted. It was not something that could be uprooted in a day. It was also not something that could be accomplished by killing the Martial Emperor. The most important thing now was to leave this place. Long Chen was still worried about Lu Yi. He did not know how Zhang Wuya was doing. "Grandpa, we can't stay here for long. Let's go quickly," Long Yu said. "Go." "Haha, these arrogant guys won't allow us to leave easily." Long Shan smiled softly. As soon as he finished speaking, warriors in the Martial Emperor's inner city soared into the air one by one and surrounded Long Chen and the others. Perhaps they felt that the strength of Long Chen and the others was at least above the Earth martial arts realm, so those who came out were basically figures above the Martial King realm. There were a total of 10 great Wushu sage in the Wushu alliance. Jiang Kuan and Sword Saint Sikong had died. At this moment, 5 of the remaining 8 great Wushu sage had appeared here. At the same time, the leader was one of the martial emperors in Joyo Pavilion, Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin's position in the Wushu alliance was second only to Zhao Wuji and Zhao Danchen. However, in front of Long Chen and the others, he was nothing. This was because there were 3 people here whose strength was on par with his. One of them even surpassed him. Xiao Lin flew at the forefront, surrounded by the martial kings. His expression was frighteningly gloomy. It was the first time in many years that Xiao Lin had been so nervous. This was because he knew where the 4 people had come from. They had appeared in the sky above the Martial Emperor city out of nowhere. This could only mean that they had come from the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land. Chapter 6:18. Long Chen recognized Xiao Lin, But Shaolin didn't know that Long Chen had seen him before. The 100 Battles Martial King suddenly disappeared. Everyone searched for him for a while, but they couldn't find him. At that time, the 100 Battles Martial King was guarding the entrance of the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land. Nobody saw him go out, so everyone thought he had entered the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land. As for why he went in, nobody knew. Although Chen Guangjuan was a martial king, he was just a nobody in the martial emperor city. No matter how smart Shaolin was, he couldn't associate Long Chen with the 100 Battles Martial King. Among the 4 people who had appeared, Shaolin recognized 2 of them, Long Yu and the gray-clothed youngster. Shaolin had seen them many times. The other one was Long Chen. Long Chen's appearance was also recorded in the Wushu Alliance's records. Shaolin remembered Long Chen's appearance clearly. He had thought that Long Chen would come to the martial emperor city. He hadn't expected that Long Chen would appear here today. As for the last old man, Shaolin couldn't recognize him. However, Shaolin sensed a dreadful aura from his skinny body. How did these people get out of the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land? Shaolin couldn't figure it out. He knew that in order to get out of the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land, they had to pass 2 tests. The first test was to find the compass and move forward according to the compass. Only Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji and the older Shaolin knew about this secret. Even Zhao Danchen didn't know about this. The second test was to find the monstrous beast fire at the exit of the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land. Could it be that these 4 people were at the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm? Obviously not. Shaolin's eyes were half filled with fear and half with doubt. Soon, the martial king Wushu sage, led by Shaolin, had already surrounded Long Chen and the others. The people on the ground originally thought that Long Chen and the others were the big shots of the Wushu Alliance, but when the real big shots of the Wushu Alliance came out, they realized that something was wrong. Thus, the crowd immediately started to discuss among themselves. Long Yu and the gray-clothed youth were very famous in the Wushu Sage dynasty. Very quickly, someone guessed their identity, and Long Chen's identity, because of his appearance, gradually surfaced. It's the 2 Long Chen-s, and the leader of the dragons, Long Yu. Those who could live in Martial Emperor City were mostly people of extraordinary status. They had their own intelligence network and connections. At that moment, the crowd was watching nervously. What would happen if these people appeared here? Shaolin's face was solemn. He looked at Long Chen and the others gloomily. He floated 20 meters in front of Long Chen and looked at Long Chen and the others. He gently moved his lips and said, "Did the 4 of you just come out of the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land?" At that moment, the Martial Emperor City was silent. His voice was heard by the people below. They looked at each other in dismay. The 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land had always been said to be a place that could be entered, but not left. But now, it seemed that this legend was about to be broken. "Aren't you talking nonsense?" said Long Chen, who was standing at the very front. When he heard Shaolin's question, he smiled and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" In the Wushu Sage dynasty, there were not many people who dared to talk to Shaolin like that. "I don't care what method you use to leave the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land. Since you have arrived at Martial Emperor City, then don't even think about escaping." Shaolin's white hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were like the eyes of an eagle as he coldly looked at Long Chen and the others. "Do you have the strength? Or do you want to become the second Yang Ningfeng?" Long Chen said arrogantly with a faint smile. The crowd was even more certain that this young man was Long Chen, who had killed Yang Ningfeng. This young man was the most outstanding rising star of the Wushu Sage dynasty. He had appeared out of nowhere and reached his current level in just a few short months. It was truly shocking. He was arrogant, but everyone felt that he had the capital to be arrogant. "You are also called Long Chen." Shaolin's eyes narrowed as he looked at Long Chen. He felt that this Long Chen was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him before. But where exactly had he seen him? "What? Do you think I am familiar?" asked Long Chen in a mocking tone. Shaolin was stunned. "Old man, you know that I have a sister called the 100-Face Witch, Lan Linger, right? Has there ever been a strange person around you?" Long Chen did not mind revealing this matter. Actually, there was another reason. He had used the soul control technique on Mo Nyang to make her firmly believe that Long Chen was the 100-Battle Martial King. Now that Long Chen had revealed this matter, Mo Nyang would probably wake up from the soul control technique. Shaolin was not an idiot. 100-Battle Martial King. So it's you. So it's you. Xiao Lin's eyes were filled with astonishment. He looked carefully at Long Chen's eyes. The eyes were the hardest to imitate. The current Long Chen's eyes were exactly the same as the 100 Battle Martial King's eyes. The only difference was that the 100 Battle Martial King had been humble back then, while the current Long Chen's eyes were filled with arrogance. It's good that you know. Long Chen retreated to the side. There was nothing for him to do now. What would happen in the Martial Emperor city next would depend on Long Shan. Let's go. After seeing Long Chen finish speaking, Long Shan nodded and led the three young men forward. Wait. Xiao Lin's expression changed as he hurriedly blocked Long Shan's way. He could tell that Long Shan was the strongest person in this group, but he did not know exactly how strong he was. Xiao Lin could not figure out what this old man looked like. Xiao Lin, do you still remember me? Long Shan lifted his head when he saw Xiao Lin blocking his way. He looked at the white-haired muscular old man indifferently. You. Xiao Lin was stunned once again. He knew which strong people had been imprisoned in the 9 Nether Mourning Grounds. However, in his heart, Long Shan had long died. Moreover, the current Long Shan was as skinny as firewood. It was simply too different from how he looked in the past. Looking at Xiao Lin's shocked expression, Long Shan knew that he had forgotten that Xiao Lin was a martial emperor of the older generation. Back then, when Long Shan was imprisoned in the 9 Nether Mourning Grounds, he had just become a wushu sage. Move aside. Don't make me vent my anger towards Chen Xiong on you. Long Shan said. Chen Xiong. This name reminded Xiao Lin of many things. Because this was his previous master. From the name Chen Xiong, Xiao Lin instantly thought of Long Shan's identity. Previously, Long Chen's identity as the 100 Battle Martial King had already made him speechless. And now, Long Shan's identity was something that he could not believe. Long Shan. Xiao Lin's eyes were filled with shock. He took a few steps back in midair and stared at the aged Long Shan with his eyes wide open. That's right. It's me. Long Shan said. So many years have passed. How can you not be dead? Impossible. Impossible. Xiao Lin mumbled to himself. Long Shan ignored him. He waved at Long Chen and the others. Then, he prepared to go around Xiao Lin and leave the Martial Emperor city to rest. When Long Shan returned to his strength of the 5th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, he could easily destroy the Wushu Alliance. If the leader of the Wushu Alliance appeared, there would be a lot of trouble. Before the Martial Emperor arrived, how could Xiao Lin let Long Shan and the others leave? So, at that moment, Xiao Lin hurriedly stood in front of Long Shan again. Long Shan did not say anything. He waved his hand and immediately, a vast qi rushed towards Xiao Lin. A strong wind swept over and a wave swept towards Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin's expression changed. He hurriedly used his hands to block. To be able to create such a qi with just a wave of his hand, Xiao Lin knew that only the Martial Emperor could do that. This old guy has been trapped for so long, yet he still has the strength of at least the 4th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. How terrifying. Xiao Lin was secretly shocked. He did not want to be injured by Long Shan. So, he hurriedly retreated. The Wushu sage behind him did not know who Long Shan was, but even Xiao Lin's expression changed. Of course, they had to retreat. The highest level of the Wushu Alliance had been forced to retreat by a mysterious old man. Who was this mysterious old man? Everybody was very curious about Long Shan's identity. With just a wave of his hand, Long Shan had forced the people of the Wushu Alliance to retreat. This could not be described as just powerful. Even Xiao Lin had been forced to retreat with one move. Many people were shocked. This meant that this old man was at the Martial Emperor level. If another Martial Emperor level expert appeared in the Divine Wushu Sage Empire, it would definitely be the most sensational thing in the Wushu Sage Empire. There was no lack of people with keen senses in the Martial Emperor city. When they saw Long Shan appear, they felt that the Divine Wushu Sage Empire was about to change. Long Shan had returned this time. He would definitely not let the Martial Emperor dominate the entire Wushu Sage Empire again. This time, everybody understood that Xiao Lin would definitely not be able to stop Long Shan. Once Long Shan was allowed to leave, it would definitely be a huge problem for the Wushu Alliance. Letting a tiger return to the mountain would cause endless troubles in the future. Long Chen reckoned that if the Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji was here in the Martial Emperor city, he would definitely appear. He should have seen enough. Long Chen looked in the direction of the Martial Emperor Palace. He knew that Zhao Wuji must have been watching for a long time. Indeed, as he had expected, After Long Shan made his move, the legendary martial emperor Zhao Wuji finally appeared. At the top of the golden martial emperor palace stood a middle-aged man in a white robe. His long black hair fluttered in the wind. Although he was a distance away, Long Chen could still feel the handsomeness on his face. Just by looking at his appearance, no one would be able to imagine that this refined middle-aged scholar was actually the martial emperor who controlled the entire Wushu Sage Empire, Zhao Wuji. When Zhao Wuji appeared, the entire martial emperor city burst into an uproar. The martial emperor had not appeared in public for a long time. Many people had never seen the true appearance of a martial emperor in their entire lives. Long Shan and the others ignored Xiao Lin and looked directly at the martial emperor. Long Shan felt a tinge of fear towards this disciple of his former opponent. Since he was able to control the entire divine martial sacred dynasty, he would not be someone easy to deal with. Chapter 619. This was a confrontation between Zhao Wuji and Long Shan, so Long Chen temporarily retreated to the second line to observe the two of them. After Zhao Wuji appeared, he didn't appear immediately. His expression was indifferent, as if he was admiring the scenery in his own courtyard. He carefully looked at Long Shan without any ripples on his face. Long Shan had been trapped for more than 30 years, but he suddenly came out today. Such a huge accident. Yet Zhao Wuji was still able to face it calmly. It could be seen how tenacious his heart was. The more such an opponent was, the more difficult it was to deal with. Wuji, long time no see. Long Shan's eyes were gloomy as he said indifferently. Zhao Wuji was silent for a while, then revealed a helpless bitter smile. Yes, long time no see. You didn't expect that I, Long Shan, would still be alive, right? The more he looked at Zhao Wuji, the uglier Long Shan's expression became. Zhao Wuji was Chen Xiong's disciple. Facing the disciple of the enemy who had given him the greatest pain, Long Shan's heart was burning with hatred. Zhao Wuji didn't say anything, he just nodded. He also thought that Long Shan had died long ago, but he didn't expect him to be in the Nine Nether Morning Soul Land. Even if Zhao Wuji knew the way out of that place, he didn't want to go in. Long Shan was still able to hold back the killing intent in his heart. He looked at Zhao Wuji for a while and said, after so many years, you also have today's strength. Now that I've returned, you should also understand that the Wushu Alliance will not exist forever. Although Chen Xiong is dead, I will take revenge on you all. The next time we meet, it might be a war. After saying that, he left. Wait. Zhao Wuji raised a hand and stopped Long Shan. You want to fight now? Long Shan turned his head, his face revealing a trace of coldness. Zhao Wuji didn't reply. His body suddenly flew in Long Shan's direction. His originally clear eyes finally flashed with a trace of coldness. All of you back off. Long Shan shouted coldly. Long Chen and the others nodded and quickly retreated. Long Chen guessed that Zhao Wuji would not let Long Shan leave so easily. After all, if he could not deal with Long Shan this time, he would not be able to deal with him next time. The two super experts of the Wushu Sage Empire met in mid-air under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of people. The expressions on their faces were very cold. In this high-altitude confrontation, the two of them did not use any fancy moves. They each threw a punch. It was a simple punch that looked ordinary. When they collided in mid-air, there was no sound at all. It was as if the two of them had just casually punched each other. However, the entire martial emperor city shook slightly from this seemingly ordinary punch. This slight vibration could only be felt by warriors above the earth martial arts realm. Although the vibration was slight, it spread across the entire martial emperor city, so one could feel how powerful the attack was. Long Chen's heart still palpitated at his current realm. The punch of the two of them seemed simple, but it showed that their control over their own power had reached an extremely high level. At the moment, he simply could not release all of his power without any leakage. All of his power had hit a single point, which had already surpassed the power of many combat skills. Whoosh! After their fists collided, the two of them separated with a loud bang and retreated backward. It could be seen that the chi and blood of both of them were in turmoil, especially the martial emperor, who was sent flying backward. He only managed to stabilize himself when he reached a place close to the martial emperor palace. He supported himself with one hand on the golden wall of the martial emperor palace as he raised his head to look at Long Shan. He was slightly out of breath. Long Shan, who was opposite him, had already stabilized himself. He looked at Zhao Wuji with a smile and said, "Wuji, how do you feel about my punch?" Zhao Wuji's expression changed slightly. He did not seem to speak much, so he did not say anything at the moment. From this confrontation, everyone in the Martial Emperor city could see that the mysterious old man seemed to be a little stronger than Zhao Wuji. Everyone had a horrified look on their faces. In the divine Wushu Sage dynasty, there was actually someone more terrifying than the Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji? Zhao Wuji did not say anything. Did this mean that he had already admitted defeat? This matter had a huge impact on the people of the Wushu Alliance. The martial kings surrounded Zhao Wuji and looked at him nervously. If Zhao Wuji fell, the entire Wushu Alliance would definitely collapse. Remember, the Long family will take back the divine Wushu Sage dynasty one day. Not only you, but also everyone in the Wushu Alliance. Remember this well. Long Shan sneered as he won with one move. This time, Zhao Wuji did not say anything, and no one stopped him. Long Shan led Long Chen and the others as he turned around and left. Who is this old man? Is he from the Long family? Oh my god, he actually defeated the Martial Emperor. Don't talk nonsense, it was just a casual confrontation. If they really fought, it's hard to say who would win. But why didn't the Martial Emperor stop him and fight with him? It's not because he's afraid of him. What do you know? This is Martial Emperor City. The Martial Emperor is worried about our safety. If these people fight here, the entire Martial Emperor City will be destroyed. Similar discussions could be heard from the crowd below. The Martial Emperor had not been injured in the previous exchange, but he had already figured out Long Shan's strength. Long Chen knew that Zhao Wuji had not started a fight with Long Shan here because this was Martial Emperor City. He must have known that if they fought here, the entire Martial Emperor City would probably be destroyed. Therefore, Long Chen could leave without a hitch. Grandpa, even the Martial Emperor couldn't defeat you. You're really amazing. The gray-clothed young man followed closely behind Long Shan. His eyes were full of admiration. Long Shan was already so powerful. When he regained his strength of the 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm, he would be incredible. It's all thanks to our little friends Wang Crystal and him saving us from the 9th Serenity Soul Land. Otherwise, we would all be corpses in the 9th Serenity Soul Land, said Long Shan as he looked at Long Chen. The three of them looked at Long Chen gratefully. Long Chen said with a faint smile, "Big sister and I are like brothers. This is what I should do. It's not worth mentioning." From the center of the Martial Emperor City, the four of them swaggered in the direction of the outer Martial Emperor City. After such a big commotion, basically all the people in the Martial Emperor City had come out of their residences, including many people in the outer Martial Emperor City. It was the first time in decades that Long Chen's group of 4 had been able to leave the Martial Emperor City in such a swagger. Saving Long Yu was an impossible task, but Long Chen had accomplished it. Presumably, the remaining people among the war people, as well as Jiang Wuya in the ancient demon area, had already given up all hope. Long Chen and Long Yu looked at each other. They had already decided where they would go after leaving the Martial Emperor City. Suddenly, Long Chen saw a familiar figure among the crowd outside the Martial Emperor City. Long Chen had already memorized the position of the figure. I had almost forgotten about the blue magic flame. This blue magic flame has come knocking on my door. Below Long Chen was a woman who was looking at the four of them in fear. It was the woman named Zhao Danchen whom Long Chen had met in the Martial Business Union. She had snatched away Xiao Lang's blue magic flame. Although the blue magic flame was no longer useful to Mo Xiaolang, this woman's character was unruly and ruthless. She was not a good person. If it had not been for Long Chen's shrewdness, she would have instigated Zhao Danchen to kill Long Chen. "The three of you, please wait for me for a moment." After Long Chen said this, he rushed down to the ground with a whoosh. They were about to leave, but no one had expected Long Chen to make a move at this moment. Hence, an uproar broke out. Long Chen's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived above the mansion and stopped 10 meters in front of the woman. When she saw Long Chen looking at her, the woman's expression changed instantly. "Give me the blue magic flame. Otherwise, I will take your life." Long Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. Ah! The woman was so frightened that she took a few steps back. At first, she didn't know what was going on. When Long Chen's eyes gradually turned cold, she hurriedly took out a cosmos sack that still had a lingering fragrance and threw it at Long Chen with trembling hands. She was confused as to how Long Chen knew that she had the blue magic flame. Zhao Danchen is not here. Long Chen took the Cosmos sack and confirmed that there was indeed the blue magic flame inside. Then, he went to the woman's ear and asked coldly. Long Chen's approach made the woman even more afraid. She was most afraid of that mysterious old man. Long Chen was obviously the mysterious old man's junior. She was only a princess of a small power, so how could she dare to provoke Long Chen? He went to marry someone from the ancient devil region. The woman gnashed her teeth and said while trembling. How long has he been gone? Long Chen asked. Around 5 days. The woman said while trembling. Very good. Long Chen laughed and sent the woman flying with a slap. The woman crashed into a courtyard, and it was unknown how many walls she had crashed into. Long Chen did not care about her life or death. He flew to the sky and arrived beside Long Shan and the others. Then he said, "We can go now." The three of them had obviously seen Long Chen's actions. This was just a small interlude, so they did not ask any questions. Long Chen had openly attacked the people of Wu Emperor City, but the people of the Wushu Alliance still did not move. Zhao Wuji had not given any orders, so the people of the Wushu Alliance could only watch with righteous indignation. After Long Chen and the other three had completely disappeared, Zhao Wuji's expression became calm. He asked Long Chen, who was next to him, "The young man who made a move just now is the one who caused an uproar recently. He is the one who killed that trash, Yang Ningfeng, right?" Chapter 620. It's him. He pretended to be the 100 Battles Martial King and even hid it from me. He went directly to the 9 Nether Morning Soul Land and rescued them. What I find strange is how Long Chen knows the way out of the 9 Nether Morning Soul Land. Xiao Lin's face was full of doubt. He even knows that there is a dragon mountain in the 9 Nether Morning Soul Land. This young man probably knows many secrets of the Wushu Alliance. This person is even more of a threat than the other Long Chen. We have to leave as soon as possible. Zhao Wuji shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, are we just going to let them go like this? They actually attacked the people of the Wushu Alliance in front of you. I am really angry." At this moment, an old Wushu sage beside him said. Zhao Wuji pondered for a while and said, "We'll deal with it when the time comes. He's just an old man. Don't worry too much about him. No matter how powerful he is, how long can he live? The Wushu Sage Dynasty will always be the world of the Wushu Alliance. If you can't do it, just watch." Zhao Wuji's face did not show the slightest trace of worry. He directly walked into the Martial Emperor Palace. Even though he had lost slightly in the battle just now, everyone looked at each other. Only Xiao Lin's face was firm. "Xiao Wu Huang, His Majesty said that there is no need to worry." One of the Wushu sage asked worriedly. Xiao Lin nodded and said, "His Majesty has never made a mistake. You can rest easy. With him around, what Long clan? They are nothing." After saying that, Xiao Lin went to deal with other matters. The disturbance in the Martial Emperor City was quickly spread throughout the entire Wushu Sage Dynasty by the spies of various forces. After leaving the Martial Emperor City, the four of them stopped in a mountain range and discussed their next move. Long Shan had just come out, so there were some things that needed to be arranged by Long Yu. At this time, Long Chen and Long Yu looked at each other, and Long Yu said, "Grandfather, we have a brother. His daughter was forced to marry Zhao Wuji's disciple. We have already delayed a lot of time. Let's settle this matter first, then go to the war people in the north, and treat that place as our base. How about it?" Long Shan smiled and said, "I am already old. This is the world of you youngsters. You can decide everything. Aside from enjoying myself for a while, I can only help you block the experts of the other side at the crucial moment. Those ruthless words I said in Martial Emperor City were merely to help you put them down." His meaning was very clear. He had just regained his freedom, and he was getting old. Everything still depended on Long Yu and the others. He was only responsible for dealing with martial emperors. How could that be? "Grandfather, earlier, you even knocked back a martial emperor, Zhao Wuji, with one punch," the gray-clad youth said excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Shan smiled bitterly. Then, a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Looking at the blood, even Long Chen was startled. This meant that in the fight just now, Long Shan had actually lost to a martial emperor. He had actually just forcefully endured until now, that was all. Did you see that? Zhao Wuji's cultivation is quite extraordinary. In the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm, he probably has very few opponents. I haven't fully recovered yet. If we really fight to the death, I definitely won't be a match for him, said Long Shan bitterly. The gray-clad youth was dumbfounded. Long Chen had originally thought that Long Shan was stronger. He hadn't thought that the martial emperor, who had been patiently enduring, would be even more terrifying. Youth was power. Long Shan's current state was actually not a match for a martial emperor. Long Yu said, since that's the case, let's rest and let grandfather recover. Long Shan nodded and said, for me, recovery is the most important thing. However, you still have a brother to help, so I'll go with you. Back in the day, I had a good relationship with the war people. I would never have thought that my descendants would also be with the war people. It's really God's will. Long Chen and the others decided to solve the ancient demons area first and then go back to the war people. Long Chen's goal was the ancient tomb token, and the other was the 2 great imperial seals that were still with the martial emperor. This meant that no matter what, he had to fight against the martial emperor. Following Long Yu's team was the best choice for him. Moreover, he was still worried about what would happen to Lu Yi. It took Zhao Danshan 5 days, so he should be arriving at the ancient demons area soon. We should also hurry. If Wu Ya can't help but attack, he might not be a match for Zhao Danshan and Jiang Wuxia. I'm afraid that something might happen. Let's hurry. Long Yu was a little worried. Jiang Wuya had been with her for so many years. To be honest, she had already accepted him as a man. However, she couldn't let go of Jiang Wuya's wife and child. Now that Jiang Wuya had gone to the ancient demons area to save his daughter, Long Yu was actually quite conflicted. She always felt that she was in a position to ruin someone else's happiness, so she felt a little guilty. Sister, don't think too much. Long Chen knew what she was thinking, so he reminded her as they hurried along. No matter what, time was of the essence, so they had to hurry. Outside the ancient demons area, Yellow Martial City. Yellow Martial City was the first city that Long Chen had come to after he had come to the Wushu Sage Empire. It was here that he had killed the Demon King Jiang Wuxia's son, and Long Chen had been chased by the Demon King. In the end, he had been saved by the dragons, which was why so many stories had happened. Now, Jiang Wuya and Jiang Wuya were staying in one of the landings of the Yellow Martial City. They were standing on a watchtower, looking in the direction of the ancient demons area with furrowed eyebrows. The ancient demons area was still a barren wasteland. Zhao Danshan has already gone to the ancient demons area. I think that in a day, his team will bring Yi out. Jiang Wuya's face was a little pale. He had snuck into the ancient demons area many times in the past few days, but Jiang Wuxia had beaten him out every time. If he hadn't been smart, his brother would have killed him. Brother, when Jiang Wuxia and Zhao Danshan are there, we won't have a chance. Jian Chen's eyes were as sharp as swords, looking in the direction of the ancient demons area. That's true, but sometimes people can't take a step back. Even if I die, I can't let her suffer. I haven't done a good job as a father, and I owe her too much. Now, I only have one life left to fight for her. Whether we win or lose, we can only leave it to fate. Jiang Wuya's deep eyes were filled with tears. You don't only have one life left. You still have a group of brothers and sisters who will live and die with you, Jian Chen reminded him. Jiang Wuya was surprised. Indeed, he still had a group of brothers and sisters. This time, Jian Chen had followed him unwaveringly. Jiang Wuya had already tried many times to persuade him to go back first, but in the end, it was to no avail. So now, Jiang Wuya didn't say anything more. The two of them were silent for a while. Jian Chen spoke first. After seventh brother went to Martial Emperor City, there was no news of him. I'm afraid. Afraid of what? Jiang Wuya asked. I'm afraid that he and eldest sister are both in the Nine Hells Morning Land. They can't come out, Jian Chen said. Jiang Wuya squinted his eyes. Jian Chen was right. In fact, he was thinking the same thing. He just didn't say it out loud. Seventh brother is still young, but he is so talented. What a pity. As for you, if she dies in there, I will save Yi and make arrangements for her. Then, I will go to the Nine Hells Morning Land with her, Jiang Wuya decided. Brother, there are some things that I don't know if I should say, Jian Chen suddenly said. What is it? Jiang Wuya asked. After a moment of silence, Jian Chen said, I've always felt that the most important thing for a man is to shoulder his own responsibilities. You've been with eldest sister for far too long, and you've been free for far too long. You've always lived the life you like, but you've rarely thought about anything else apart from eldest sister and us. We're not young anymore. It's time for us to give up on the things we've been pursuing at this age. Besides what? Zhang Wuya pursed his lips and smiled bitterly. Jian Chen thought about it and said straightforwardly, "Have you considered eldest sister's feelings? I think the reason why she hasn't agreed to you yet is because she doesn't want to steal someone else's happiness. There's someone who needs you more than her." Zhang Wuya fell silent for a very long time. Perhaps it's no longer early. Should I really give up and shoulder my own responsibilities? Zhang Wuya said in a daze. He thought of King Qingli and Lu Yi. What kind of life did this pair of mother and daughter lead during the years he was away from home? The girl named Lu Yi had his blood flowing through her body. Just how did she grow up? Thinking of the girl who had cried in front of him, Zhang Wuya felt his heart ache for no reason. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth before loosening them. When he raised his head again, his eyes were filled with determination. "Brother, I've thought it through. This time, I'll use my life to fight for her. She's my daughter. No one can stop me from letting her live happily." Jumping down from the city wall, Zhang Wuya walked toward the ancient demon zone. "Just let me stay here and wait for them to come out. You and the others don't have much chance of survival. I think if I do this, Qingli won't blame me anymore." A killing intent appeared in Zhang Wuya's eyes. "Anyway, I picked up this life of mine. Sister is not here, so I don't need to live. Tomorrow, whoever stops me, I will let him try my sword. I don't believe that I haven't reached the second level of the Earth martial arts realm yet. If seventh brother can make a breakthrough in the middle of a fight, why can't I?" The two men were ready to risk their lives. They stood there like stone pillars. One day later, the gate of the ancient demon zone opened. A large group of people came out of the ancient demon zone. The law enforcement team of the Wushu Alliance and the demon generals of the ancient demon zone surrounded Zhao Danchen, Zhang Wuxie and the others. The marriage between the Wushu Alliance and the ancient demon zone had deepened the relationship between the ancient demon zone and the Wushu Alliance. Therefore, Zhang Wuxie attached great importance to it. Moreover, he had to get rid of someone on the road, so he personally escorted Lu Yi to the Wu Emperor city. Chapter 621. The Wushu Alliance team was the symbol of authority in the Wushu Sage Empire. There were more than 1,000 of them, and every member of the Wushu Alliance law enforcement team had extraordinary cultivation. To ordinary people, they were full of awe. When this team passed by the Wushu city, the entire Wushu city was in an uproar. After asking around, everyone knew that this was the most outstanding genius of the Wushu Alliance. He was going to marry the daughter of a demon king in the ancient demon region. Of course, this girl had already been adopted by the demon king, Zhang Wuxie. In the Wushu Sage Empire, Zhao Danchen was worshipped by hundreds of millions of people. He was the dream lover of most of the women in the Wushu Sage Empire. After hearing about this, the hearts of countless girls were broken. At the same time, they were envious of the girl called Lu Yi. They wanted nothing more than to replace her and become the happiest woman in the world. It could be said that Lu Yi would be like a sparrow flying to a branch and transforming into a phoenix if she were to marry into the martial emperor city. It was rumored that Zhao Danchen's natural disposition was dissolute. Basically, all the young ladies in the martial emperor city had already been pampered by him. The number of girls who were on good terms with him numbered at least 800, if not 1,000. However, Zhao Danchen was used to passing through thousands of flowers without touching a single leaf. Up until now, there had not been a single woman who could appear by his side as his wife. In the Wushu Sage Empire, Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji was the symbol of authority and strength. The outstanding disciple, Zhao Danchen, was the symbol of a shining star. Of course, no one from the Wushu Alliance team dared to go forward and watch. At this time, on the walls of the Wushu city, there were thousands of people standing there, watching the golden team coming from the ancient demon region. The crowd was noisy. Most of them were unmarried girls. They were quite lively, as if the one getting married was not Lu Yi, but them. What no one saw were two small black dots in front of the Wushu Alliance team. They were Zhang Wuya and Jian Chen, two people who were not afraid of death. In the Wushu Alliance team, Zhao Danchen and Jiang Wuxia were riding a demonic beast, walking in front of a golden sedan chair. The sedan chair was decorated with a red silk cloth, which symbolized a happy occasion. At this time, Lu Yi was dressed like a bride, staying with the sedan chair. Zhao Danchen and Jiang Wuxia were riding on a kind of heaven-ranked demonic beast, the god space flying horse. This kind of demonic beast was twice as thick as an ordinary horse's butt, and it had a pair of snow-white wings on both sides of its ribs, which were not much different from the wings of a bird, but much thicker and more powerful. This was a kind of divine space flying horse. When it flew at full speed, it was even faster than a martial artist at the 9th level of the reaching heaven state. Moreover, it was completely white and looked extremely holy. In the Shenwu dynasty, Zhao Danchen was the only young man who could use this kind of extravagance. The other Wushu Alliance law enforcement team were all riding golden wildebeests of the first level of the heaven stage. Each golden wildebeest had a golden horn on its forehead. This horn was a powerful weapon of the golden wildebeest, which possessed great power. The Wushu Alliance team was wearing golden armor and riding snow-white golden wildebeests, which made them look like they had walked out of a myth. Under the sunlight, their bodies were shining, which was quite shocking. After seeing such a magnificent display, those young girls were even more envious of Lu Yi. Many of them even fantasized that if they could become Lu Yi one day, they would be willing to die for it. Although the young man sitting on the divine space Pegasus was far away, the young ladies could still feel the astonishing charm from his body. This high and mighty young man was simply the most perfect man in their hearts. Unfortunately, there was also someone who didn't like such a man. That person was Lu Yi. Lu Yi was only at the 8th level of the reaching heaven state, while Zhao Danchen was at the 3rd level of the earth martial arts realm. If the demon emperor hadn't acted as a matchmaker, and Lu Yi was really beautiful, Zhao Danchen wouldn't have agreed. Zhao Danchen had a premonition that through Lu Yi, he would be able to control the ancient demon's area firmly. Both of them had ulterior motives. At that moment, two people arrived. They were Jiang Wuya and Jian Chen. They were like two iron pillars, nailed to the ground. Zhao Danchen and Jiang Wuxia had seen them from afar, so they knew what was going on. At that moment, Zhao Danchen had a big red flower hanging in front of his chest. He said with a smile, "Demon Emperor, there seem to be two people blocking our way. Jiang Wuya is your brother. Is he here to congratulate you?" Seeing Jiang Wuya and Jian Chen appear, the Demon Emperor's face was a bit ugly. He forced a smile and said, "Of course, but my brother betrayed the ancient demon's area a long time ago. He's an enemy of the Wushu Alliance. Even if he's here to congratulate me, I'll take him down today and hand him over to the Wushu Alliance. I hope Emperor Zhao can wait a little longer." Jiang Wuya was originally a member of the ancient demons area, and this time, the ancient demons area was trying to curry favor with the Wushu Alliance. Jiang Wuxia had to step forward and capture Jiang Wuya. Just as he was about to move, Zhao Danchen waved his hand and stopped him. He said, "Demon Emperor, you are Yi's adoptive father. In the future, you will also be my father-in-law. How can I sit on this godly space Pegasus and let you make the first move? Just sit tight. This son-in-law, Jiang Wuya, will exercise a little. I'll show him how strong the Wushu Alliance really is." In terms of strength, Zhao Danchen was a bit stronger than the Demon Emperor Zhao Danchen. Therefore, from now on, even though the Demon Emperor was his father-in-law, he didn't dare disobey him. Zhao Danchen didn't wait for Jiang Wuxia to speak. He rode on the godly space Pegasus, which let out a heaven-shaking roar. It flapped its snow-white wings and soared into the sky. It passed over the entire Wushu Alliance group and flew toward Jiang Wuya and Yi under everyone's admiring gazes. Under the light of the sun, Zhao Danchen was like a god descending from the heavens. The girls in the distant yellow martial city all let out shrill cries. The Demon Emperor's face changed. In a direction that Zhao Danchen couldn't see, he suddenly clenched his fists, and blue veins popped out on his hands. All these years, although Jiang Wuya had betrayed the ancient demon area, Jiang Wuxia hadn't had any intention of killing him. In his heart, there was still a little bit of brotherly love. Therefore, when Jiang Wuya had invaded the ancient demon area several times, Jiang Wuxia hadn't killed him. This time, although Jiang Wuxia was angry, he had decided to just chase his brother away. However, the problem was that Zhao Danchen had rushed to make a move. "This idiot is really going to die this time." Jiang Wuxia sighed slightly. He knew very well that the reason why Zhao Danchen had rushed to make a move was not as nice as he had made it sound. His goal was probably to kill Jiang Wuya. On the side of the war people, Zhao Danchen suffered so much because of the dragons, especially that Long Chen. Jiang Wuya is also his main opponent. This time, Jiang Wuya has come to die. It would be strange if Zhao Danchen didn't want his life. The Wushu Alliance group stopped. At that moment, Jiang Wuya saw Zhao Danchen arrive on the Pegasus. His expression didn't change, but Jian Chen beside him was a bit nervous. After all, the opponent was just too strong for them. Second brother, are we going to fight him head-on? Jian Chen asked softly. For now, just watch from the side. If there's a chance, help me save my daughter. No matter how strong Zhao Danchen is, I'll make sure that he can't marry my daughter, Jiang Wuya said calmly. His tone was very calm, but his heart was like a volcano roaring. With a whoosh, Zhao Danchen dismounted from the divine space Pegasus. He stood 20 meters in front of Jiang Wuya and stared coldly at Jiang Wuya. Jian Chen hesitated for a moment. If something bad happened to Jiang Wuya, then he would be the one to rely on, so he took a few steps back. Everyone's gaze shifted to Jiang Wuya and Zhao Danchen. As expected of the second-in-command of the dragons, Jiang Wuya didn't show any fear when facing the youngest prodigy of the divine Wushu Sage Alliance. Instead, his battle intent surged. Who is that guy? He actually dares to stand in front of Zhao Danchen. He doesn't look young. Could he be the bride's lover? What a shameless woman. How could a woman like that have the right to marry Zhao Danchen? In the direction of Huang Wuqing, there were sounds of discussion. The sky was clear and cloudless. I've heard that you're Lu Yi's father. To be honest, I've agreed to marry Lu Yi because you're her father. Aren't you dragons awesome? If Lu Yi falls into my hands, I'll torture her to my heart's content. The more uncomfortable you feel, the happier I am. Jiang Wuya, tell me, can you still be so arrogant? Zhao Danchen didn't waste any words and went straight to the point, saying what was on his mind. However, Jiang Wuya's expression didn't become as ugly as Zhao Danchen had imagined. In fact, Jiang Wuya had already figured out what he was planning. Zhao Danchen was a playboy by nature, while Lu Yi was just an unknown woman in the ancient demon area. The demon emperor had many daughters. Why did he choose Lu Yi? It was all because of Jiang Wuya. Jiang Wuya wasn't a fool. He had already figured out such a simple reason. Let's see if you, Zhao Danchen, can survive, Jiang Wuya said gently. The genuine essence of the second level of the Earth martial arts realm was surging in his body. King level. Taoist Heart Demon Seed. As he spoke, a black smoke gradually spread out from Jiang Wuya's body and soon covered his whole body. With the cover of the black smoke, the Taoist Heart Demon Seed made Jiang Wuya's genuine essence soar. The demon seed condensed in his chest gradually merged with his genuine essence. The Taoist Heart Demon Seed method had 4 levels. The only one with the final level was the Imperial Palace. The 4th level was a primary king-level combat skill. When Jiang Wuya used it now, he could increase his genuine essence by 2 or 3 times. Chapter 622. Although it wasn't as heaven-defying as the dragon's soul transformation, it was still quite extraordinary. Back then, when Jiang Kuan used the zombie great method, he instantly had a power that Jiang Wuya couldn't resist. Therefore, Jiang Wuya didn't use the final move of the great method of Dao Heart Demon Seed. Oh, so it's the great method of Dao Heart Demon Seed. When you use this move, the demonic seed will spread all over your body. I guess it will cause you to be paralyzed for at least a month. Even your strength will be slightly reduced. It seems that you, Jiang Wuya, want to fight me with your life today. Looking at the black qi coming out of Jiang Wuya's body, Zhao Danchen's eyes showed a dignified look. How is the innate golden body? Today, let me Jiang Wuya see it. After using the great method of Dao Heart Demon Seed, Jiang Wuya didn't stop at all. The explosive spiritual qi in his body almost squeezed his body to death. Therefore, he could only attack in the shortest time possible. This was a desperate fight. Therefore, as soon as he attacked, Jiang Wuya became quite crazy. His body instantly moved, turned into a series of illusory shadows, and rushed in the direction of Zhao Danchen. This kind of speed might be nothing in the eyes of Zhao Danchen, but in the eyes of other warriors who hadn't reached the Earth martial arts realm, it was so fast that they couldn't see it clearly. So fast. Seeing Jiang Wuya's speed, many people who had looked down on him and even laughed at him, narrowed their eyes. Jiang Wuya's speed was far beyond that of Zhao Danchen and Jiang Wuxie. Shifting shadows, whoosh, 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 whoosh. A series of sounds rang out. This movement skill was similar to the Traceless Spectre, but it was countless times more complicated. It spun around Zhao Danchen's body rapidly. With such speed, Zhao Danchen could only see a blurry shadow. However, he was not worried. Instead, he revealed a cold smile. "It's just a small trick. You dare to embarrass yourself in front of me, Zhao Danchen?" Zhao Danchen shouted and suddenly retreated a step. Then, he whistled and punched the ground. Under the might of his punch, the barren land suddenly shook. Those golden wildebeests felt the vibration on the ground and cried out in fear as they retreated. The explosive aura coming from the ground really frightened them. Even the walls of Yellow Marshall City trembled slightly. From this, one could see how powerful Zhao Danchen's power was. Boom! Around Zhao Danchen, the soil exploded again and again. Countless soil exploded under his punch. The area around Zhao Danchen, where Jiang Wuya had just swept, was now completely filled with soil. Under Zhao Danchen's powerful attack, the soil already possessed a very strong offensive ability. Especially because of the large amount, it was quite terrifying. Boom 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 boom. The soil exploded and sealed off Zhao Danchen's surroundings. Jiang Wuya had already quickly approached Zhao Danchen. Under such an attack, he had no choice but to retreat in a sorry state. He was covered in soil. Jiang Wuya furrowed his eyebrows. A single punch was able to cause such a huge tremor. This was something that Jiang Wuya himself could never achieve. The huge commotion caused the Martial Alliance's cultivators to exclaim in surprise. Zhao Wuhuang's strength is extraordinary. Except for martial emperors, no one in the world is his opponent. That's true. Zhao Wuhuang is the personal disciple of the martial emperor. Who in the younger generation can compete with him? Even the demon monarch of the older generation is not his opponent. When the people from the Martial Union said this, they did not care that the demon emperor they were talking about was not far away from them at the moment. In a corner that Zhao Danchen could not see, the demon monarch's face was quite gloomy, especially after hearing the arrogant words of the people of the Wushu Alliance. Wushu Alliance, Wushu Alliance. Haha, can they really be arrogant for so long? No one could hear this low murmur. At this moment, there was some movement at the door of the golden carriage that was pulled by 28 golden wildebeests. The gorgeous door was pushed open, and a woman in red clothes rushed out from the obstruction of the maids. Her face was full of tears, and it was Lu Yi who was dressed as a bride. It had to be said that she was especially beautiful today. She was a little charming, and people couldn't help but feel pity for her. The only fly in the ointment was that the tears had ruined a lot of the makeup. When Lu Yi came out, the maids were very anxious. However, now that Lu Yi had a distinguished identity, they could not force her. At this time, they had to stop, because the demon monarch was looking back. After coming out of the carriage, Lu Yi looked at the black figure in front of her in a daze, and tears came out of her eyes. It was really him. Empress Qingli was right. Jiang Wuya would definitely come out to save her. Even in the face of Zhao Danchen, he did not have the slightest fear. The demon monarch looked at Lu Yi coldly. He knew that this girl was destined to be a victim for Zhao Danchen to vent his anger. She was destined to be a tragedy, but since it was a legal marriage, he still had to consider the problem of face for the time being. So Jiang Wuxie waved his hand and said, "Take her back for me." With his words, the maids would not be polite anymore. At this time, a person rushed over from behind the carriage. Jiang Wuya saw that and did not stop him. If he did, this person would not be able to come here. The person who followed from the direction of the ancient demon region was Empress Qingli. She knew that Jiang Wuya would come at this time, so she also appeared. "Qingli, you came at the right time. Take ye in. It is normal for a woman to cry when she gets married. As a mother, you should persuade her." Empress Qingli was only worried about Lu Yi. She absolutely did not have the ability to save Lu Yi. The demon monarch's order directly restricted her action. She could only nod blankly. She looked at the position of Jiang Wuya, and then said to Lu Yi, "Go in. There is no hope." "No, mother, I just want to watch," Lu Yi said resolutely. "Wipe your tears and show some respect to the Wushu Alliance," Empress Qingli whispered in Lu Yi's ear. Lu Yi soon understood. Her appearance could easily arouse some ideas from the onlookers in Huang Wuqing, which would be bad for the reputation of the Wushu alliance. So Lu Yi quickly wiped away her tears. If she behaved normally, the demon monarch would not be in a hurry to take her in. Fine, I'll let you see how he dies. You should give up on him too. He abandoned you for more than 10 years, and now he's back to be a good person. Only you would be touched. This man is born to be heartless. Jiang Wuxie sneered and didn't care anymore. Lu Yi originally wanted to refute, but Empress Qingli stopped her. Mother, if he dies, I suddenly have a feeling that I don't want to live anymore. Lu Yi suddenly whispered in Empress Qingli's ear. Although her father did not give her anything, Lu Yi suddenly felt that it was enough when she saw him looking at death calmly. It was enough to have this moment. She had always been a person who knew how to be contented. Unexpectedly, Empress Qingli did not scold her. She was just stunned and then said, "If the three of us go to hell together and form a family, maybe we will be very happy." It had been more than 10 years. Everyone was eager to be able to have a normal family. The man who left to pursue her should finally come back. Seeing that he was so desperate, Empress Qingli smiled knowingly. For the first time in her life, she felt that he was actually quite cute, but she had never found it before. Noises sounded around Empress Qingli and Empress Qingli. A single punch from Zhao Danshan was enough to send Jiang Wuya flying. Moreover, Jiang Wuya was covered in dirt, and his face was covered in dirt. Whoosh! Jiang Wuya shook off the dirt on his body. Clenching his fists tightly, Jiang Wuya didn't stop at all. Braving the sky filled with mud, Jiang Wuya charged towards Zhao Danshan once again. At this moment, Zhao Danshan slowly retracted his fist and smiled at Jiang Wuya, who was going all out. His expression was extremely relaxed. He looked at Jiang Wuya as if he was looking at a clown. A grain of rice dares to shine in front of the bright moon. His face was full of sarcasm, but he did not move. Devil devours heaven and earth. Using a king-level body technique, Jiang Wuya instantly rushed to Zhao Danshan's side and punched. This was a king-level ancient devil's fist scripture, which was also the peak combat skill of the ancient devil territory. Behind Jiang Wuya, a dark shadow formed. This shadow suddenly condensed on Jiang Wuya's fist and rushed toward Zhao Danshan like a black vortex. Even the people of the Wushu alliance could see that half of the sky behind Jiang Wuya had been dyed black. Whoosh! Whoosh! To everyone's surprise, when Jiang Wuya attacked like this, Zhao Danshan really did not move. He tightly crossed his hands in front of his body and wore a sarcastic smile. Boom! The devil engulfing the heavens and earth punch landed on Zhao Danshan's arm in front of the shocked eyes of the crowd. The speed of the punch was simply too fast. The crowd only saw a flash of golden light and Zhao Danshan retreated a few steps. As for Jiang Wuya, he was sent flying. The gap is so big. Jiang Wuya's heart was hit hard. He had now used the Taoist heart magic seed method. In the second level of the earth martial arts realm, there were basically few people who could be his opponent. He originally thought that he should be about the same level as Zhao Danshan, but he did not expect that there was such a big gap. He used his most powerful king-level combat skill and hit Zhao Danshan head-on. But Zhao Danshan only used his hands to block, and he was shaken and sent flying. Zhao Danshan was really strong. Chapter 623. At that moment, Jiang Wuya felt as though he had punched a steel wall. He had never seen such a hard steel wall before. It was able to injure his fist to such an extent. Traces of blood flowed down from Jiang Wuya's right fist. Zhao Danshan was the one who was injured in the end. At the last moment, Jiang Wuya only felt a golden light flash across Zhao Danshan's arm. The golden light was very dazzling. Jiang Wuya had shattered his sleeve, but he could not hurt him at all. How is it? Now you know how useless you are, Jiang Wuya. Zhao Danshan slowly pulled his hands down. He blew on his arms gently, then began to laugh unrestrainedly. Jiang Wuya took a deep breath and calmed himself down. The burning pain in his hand told him that if he continued, he would definitely die. However, when he turned his head, he saw the gazes of two people from the Wushu alliance. They were perhaps the two most important people in his life. Jiang Wuya owed them far too much. Seeing their concerned gazes, Jiang Wuya smiled. This was the most manly moment of his life, so he gritted his teeth and decided to endure. Second brother, just give up. Even Jian Chen was frightened by the gap between them. Today's matter was no different from a moth flying into a flame. However, Jiang Wuya did not seem to hear him. He roared and his eyes gradually became bloodshot. Then, he once again charged at Zhao Danshan without looking back. I, Jiang Wuya, am a useless person. I've lived in a muddle for so many years, but today, I understand that I have to move forward no matter what. Unless I die completely, I die in this place. With a ferocious look, the black qi on Jiang Wuya's body exploded wildly. It surged wildly in his 18 martial veins, and a violent momentum was emitted from his body. The black demonic shadows split into thousands and thousands of them, all heading in Zhao Danshan's direction. This madman doesn't care about his life. He actually dared to make a move. His brain is really damaged, that's right. We all saw that Zhao Wuwang's strength is thousands of times stronger than his. He still doesn't give up. I'm afraid he has eaten leopard's guts. I bet he's dead for sure this time. Such a conversation kept ringing in the ears of Lu Yi and Prince Qingli. The two women held each other's hands tightly and looked nervously at the man in front of them. They could feel the sweat in each other's palms. Lu Yi also found that her mother, who had not cried for many years, could not stop crying at this time. She had never enjoyed the feeling of someone risking his life for her. At this time, Jiang Wuya had no thoughts of life and death in his mind. It was just like when Long Chen risked his life for Lingxi. There was only moving forward, not life and death. Mother. Lu Yi choked with sobs, and her thin shoulders trembled. The surrounding boos were all for Jiang Wuya. But at this time, Jiang Wuya was the hero in Lu Yi's heart. Such a man was the father in her imagination. He came too late. From the age of 1 to 18, she had always had this doubt in her heart. She had always decided to hate the man who had never appeared for a lifetime, but at this time, she could not bring up the hatred in her heart. The mother and daughter's nervous gazes never left Jiang Wuya's body for even a moment. You still don't give up? My patience is limited. The sarcastic smile on Zhao Danshan's face gradually became cold. His eyes were golden to begin with, but at this moment, they turned cold and emitted intense rays of light. They were like two scorching suns hanging in front of Jiang Wuya's eyes. Jiang Wuya did not say anything, and the most violent attack poured on Zhao Danshan's body like a storm. But just like before, his attacks hit Zhao Danshan's body, and all of them bounced back. A banging sound rang out. In the end, Zhao Danshan was fine, but both of Jiang Wuya's arms had been stained with blood at this time. His attacks hit Zhao Danshan's body, but his arms were injured by the rebound force. In particular, it could be seen how strong Zhao Danshan's golden body was. This congenital body had an innate advantage. It was strong from the inside to the outside, much stronger than the general body refining combat skills. Jiang Wuya could not break his golden body at all now. Is it enough? Jiang Wuya attacked tirelessly and crazily, but all he got in return was a cold voice. This voice was like a venomous snake lingering in his ears. Then there were exclamations. Jiang Wuya punched out, but Zhao Danshan sneered and stretched out his hand to grab Jiang Wuya's fist. Jiang Wuya's violent attack was immediately neutralized by Zhao Danshan. Be careful. Prince Qingli and Lu Yi's faces turned pale, and they exclaimed at the same time. Do you still want to escape? Zhao Danshan smiled coldly, and he held Jiang Wuya's fist with one hand. Jiang Wuya's arm could not move at all. Escape, whoever wants to escape, die. Jiang Wuya roared, and his eyes were blood red. He kicked directly at Zhao Danshan's chin. The chin was one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Even if Zhao Danshan had a golden body, this part was not necessarily strong. The reason why Zhao Danshan could block Jiang Wuya before was that Jiang Wuya could only attack the strong parts around him. This flying kick was fierce and swift. If it was an ordinary opponent, the whole head would be easily lifted off. Zhao Danshan's face changed slightly. A trace of anger emerged from his eyes, and then it turned into a cruel smile. You are courting death. When he said these words, Zhao Danshan suddenly exerted his strength. With a tearing sound, Jiang Wuya's whole arm was torn off by Zhao Danshan under the heartbroken eyes of Prince Qingli and Lu Yi. Suddenly, blood splashed everywhere. Zhao Danshan turned and kicked Jiang Wuya's body directly out. Puff! Jiang Wuya rolled on the ground a few times before Jian Chen was able to help him up. At this moment, Jiang Wuya let out a blood-curdling scream. His face was deathly pale. One of his arms had been torn off, and half of his body was trembling. With Jian Chen's help, the blood that was gushing out from his arm had finally stopped. However, that arm had already been crushed by Zhao Danchen. The entire process happened in a split second. By the time everyone reacted, Jiang Wuya's arm had already been chopped off and he was sent flying. Seeing this scene, Lu Yi and Prince Qingli's hearts twitched violently. They subconsciously took a few steps forward, but were stopped by Lu Yi. The demon emperor's eyes were quite gloomy. He knew that Zhao Danchen would definitely kill Jiang Wuya, so he could not let them go. "I'm begging you, let me pass." The broken arm and the flying blood also dyed her heart red. At this time, she seemed to have lost her soul. She did not want anything else but to die beside that man. "I want to go." Prince Qingli was more direct and said fiercely. The demon emperor Jiang Wuxia frowned and temporarily shut his mouth. At this time, Zhao Danchen walked toward Jiang Wuya step by step and said indifferently, "Since you have provoked me, losing an arm is just the beginning. You dragons are very arrogant. Today I will let you see what the Wushu Alliance is. The Wushu Alliance not only wants your life, but also the life of your family." Jiang Wuya trembled for a long time before he recovered from the pain. He did not let out a scream in this great pain. He endured it with all his might. At this time, he used his remaining arm to push Jian Chen away and gave him a warning look. Then, he straightened his back and stared at Zhao Danchen. Then he laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Danchen asked. "What am I laughing at?" "I am laughing at you, Zhao Danchen. You are just a..." Jiang Wuya said. "Why? You can't even take one move from me. How dare you say that I am just a..." Zhao Danchen said proudly. With great difficulty, Jiang Wuya stabilized himself. He laughed. "Not only do you have strength, but your heart as well. A vile person like you who uses other people's weaknesses to vent your anger. What right do you have to call yourself an expert? A true expert is someone like my seventh brother, Long Chen. He fears neither the heavens nor the earth. He even dares to charge into your 9 hells mourning grounds. He wouldn't use such a method to vent his anger. You, Zhao Danchen, are not an expert. At most, you're just an upstart with strength. I can guarantee that with your weak heart, you're definitely not his opponent." Long Chen, haha. Zhao Danchen was startled. He said the words Long Chen twice in a row, and then he laughed crazily. "That's pure bullshit, right? If he can defeat that trash, Yang Ningfeng, then he can be mentioned in the same breath as me. You said he went to the 9 hells mourning grounds? That's perfect. No one can come out of the 9 hells mourning grounds. Their dragons can be considered to have been wiped out. I'll exterminate all of you, and then go to the war people, then all of you will die." Jiang Wuya laughed mockingly. "Just you wait. One day they will all come back. And then, even you, a proud son of heaven, will be trampled under their feet. I'm also waiting for this day, but you, Jiang Wuya, can't see it." Anyway, Jiang Wuya's pitiful eyes made Zhao Danchen quite uncomfortable. Although Zhao Danchen was laughing, Jiang Wuya's contemptuous attitude made his killing intent quickly burn in his heart. At this time, Jiang Wuya had no combat power left. As long as he gave another punch, Jiang Wuya would die. Seeing that the distance between them was getting closer, King Qingli and Lu Yi were desperate. At this time, they no longer cared about the obstruction of Devil Emperor, and rushed in the direction of Zhao Danchen. The warriors of the Wushu Alliance did not stop King Qingli, an expert in the earth martial arts realm. As for Devil Emperor, he narrowed his eyes and no one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 624. Prince Qingli and Lu Yi soon ran to Jiang Wuya. At this time, Zhao Danchen knew that they were coming without turning around. He vented his anger on Jiang Wuya. Originally, he was in a good mood, but the arrival of the 2 women made his mood worse. He temporarily stopped and looked back. Zhao Danchen's golden eyes stared coldly at Prince Qingli and Lu Yi. His cold eyes directly made them stop. "Hurry up and leave." The 2 of them could only helplessly shout. Jiang Wuya could not leave. Looking at the 2 women, he burst into tears for a while, as if the pain of losing his arm had disappeared, and now he was more heartbroken. At this moment, looking at the 2 women, one old and one young, he finally knew what he had to protect. This feeling of epiphany was quite good. "Want to go? Who said you can go?" Zhao Danchen looked at them. He knew the relationship between them. At this time, he smiled evilly and whispered, "Old lovers meet." This scene seems to be a little touching. Unfortunately, I, Zhao Danchen, can't be touched. It was an arm just now. What is it now? Zhao Danchen's body moved. Soon, he appeared beside Jiang Wuya. After Jiang Wuya lost his arm, the gap between them was extremely big. In the face of Zhao Danchen's sudden attack, Jiang Wuya desperately used all his skills, but still failed to block Jiang Wuya's attack. His neck was pinched by Jiang Wuya, and then Jiang Wuya's whole body was lifted up. After several punches, Jiang Wuya vomited blood from the corner of his mouth. He had completely lost his combat power. Don't. Looking at Jiang Wuya's miserable situation, Prince Qingli and Lu Yi felt dizzy. They could no longer care about anything and rushed to Zhao Danchen. But Zhao Danchen waved his hand casually, and they flew out awkwardly. Today, Zhao Danchen was determined to kill Jiang Wuya, regardless of whether Lu Yi would lose his face by running out like this. In his view, the Wushu Sage dynasty was a nonentity under the rule of the Wushu Alliance. Why should he care about the thoughts of some nonentities? Don't worry. I won't break his neck so quickly. Doesn't he still have an arm and 2 legs? Zhao Danchen grinned hideously. He gently grabbed the remaining arm of Jiang Wuya with a cruel look on his face. Seeing this scene, the 2 powerless women, Prince Qingli and Lu Yi, had lost their wits. They climbed up numbly. The man in front of them was so powerful that they had no power to resist at all. If he was here, it would never be like this. It was said that Long Chen could defeat Yang Ningfeng, so he must be as powerful as Zhao Danchen. But it was a pity that Long Chen had entered the 9th Serenity Place of the Wushu Alliance and could no longer appear here. Lu Yi stood up blankly. She looked at the man in front of her who had fallen into the hands of Zhao Danchen. At this moment, his eyes were still bursting with a bloody and unyielding spirit. Even Zhao Danchen's threat did not scare him at all. Today, Zhao Danchen, you killed me. But don't forget that your death is not far away. Jiang Wuya smiled coldly. The disdainful look in his eyes made Zhao Danchen even more uncomfortable. Is that so? It's a pity that you won't be able to see it. Zhao Danchen exerted a bit of force and was about to tear off Jiang Wuya's only arm. At this moment, Jian Chen finally found an opportunity. The cloudy sword in his hand suddenly turned into a sword light and stabbed towards Zhao Danchen. Sword Qi of Emptiness. Zhao Danchen smiled coldly and raised his hand to block. The sword Qi of Emptiness directly stabbed his arm. With a burst of sparks, Jian Chen was directly blown away. The cloudy sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. It could be seen that there was a huge crack starting from the blade of the cloudy sword. The power of the golden battle body was really outstanding. Now, no one can save you. Zhao Danchen smiled brightly and was about to take action. If he lost another arm, Jiang Wuya would be completely crippled. Despair was written on the faces of King Qingli and the others. At this time there was no hope. Boom. At this moment, the whole ground suddenly shook again. It was even more violent than the last time when Zhao Danchen punched. What's going on? Zhao Danchen was a sensitive person. He was the first to feel this abnormal movement. He originally wanted to grab Jiang Wuya's arm and was about to tear it off, but then he stopped. His eyes followed the source of the vibration and looked in the direction of Huang Wuqing. On the side of Huang Wuqing, there were 4 small figures rushing quickly. Their speed, according to Zhao Danchen's estimation, was not much different from his own. Especially the thin figure, whose speed was simply beyond Zhao Danchen's imagination. Generally speaking, speed was a symbol of strength. In the Wushu sage's court, Zhao Danchen knew that the only person stronger than him was Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji. However, the thin figure was obviously not Zhao Wuji. Moreover, the speed of the 3 people behind him was not much slower than Zhao Danchen. Zhao Danchen was instantly shocked. There were 3 people at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm and an expert comparable to Zhao Wuji. At first, Zhao Danchen thought that these people were probably experts from other holy dynasties. This was the only explanation. However, the universe transmitting formation connecting the Wushu sage's court to other holy dynasties had already been dismantled by the experts here in the Wushu sage's court. From other holy dynasties to the Wushu sage's court, it would take at least a year to arrive at the nearest holy dynasty. It took a year to come to this remote place like the Wushu sage's court. What on earth were these people doing here? This was the first question in Zhao Danchen's mind. If they were experts from other holy dynasties, it would be a big deal. Such a big deal was much bigger than Jiang Wuya in Zhao Danchen's hands. Zhao Danshen instantly lost interest in torturing Jiang Wuya. While he was thinking and in a daze, the four people took advantage of this time to come before Zhao Danshen, especially the thin old man. The other three were still far away from him. He was less than 100 meters away from Zhao Danshen. May I ask which expert from the Holy Dynasty you are? My name is Zhao Danshen. I am the personal disciple of Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji of the Wushu sage's court. Zhao Danshen hurriedly put down Jiang Wuya in his hands, threw him to the ground, and then said to the thin old man, "Which holy dynasty am I from?" "Haha, I am from the Wushu sage's court. Do you know me?" When he said this, the thin old man had already come in front of Zhao Danshen. Without saying a word, he directly punched at Zhao Danshen. Suddenly, there was a series of explosions in the air. "Senior, why did you attack? Is there any misunderstanding?" Zhao Danshen did not hear the thin old man's words clearly, so he said so. However, the thin old man did not stop attacking because of his words. With a loud bang, the punch swept up the ground and rushed toward Zhao Danshen. Zhao Danshen's face changed, and he could only retreat awkwardly. The power of the thin old man's punch was so great that Zhao Danshen had to retreat more than 100 meters to really avoid the thin old man's attack. It was a simple punch, but it had such a huge power. In this way, Zhao Danshen was completely out of the range of Jiang Wuya and Empress Qingli. Seeing that Zhao Danshen was driven away, Jian Chen and Empress Qingli did not care who the thin old man was. They hurriedly rushed to the broken arm of Jiang Wuya and helped him up. Since Empress Qingli and Lu Yi came, Jian Chen felt that there was nothing for him to do. He hurriedly bowed to the thin old man and said, "Senior, thank you for saving my second brother." "Thank you very much. We can't thank you enough." When looking at Zhao Danshen, the thin old man's face was quite serious, but when facing Jian Chen, his expression instantly became extremely gentle, and he even showed a trace of a smile. He said, "Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank the people behind you." He was the strongest, so the others subconsciously paid attention to him and forgot about the other three people who were about to arrive. At this time, after hearing the thin old man's words, Jian Chen, Jiang Wuya, Empress Qingli, and Lu Yi turned their eyes to the three people who were about to arrive. When seeing the appearance of the three people, almost everyone present was stunned, including the people of the Wushu Alliance. Zhao Danshen and the Demon Emperor Jiang Wuxia were even more shocked. Long Yu, Long Chen. An uproar broke out in the area. Even in the Yellow Martial City, there was a burst of noise. It was originally a wedding, but things turned out like this. No one had expected it. The arrival of Long Yu, Long Chen, and the others was even more shocking. In the Yellow Martial City, as long as one person recognized the identity of Long Chen and the others, the news would spread quickly. In a very short time, the onlookers roughly understood what was going on. Who was that mysterious old man? How could he be so powerful? 2 Long Chen, and 1 Long Yu. They were obviously imprisoned in the 9th Serenity Morning Land by the Martial Emperor. How did they get out? These familiar faces made Jiang Wuya completely stunned. Next to him, Lu Yi and Empress Qingli supported him from both sides. Lu Yi held his remaining arm while Empress Qingli supported his body. From the moment Jiang Wuya risked his life for Lu Yi, the gap between them seemed to have disappeared. They looked at each other and did not know what to say for the time being. Empress Qingli looked at Jiang Wuya's wound with a pained expression. She knew that Jiang Wuya must be in great pain right now. No matter how great the pain was, it was diluted by the arrival of Long Chen and the others. "You are 7th brother Yu." Jiang Wuya immediately became extremely excited. "Sister, 7th brother, weren't you imprisoned in the 9th Serenity Morning Land? How did you get out? How did you come here?" Jian Chen hurriedly went to greet Long Chen and the others. His face was filled with excitement. Chapter 625. From the Wushu Alliance's Wu Emperor City to the ancient demon region, Long Chen and the others had traveled for 7 days and 7 nights. If they had come a little later, perhaps Jiang Wuya would have been dead by now. Zhao Danshen could not avoid Long Shan's powerful punch. Lu Yi and Empress Qingli came to Long Chen's side. Long Chen's goal in coming to the ancient demon region should have been accomplished. However, when he saw Jiang Wuya's broken arm, his eyes gradually turned red. The smile on his face froze very quickly. Long Yu's expression was also rather cold. They did not answer Jian Chen's question. Instead, they quickly arrived in front of Jiang Wuya. Empress Qingli and Lu Yi looked at Long Yu and Long Chen unnaturally. Long Yu was Empress Qingli's rival in love, so she was a little embarrassed. Long Chen was the person Lu Yi wanted to see very much. Ever since she left, she had never seen Long Chen again. She could only hear news about Long Chen from various sources. The news was undoubtedly shocking. Ever since he killed Sword Saint Sikong, Long Chen's performance became more and more amazing. In just a month, he had become a rare super genius of the Wushu Sage Empire. The bloody broken arm of Jiang Wuya was quite eye-catching. Second brother, it was Zhao Danchen who did it. Long Chen's voice was cold. Hearing his voice, everyone felt like they were in an ice house. It was obvious how angry he was. Every member of the dragons was a brother or sister recognized by Long Chen. Long Chen would not allow anyone to hurt them. Every one of them was his reverse scale. Broken arm. Broken arm. This meant that Jiang Wuya's battle strength would change greatly in the future. It was very likely that he would become the weakest member of the dragons. For a man, this was a huge blow. In front of Prince Qingli and Lu Yi, Long Yu's face was a little embarrassed. Long Chen asked her what made her angry, so she shut her mouth at the right time. Seeing Long Chen's eyes gradually turning blood red, Jiang Wuya was shocked that they had come out of the 9th Nether Morning Grounds. However, he could see the determination in Long Chen's eyes. So he nodded. Motherfucking bastard. How dare you touch my brother? You broke one of his arms, so I'll break your whole body. Long Chen cursed in his heart. After Jiang Wuya nodded, Long Chen walked in Zhao Danchen's direction without saying a word under everyone's watchful eyes. Seventh brother, what are you doing? Long Yu quickly asked. Murder. Murder. Long Yu was startled for a moment. She knew how powerful Zhao Danchen was, and even she herself was not a match for Zhao Danchen. However, on second thought, Long Chen's strength was also unfathomable, and there might still be room for a head-on fight. Furthermore, with Long Chen's personality, it would be difficult for others to change his mind once he decided on something. Moreover, Long Shan was still here. If Long Chen was no match for him, Long Shan could still save him. However, Jiang Wuya had just realized how powerful Zhao Danchen was. Seeing Long Chen's impulsiveness, he was anxious and shouted to Long Chen. Seventh brother, don't go, you are not a match for Zhao Danchen. His innate golden battle body is stronger than you can imagine. He said this from the bottom of his heart. That golden battle body was simply his nightmare. Under this golden battle body, he felt as if he was a powerless child. Long Chen, don't go. Lu Yi was worried and muttered. Just now, Long Chen had only glanced at her once before he was attracted by Jiang Wuya's severed arm. Lu Yi felt that this was enough. She knew that Long Chen still cared about her. It was just that at this time there was no time to say too much. Hearing their voices urging him to stay, Long Chen's footsteps only paused for a moment. Then, without turning his head, he continued to walk towards Zhao Danchen. Zhao Danchen looked at these people in bewilderment at the beginning. Now, he finally understood what the skinny old man had just said. He knew that this skinny old man was from the court of Wushu Sage. But who was he? Could he be a super expert who was hidden from the world and even Zhao Wuji didn't know about? This is troublesome. Zhao Danchen frowned. If the skinny old man wanted to attack him, then he was sure that he would definitely die. Therefore, at this time, he was a little worried. Even without this skinny old man, if 2 Long Chen and 1 Long Yu joined forces, 3 warriors with the combat power of the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm would not be able to fight against them. Zhao Danchen and Jiang Wuxia, who was behind him, could at most block one of Long Yu. Your Majesty, do you know who this old man is? Zhao Danchen's face was a little pale. Long Shan's punch just now had made him feel a little scared. Under pressure, the Demon King stood next to Zhao Danchen. I don't know him, but could he be related to the Long family? The Long family used to be the first family in the court of Wushu Sage. The Demon King was also surprised. No one had thought that this would happen. If he attacks, we will both die. Your Majesty, what do you think we should do? Asked Zhao Danchen. I don't think so. Zhao Wuhuang is the direct disciple of the Martial Emperor. Since he is in the court of Wushu Sage, he will not provoke the Martial Emperor. After all, no matter how strong he is, He should not be a match for the martial emperor, said the Demon King confidently. That was true. Although Long Shan's punch was strong, in Zhao Donchen's heart, he still did not have the terrifying and gloomy feeling that the martial emperor had given him. People who saw the martial emperor for the first time would think that he was an elegant scholar. Only when they had real contact with the martial emperor would they feel that he was more terrifying and gloomy. At this time, Long Shan did not move, but Long Chen unexpectedly walked towards Zhao Danchen. Seeing the expression on Long Chen's face, Zhao Danchen was stunned and said, "Your Majesty, does this kid really think that he is like what Zhang Wuya said, that he will be my nightmare? What does he mean? He wants to challenge me and avenge Zhang Wuya's broken arm." The Demon King said helplessly, "Looking at this kid's expression, I think so. He has only left the ancient demon region for a month or two, but he has already reached this realm. It is indeed not bad, but he is still far from Zhao Wuhuang. Long Chen is just a nouveau riche. He thinks that he can be so arrogant because he has a little strength. He does not know what kind of foundation a real expert needs." After saying this, Long Chen arrived at a place 20 meters away from Zhao Danchen. They had not seen each other for more than a month, but Zhao Danchen was still as despicable as ever. Seeing Zhao Danchen's despicable smile, Long Chen wanted to slap his face. What is he trying to do? He actually went to face Martial Emperor Zhao Danchen alone. Is he going to challenge Martial Emperor Zhao Wuhuang? What a joke. Zhang Wuya is an example. Even the older generation is no match for Martial Emperor Zhao Wuhuang. This kid really thinks he is as strong as Martial Emperor Zhao Wuhuang. Zhao Danchen was already a legend in the Wushu Sage dynasty. In the midst of the countless discussions, Long Chen's expression did not change. His body was filled with a huge murderous aura. Traces of blood-red gas vaguely appeared around his body. This bloody and murderous aura made people look at Long Chen for the first time. Originally, Long Chen was able to kill Yang Ningfeng, so he was already qualified to compete with Zhao Danchen. However, Zhao Danchen's performance was too heaven-defying, so people thought that he was not a match for him. Long Chen, what is the meaning of this? I, Zhao Danchen, am getting married, and you are messing around. Are you trying to disrespect the Wushu Alliance? Are you challenging the dignity of the Wushu Alliance? If you want to fight against the Wushu Alliance, you can go to the Martial Emperor City openly. Don't play tricks here and make me look down on you." Zhao Danchen said loudly. If Long Shan made a move, then they would be bullying the weak. Zhao Danchen wanted to use a sentence to stop Long Shan's hand. However, his words could not stop Long Chen. In front of Zhao Danchen, Long Chen raised his arm and pointed at Zhao Danchen. Under the gaze of the crowd, he said slowly in a cold voice, "Zhao Danchen, if you are still a man, then don't talk nonsense. I will be straightforward. You broke my second brother's arm. I have always been a person who will repay a drop of water with a gushing spring. Now, I want to repay the kindness you gave my second brother 100 times or even 1,000 times. Do you have the guts to accept it? Do you have the guts to accept it?" Long Chen's words were spread very far through his deep voice. Even the sky above the yellow martial city was echoing with his words. Many people who were still in their rooms were attracted out. Zhao Danchen. Broken arm. Even more people ran out of the yellow martial city to watch this scene. Zhao Danchen was a person with a high status in the Wushu Sage court, while Long Chen could only be considered a rising star. Long Chen's provocative words left Zhao Danchen with no room to refute. "If you want to fight with me, then do it." Zhao Danchen was stunned for a moment. His expression changed from gloomy to bursting into laughter. "Do you think I have the guts to accept Long Chen's challenge? Are you kidding me? I, Zhao Danchen, never talk nonsense." Zhao Danchen was afraid of the old man, not Long Chen. Long Chen's challenge was a challenge to Zhao Danchen's authority. At this moment, the words that Zhang Wuya had said to him were clearly imprinted in Zhao Danchen's mind. Zhang Wuya had said that he, Zhao Danchen, was no match for Long Chen. Although he didn't know how Long Chen had managed to escape from the Ninth Serenity Graveyard, Zhao Danchen couldn't take this lying down. All these years, he had never been looked down upon by anyone who said that he wasn't as good as a certain young man. Just like that, the two of them bumped into each other. When the Demon King saw that there was nothing else for him to do, he retreated to the back obediently and left the place to Long Chen and Zhao Danchen. Chapter 626. On Long Shan's side, Jiang Wuya did not care about his own injuries. With a worried expression he asked, Can Long Chen deal with Zhao Danchen? I don't know either, but don't worry. If he can't beat him, my grandfather will deal with him. Long Yu moved aside and stood together with Jiang Wuya. She did not look in Jiang Wuya's direction and avoided awkwardness. From Jiang Wuya's performance just now, Long Yu could already see his choice. Long Yu was also very happy for Jiang Wuya's final choice. However, he did not know if he was truly happy. Grandfather. Jiang Wuya looked at Long Shan in astonishment. He knew that this was the grandfather that Long Yu was talking about. He originally wanted to ask about it, but at this time, Long Chen had already started fighting with Zhao Danchen in front of everyone. This Zhao Danchen was definitely a great enemy. The innate golden battle body bestowed him with super strength. At this time, Long Chen had already transformed into a dragon soul. His powerful dragon body coupled with the Zhenwu demon body still paled in comparison to the golden battle body. Blood-red dragon scales covered Long Chen's entire body. Long Chen's dragon soul transformation was much more superior than Long Yu's and the others. Right now, Long Chen's battle prowess had directly soared from the second level of the Earth Martial Realm to the third level of the Earth Martial Realm. The battle prowess that had once killed Yang Ningfeng was once again displayed at this time. This kind of Long Chen also made Zhao Danchen put away his smile. To be able to kill that trash, Yang Ningfeng, is indeed a bit weak. Looks like I have to show my strength today. Zhao Danchen smiled. He and Long Chen used their movement techniques at this time, and their figures quickly changed. Long Chen had already completed the dragon soul transformation, and his entire body turned blood red. After Zhao Danchen finished speaking, his eyes flashed with a golden light. The golden light was like the center of the ripples, gradually spreading out, and very quickly, it covered Zhao Danchen's entire body. A faint golden color appeared on Zhao Danchen's skin, as if it was covered with a layer of golden paper. This golden color was not only a symbol of toughness, but also a symbol of sharpness. Long Chen's blood-red eyes swallowed and spat out a cold light. The swaying golden color in front also made him feel a deep fear in his heart. As for Zhao Danchen, he wasn't very confident in his heart. The situation today was better. If he lost, there was still Long Shan. However, Long Chen had his own pride. Zhao Danchen had broken one of Jiang Wuya's arms. As the seventh brother of Jiang Wuya, Long Chen had to personally collect this debt from Zhao Danchen. Golden battle body. Long Chen's pupils suddenly widened at this moment, because at this moment, Zhao Danchen had already turned into a golden shadow and swept towards him at an extremely fast speed. It was a small golden figure, but it was extremely heavy. Long Chen even had the illusion that it wasn't a person, but a golden mountain that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It was heavy and sharp, icy cold and deadly. The shadow of a fist gradually expanded in front of Long Chen's eyes. Golden heavy fist. Although Zhao Danchen's body was not as huge as Lei Zhen's, he walked the path of extreme strength. In terms of strength, Long Chen might not be able to match up to him. For example, this golden heavy fist was filled with power. If it directly hit the city walls of Yellow Martial City, it was likely that the entire city walls would collapse. The power of this fist made the onlookers exclaim in admiration. Even in Yellow Martial City, they could feel the extraordinary power of this golden heavy fist. This kind of power is enough to kill me in one move. How is seventh brother going to resist? Jiang Wuya's eyes widened. He had just fought with Zhao Danchen, so he had a deep understanding of this. Jiang Wuya was worried, but for Long Chen, everything was under his control. Willow Catkin follows the wind. Facing such an outstanding opponent in terms of strength, using the Willow Catkin follows the wind was the best choice. At this moment, Long Chen's feet danced rapidly as he stood in the air. In an instant, Zhao Danchen appeared in front of him. The golden heavy fist smashed down, and that vast aura directly pushed Long Chen away. Long Chen was like a light feather. Before Zhao Danchen's attack could hit Long Chen, it was directly blown away. Long Chen was also sent flying at an extremely fast speed. The people in the distance thought that Long Chen had been sent flying by Zhao Danchen, but in fact, that was not the case. He's done for. Many people in Yellow Martial City let out mocking laughter. But in the next moment, they saw Long Chen stabilizing his body as if nothing had happened. He's actually unharmed after being hit. Or was he not hit at all? This question existed in everyone's mind. In the war people, Zhao Danchen had seen Long Chen's godly willow catkin follows the wind. And now, he was even more taken aback. This was because Long Chen's willow catkin follows the wind was simply too powerful. His use of this movement technique should not be inferior to that of Huangfu Fengchen, who had immersed himself in it for many years. Even Zhao Danchen's ferocious attack was easily dodged by Xiao Chen's movement technique, which was unpredictable. What kind of man only knows how to dodge? Zhao Danchen had suffered a setback right from the start, so he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. After he finished speaking, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his body flashed with a schwa sound. "If you have the guts, take my fist," Zhao Danchen roared. Of course, he knew that Long Chen was a coward and would definitely not take his fist at this time. Long Chen was proficient in the willow catkin follows the wind, and this was Zhao Danchen's nemesis. But what surprised Zhao Danchen was that Long Chen was clean and neat. Facing Zhao Danchen's fist again, Long Chen was clean and neat. He extended his 10 claws and instantly shot towards Zhao Danchen. Soul Crusher Dragon Claw, 5 dragons cleaving the heavens. There was a whistling sound, and among the shadows of Long Chen's claws, 5 blood-red divine dragons bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws, rushed towards Zhao Danchen. The 5 dragons split the sky and the golden heavy fist clashed instantly. It was like 5 knives chopping at a golden pillar, and a sharp grinding sound was heard. Everyone could only see 2 shadows, one red and one gold, changing rapidly. A series of grinding sounds could be heard, and finally, the blood-red divine dragons and the golden pillar suddenly separated with a loud bang. Long Chen used the willow catkin follows the wind to retreat more than 10 meters, and Zhao Danchen correspondingly retreated. This exchange had exceeded everyone's expectations. It had actually ended in a draw. Even Zhao Danchen had not expected this. Long Chen had just used the Soul Crusher Dragon Claw to its peak. In an extremely short period of time, he had unleashed all of his attacks, forming 5 powerful strangling forces. The Soul Crusher Dragon Claw had left a scar on his opponent's fist, and the power of Zhao Danchen's fist had also caused Long Chen's blood to surge. Right now, Zhao Danchen's right hand was trembling slightly. Everyone could see that the clothes on his arm had been completely shredded, and there were more than 10 blood-red scars on his fair, smooth arm. How many years had it been since Zhao Danchen had been injured by someone his age? To him, this was basically impossible. At the same time, this caused his rage and killing intent to rise. As he raised his head to look at the indifferent young man in front of him, Zhao Danchen knew that he had to get rid of Long Chen at all costs. Otherwise, if this kid was allowed to continue to grow, Zhao Danchen would lose his life sooner or later. Even his golden battle body had been cut by his claws. Zhao Danchen couldn't help but panic. Zhao Danchen, you were very arrogant before, but the facts have proven that you are nothing more than this. Long Chen's mocking voice was heard by almost everyone in the crowd. In fact, there was no obvious inclination in the crowd's hearts. It was just that the strength of the Wushu Alliance's Zhao Danchen was deeply rooted in their hearts. Long Chen's mockery also made the crowd laugh. At the same time, they were deeply in awe of this young man, Long Chen. On Long Yu's side, Long Shan stroked his long beard and smiled. This scene was probably within his expectations. Long Yu and the others looked at Long Chen with admiration. Zhang Wuya also smiled bitterly. He had to admit that Long Chen had left him far behind. He and Empress Qingli, Lu Yi, looked at each other. When Long Chen was in our Qingli Palace, he was only at the 2nd level of the reaching heaven state. He was really a monster to achieve such a rapid rise in strength in half a year, Empress Qingli said with some emotion. And Lu Yi's eyes were full of emotion. What happened today was caused by her. On the one hand, Long Chen was avenging Zhang Wuya, and on the other hand, he was kidnapping the bride. This kind of feeling made Lu Yi's heart beat wildly like a little deer. Her originally pale face now became rosy, tender and alluring. This strong contrast ignited the flames of shame and anger in Zhao Danchen's heart. He looked down on Long Chen just now, but at this time, he didn't kill Long Chen as he wanted. Naturally, his heart was full of shame. Without saying anything, Zhao Danchen swept toward Long Chen like a golden whirlwind. You can block the golden heavy punch, but what about this? Zhao Danchen instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. At this time, his eyes were filled with golden flames. In an instant, 2 thick golden rays burst out of his eyes and stabbed toward Long Chen. This golden ray had the ability to burn. If ordinary people were stared at by Zhao Danchen, their bodies would probably melt. Golden eyes of devastation. In the War People, Long Chen had seen Zhao Donchen's attack. Whoosh! 2 rays of light instantly arrived in front of Long Chen. Golden eyes of devastation was one of Zhao Donchen's unique skills. It was quite horrible. In the whole Wushu Sage dynasty, only a talented person like him could use it. Boom, boom. Long Chen's eyes instantly narrowed. He was too close to Zhao Danchen. However, the power of this golden eyes of devastation was not enough to pose a threat to Long Chen. Fortunately, Long Chen already knew that he had this move. It was the same Willow Catkin Wind footwork, but when Long Chen executed it, it was simply a realm higher than Huangfu Fengchen's. Under such a close distance, Long Chen displayed the highest level of the Willow Catkin Wind footwork to everyone. Under everyone's admiring gazes, 2 golden rays of light missed him and shot towards the ground at the side. Chapter 627. Willow Catkin Wind. Despite Zhao Donchen's golden eyes of annihilation, Long Chen was able to execute the Willow Catkin Wind steps perfectly and dodge the terrifying attack. The 2 golden rays directly blasted the ground behind Long Chen, creating 2 huge pits with a diameter of more than 10 meters. If the golden eyes of annihilation had hit Long Chen's body would probably have disintegrated immediately. However, Long Chen was able to dodge the attack of the golden eye of annihilation with just the Willow Catkin Wind steps. To be able to use a battle skill to such an extent, such exquisite use of battle skills, perhaps even Huangfu Fengchen could not compare. Those who could see the technique were all amazed by Long Chen's strength. This young man can actually use the Huangfu family's Willow Catkin Wind steps to such an extent. Even Long Shan, who was the strongest here, nodded in shock. The golden eyes of annihilation was full of energy. At such a close distance, even Long Shan probably couldn't dodge it. The battle between the two had reached a cliffhanger. Whoosh! Zhao Danchen suffered another setback from Long Chen. It could be said that ever since he was born, he had never suffered a setback from the same person twice in a row. This was simply like throwing dog shit in Zhao Danchen's face. You're the personal disciple of the dignified martial emperor Zhao Wuji, yet you only have this little bit of dog shit? The corners of Long Chen's mouth moved slightly with a mocking smile. This sentence made Zhao Danchen so angry that the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. Both the golden heavy punch and the golden eyes of annihilation had been defeated by Long Chen. Zhao Danchen was indeed strong, but what could he do if he couldn't attack Long Chen? After suppressing the hatred of Jiang Wuya's broken arm, Long Chen didn't say anything else. This time, he took the initiative to attack. He was afraid of Zhao Danchen's golden battle constitution, but if he didn't clash head-on, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Zhao Danchen. A storm-like attack swept towards Zhao Danchen in an instant. Wind God Kick Technique, Storm Stance. This was the first time that Long Chen had displayed the Wind God Kick technique in public. For a moment, everyone couldn't react. Wind God Kick technique was Yang Ningfeng's unique skill. How could it be transferred to Long Chen in just a month? Moreover, when Long Chen used it, it was much fiercer than when Yang Ningfeng had used it in the past. It was as if the Wind God Kick technique had originally belonged to Long Chen and not Yang Ningfeng. The storm-like kick technique arrived in front of Zhao Danchen in an instant. Zhao Danchen only felt his vision blur. Then, a sky full of blood-red leg shadows appeared in front of him. Each shadow was like a thorny whip lashing towards Zhao Danchen. This monster can even use the Wind God Kick technique to such an extent. Zhao Danchen's heart was filled with shock. However, this couldn't defeat his pride. Boom, 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 boom. The biggest feature of Wind God Kick technique was its speed. At this time, Long Chen's entire body turned into a red whirlwind, shrouding Zhao Danchen's head. The densely packed leg shadows instantly covered Zhao Danchen's body. With a burst of loud sounds, Long Chen's storm stance and Zhao Danchen's arms collided again and again. Zhao Danchen's physical skills were quite strong. His golden body was equivalent to real golden steel, or even much stronger. Basically, every leg of Long Chen was blocked by Zhao Danchen's arms. He himself felt as if he had hit against steel. Every attack made his legs feel a little numb. Wind God Kick technique is not bad. I have to say that other people in the third level of the Earth martial arts realm are no match for you. But I, Zhao Danchen, am different. Your attack can't break my defense at all. The storm stance was about to end soon, but every attack of the storm stance was blocked by Zhao Danchen's arms. The attack of Long Chen's wind god kick technique was not much stronger than Jiang Wuya's previous attack. It couldn't break Zhao Danchen's defense. Zhao Danchen only felt a little numb in his arms. In terms of defense and strength, the golden body had a power that Long Chen couldn't compare with. Therefore, Zhao Danchen regained his confidence at this time. That was why he was so proud. Really? Long Chen sneered. Zhao Danchen's defense also included the attack of the golden heavy punch. At this time, when Zhao Danchen was attacking with the golden heavy punch, he thought that Long Chen would block it with Catkin's wind following steps. But to Zhao Danchen's surprise, Long Chen didn't use Catkin's wind following steps. Instead, he directly used soul-dispersing dragon claw to collide with Zhao Danchen. The soul-dispersing dragon claw and the golden heavy punch had not been decided before, and it was even more so this time. But what was different this time was that Long Chen quickly withdrew the power of the soul-dispersing dragon claw. At the same time, he suddenly swung his leg. When Zhao Danchen didn't have time to dodge, his leg directly hit his chin. Slap! An ear-piercing sound rang out. Zhao Danchen let out a cry of pain as he was directly sent flying by Long Chen's kick. Of course, this was Long Chen's strength that he had used at the last moment. It couldn't hurt Zhao Danchen much. At most, it would make Zhao Danchen feel humiliated. This was the first time Zhao Danchen had been injured since the beginning of the fight. Their teeth collided, and Zhao Danchen almost bit his own tongue. That kick from Long Chen made him feel dizzy. In an instant, Zhao Danchen's eyes turned red. Long Chen! Zhao Danchen roared angrily. His body, which had been sent flying, suddenly fell to the ground. Before the onlookers could laugh at him, they saw his body quickly descend and suddenly attack Long Chen. To Zhao Danchen, that kick was simply a great humiliation. If Zhao Danchen was only slightly angry before, now his brain was about to explode. His breathing became heavy, and he exhaled white qi, as if he had turned into a wild beast. For a moment, Long Chen felt that Zhao Danchen's body seemed to have set off an even greater tide of power. The golden spots of light on his body gradually became denser, and very soon, Zhao Danchen's entire body turned into a golden person from head to toe. This Zhao Danchen has been driven crazy by him. This brat has obtained the direct inheritance of a martial emperor, and his strength is rather valiant. It won't be long before he becomes a new martial emperor. Since Long Chen can't get rid of him today, I'll get rid of him, Long Shan said to Long Yu beside him as he watched. Zhao Danchen is very strong. Long Chen won't be able to kill him, Long Yu asked. Strong, of course he's strong. In terms of attack and strength, that young man is no match for him. However, in terms of battle skills, speed and agility, that young man far surpasses his opponent. The strength of the two should be about the same. However, if Zhao Danchen still has a trump card, it should be very difficult for Long Chen to deal with him, Long Shan said solemnly. Grandfather, what do you mean by trump card? Long Yu seemed to have thought of something, and there was some worry between her brows. That's right, it's the High King level Martial Emperor's seal. This is the only High King level battle skill of the Wushu Sage dynasty. If this Zhao Danchen can use a single move of the Martial Emperor's seal, Long Chen will definitely not be his opponent, Long Shan said seriously. The Martial Emperor's seal. Zhao Danchen is Zhao Wuji's only disciple. Zhao Wuji must have already passed the Martial Emperor's seal to him. I never thought that Zhao Danchen would really be the strongest of the three Martial Emperors. The other two Martial Emperors would probably not be his opponent even if they worked together. Grandfather, if Long Chen was in danger, you would have already made a move to save him, Long Yu said nervously. Hearing that Long Chen might be in danger, Jiang Wuya and the others were very worried, especially Lu Yi, who was supporting him. She stared at Long Chen without blinking. Her crystal-clear eyes were already filled with tears. Previously, Jiang Wuya and Zhao Danchen were fighting. After that, Jiang Wuya had lost an arm and was on the verge of death. Now, the person who was fighting against this heaven-defying genius, Zhao Danchen, was Long Chen. These two men were the men that Lu Yi cared about. Today, Lu Yi's heart was extremely tense. Long Chen, you must win. Nothing must happen to you. At this moment, Long Chen had already sent Zhao Danchen flying with a kick. Lu Yi's face revealed a look of surprise. However, it quickly collapsed. This was because Zhao Danchen's attack was approaching once again. This time, Zhao Danchen was really angry. He was originally in mid-air. At this moment, as he descended rapidly, his hands quickly formed a seal. This seal was rather complicated. When Zhao Danchen activated it, the surrounding air had already started to vibrate. Boom, boom, boom. A series of booming sounds were heard in the air. The rich earth vein spiritual energy began to rapidly gather towards Zhao Danchen in the sky. Most of the earth vein spiritual energy came directly from the earth. The spiritual energy condensed into a long khaki-colored snake. Dozens of long snakes gathered on Zhao Danchen's body in the sky. It seemed as though they had grown out of Zhao Danchen's hands. Dozens of khaki-colored earth vein spiritual energy gathered on Long Chen's hands. Zhao Danchen's hands moved rapidly. The earth vein spiritual energy was also grasped by Zhao Danchen. As Zhao Danchen's hand gestures changed, the earth vein spiritual energy quickly gathered on his hands and condensed into a huge golden wove character. It was a huge and vigorous imprint. Yellow Martial. Divine Imprint. This move was Zhao Danchen's famous Divine Yellow Martial Imprint. It was also the supreme secret manual that the Martial Emperor had imparted to him. Of course, there were even more powerful Martial Emperor imprints. However, no one knew if the Martial Emperor had imparted them to him. The Divine Yellow Martial Imprint was quite famous among the mid-level king-level combat skills. In the Wushu Sage dynasty, it was known as the most powerful mid-level king-level combat skill. When it was displayed with the help of Zhao Danchen's golden battle body, it was naturally filled with terrifying power. A golden woob character condensed in front of Zhao Danchen. At this moment, Zhao Danchen's entire body had turned golden. His eyes were extremely cold, and there was a cruel smile on his face. Long Chen's kick had really made him mad. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.